I have no clue what's happening. Zero clue. Uh, so I deleted the 12. Okay. I no, you deleted the one we were just on. It's okay. We're gonna get through this. I know, I know. We'll just wait till everybody Maggie, just come back up on stage, honey, because we got some splaining to do. We had 20 people in the damn chat. Oh, mercy us. Maggie, just hey, listen, listen. Maggie, come up. We got some splaining to do, sister. Listen, I am not taking the blame for what just happened there. I was taking the blame for the first one, that I went into the wrong live. I'm not taking the blame for what just happened. Uh, Maggie's gone missing. You guys remember a year ago when we first started this channel and we were trying to figure out how to do a private live with just the mods, and we were traveling everywhere, all over, trying to figure. Oh, it was terrible. I thought we had gotten past that, and here we are. Leanie just wanted the likes on the other live. That's it. All right, we'll wait. Let everybody get over here. Hopefully, the 20 people that were over there will decide to come into here, and then we'll just get bigger and bigger and bigger. But now I got to find the stuff that I had pulled up. That's not going to be a problem. I only had 2 things pulled up. Oh, God. Yes. Oh, my goodness gracious. Maggie, come back, sweetheart. Maggie probably's in the other live now. But, I'm not going in. Well, I wasn't going anywhere to begin with. Maggie's the one that deleted that live. I was thinking we were time traveling for a second there, We were going straight over to what was it scheduled for, the 12th, or no, the 17th or something like that. I was like, "Oh, we're just gonna time travel. Stay here in time." And then Maggie's like, "No, you ain't, bitch," and got us out. So all right, we're almost all here together. We're waiting on Maggie to come so we can get this started. We're having technical difficulties. Oh gosh, we're gonna be okay. We're gonna be just fine, just fine. Everything's gonna be good, guys. This is gonna. Can we send Maggie the link? Let me find my phone. Hold on. Oh shit. Hold on, I'm sending her a message. I promise we're going to get this off the ground. Oh, you called her. Thank you so much. At least you're not late 12 minutes for your own premiere like I was. Right. All we're missing is a fireman. Oh my God. I'll find me a fireman. Joe. Hello, Joe. We skipped timeline. Something happened. Something happened. I don't know. But listen, you get to see stuff that you don't get to see on other channels, like real professional content and setups, you know? We're just real people over here trying to figure this shit out as we go. You would think after a year we'd have this together. We don't. We fake it until we make it. That's what's happening. Oh, dear Maggie. Sweet dear Maggie. Well, I'm going to start me some coffee. And hopefully Maggie will figure out where we're at. And she will come back. Thank you guys so much for being here. Hate to ask you again, but we hit the like on this broadcast. I'd appreciate it because Maggie deleted the other one. So we're not even getting the likes for that one. So if you could actually like this one that we're on right now, that would be so helpful. That would be so helpful. All right. I'm making me some coffee. Some coffee. The only thing that I wish a Keurig had was that it would automatically fill up. In fact, I just wish all coffee pots would do that. That would make my life a lot easier. I wish they would just fill up with water. I snap my finger and there's water in the coffee pot so that it can make. All right, Maggie, come on. Let me see. Poor Mags, you guys. She's struggling. She's struggling. Thank you so much, you guys. Thank you so much. All right, let me. Did you guys hit the like? Hit that like. I need to try to bring these up. They have one that Wiggles Leany instant made coffee. They have that at Wiggles. Is it Wiggles or Wiggles? We're getting us a new QT right down the street. I'm super excited about that. All right, let's see if I can find the ones that I was. Nope, that's not the one I want. Hold on just a second. I'm trying to find what I had pulled up. There was actually one I really wanted to hear. Oh, that's why. Okay. Let's see. Oh, unbelievable. Give me just a second, guys. I'm going to pull this up and we will go ahead and go into it. All right, this is Aria. Let's see. All right, there is. I know I'm just talking to myself after it. Sorry. There's the other one. Okay, I got him. Yes. Okay. There we go. Maggie quit us. She's like, screw you guys. The blonde and the brunette, just buckle up. Yeah, Maggie quit us too. Yeah. Oh, we love you, lunch lady. That is correct. Maggie said Nancy sucks and left. Watch your mouth. Watch your mouth. All right, Maggie knows this part. Most of you guys already know this part. So, let me drop. Okay, let's do this. I want to look at court TV. Just some. You guys know yesterday there was some filings that were unsealed. Okay, so they had a court hearing. They've had all kind of closed door court hearings, you guys, but all of it's been under seal. Well, the judge yesterday was like, "Knock it off. We're done with this." We talked about that yesterday. You did that yesterday or the day before, but I think it was yesterday. Um, he wants all the secrecy to end around this case. He said, start redacting names, redacting times, places, things that are gonna, you know, upset the case, and to protect the witnesses and stuff like that until time comes. So they're starting to unseal documents, guys, and we learned quite a bit out of an unsealed document. And I'm sure it's been all over the internet. I'm sure you guys have seen it, and everybody's doing lives on it. I thought about jumping on like an hour after we closed out that live yesterday. I thought about jumping on and going over this, and I was like, no, these people are freaking tired of me. So, um, yeah. So I didn't. And I figured you guys just have other creators that you want to go into their channels and listen to them. So I didn't. I said, we'll just talk about it today. So let's do that. I'm going to bring up this, what everybody's talking about. And what is everybody talking about? There, like we said before, there is plenty of stuff we don't know about. Because they're only going to put enough in the affidavit just to get an arrest warrant, right? There's so much evidence we don't know about. Well, little by little, evidence is going to start leaking. We're going to start be able to read into these documents and see what's going on as they unseal documents. So the big news that came out yesterday was there was actually 3 and you guys heard me mention it yesterday. Remember in my live, I think I said it 2 or 3 times. I said, don't pay attention to that I'm not going to cover conspiracy theories. I'm not going to cover things that a source of a source said. You know what I mean? I'm not doing that. I want to see factual information on it, either from the courts, the judges, the lawyers, the families, anybody involved in the case. I want to hear it out of their mouth, or a court sealing, a court filing, and then we'll talk about it. Now, are we going to throw some theories around and try to figure it out for ourselves? Yes, but I'm not going to bring you something that, well, this person said that because their source said this. I don't want to do that. You can get that somewhere else. I only want the factual stuff. So when yesterday I was talking about, I'm not going to do that. Like, I had already heard about fingernail clippings, and I thought really that I hadn't gone over to the Idaho judicial page yet to see anything. So I thought it was just a rumor, another rumor that was going around that somebody heard something. Well, after I got off the live, about an hour later, I figured out no, it was an unsealed court case, that the transcripts were unsealed from it. Maggie, welcome back. Come to the stage, love bug. Maggie is in back chat. There she.
I don't know where I've been. I'm up the wall, Lee. Got lost. Was
You
that
got
it?
you got
I was
lost.
yeah, and then lunch. I said, "Where the fuck am I?" And I heard Lunchy's voice. Oh God! So you went in the wrong one. Well, I've done another one now for next week.
Oh, that's where you were at. Okay.
Yeah,
No,
that's
what
what
it
I've done.
so you deleted the one we were all on.
Oh, I know. Believe so. I'm so sorry. I didn't
It's
know where
okay.
it was. It didn't say live, though. That's what I can't understand. This one says live as you go in to StreamYards. So I don't know,
Yeah,
Lee.
I
I don't
don't.
know.
We're all
Carry on,
together
girl.
again now. So let's just
Can
move on. We time
Can you
travel.
just repeat, please, and tell me what was it true what you told me last night about the fingernails? Because
Okay,
I
so
said, "Oh my God, let me know," and I'm still waiting.
we're gonna go through that. I'm gonna play it right now.
Okay.
Lizzo does say it's inconclusive, so I would imagine unless they can get more definitive, it won't make a difference. Welcome back, Sean. Good to see you. After this, I'm gonna drop the link for anybody that wants to come up and talk about this, and or talk about anything of the case. That's what this is for. Anything that you've been sitting on that you want to talk about, want me to pull up, maybe just let us know. That's what these days are for. It's just going over things that we know and questions that we need answers to. Right, Max? Right. All right, let's get into this. This explains it. I'm gonna nope, can you guys see that better?
Yeah, it's
Yeah. Oh,
okay.
okay. Okay, that's good. And Maggie, you were asking who this gentleman was, Brian Inton.
Yeah,
Inton.
I know. Now I can remember seeing them.
Okay. All right, let's play this. Can we drop the fair use in chat, please? And Maggie, can you read out the fair
About it,
use?
I'm
Why
just doing it now.
So
Is
we're
it that?
this
No,
is
it's this one.
this is actually News Nation, you guys, coming out of News Nation. And this was 16 hours ago. 16 hours ago. This is Brian Enton, and we'll find out who this is. I guess it's some kind of speaker. But anyways, or some kind of, she's hot. I like your lips. Yeah. Anyways, that's neither here nor there. So this is Brian Enton from News Nation. This is not our work. We're just using it for fair use purposes. Maggie, if you can read that for us, that'll be
Yeah.
great.
Okay, wait, it comes up. Let's see. Fair use disclaimer. Copyright Act of 1976 gives allowance for this content to be used for purposes of criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research.
That's right, YouTube. And we've got it in chat, right? I'm not over in chat, so I can't see what's going on over there. Thank you, mods, for being here. Thank you, chat, for being here. Did somebody drop the copyrights into chat? That'd be great.
Yeah, it's all there.
Thank you so much. All right, YouTube, do not come for us. Which we've been doing really good, as much stuff as we've been showing. I haven't even heard from YouTube. So way to go, mods. That's all y'all, making sure it's in chat. All right, here we go, guys. Let's find out what this DNA is all about that has been put out there now. Well, I just let you know. You gotta turn on some volume.
What I think is the biggest development, the DNA from 3 individuals under victim Maddie Mogen's fingernails. How big of a deal is this, Edwina?
I think this is a huge deal. Huge. I think probably one of the most important things that we can take from the filings is that it was inconclusive, and then there was further testing that excluded Koberger. And I think that's one of the most important things.
So, and it was interesting because at one point in the document, it said that it was inconclusive. And then the defense said that they did further testing that excluded Koberger. What does that mean? The fact that first inconclusive, but then the defense is citing this independent testing. And then why wouldn't they want it kept in, Edwina, if it shows that it wasn't him? Why are they trying to get it thrown out ahead of trial?
Right.
I think that the defense argument there is that the inference from what we can deduce from what this testimony was to the grand jury is that the state wants to infer that it was Koberger, despite the fact that it was inconclusive. So I think that the defense is wanting to insulate against any inference whatsoever that the source of that DNA is Koberger.
What do you think it means that that it's 3 individuals, according to this filing? 3 individuals' DNA found under the fingernails. What could that possibly indicate?
Well, I mean, with DNA evidence, and especially how little is required to get a DNA profile these days, is that it could be, right, anyone. She could be the source of the DNA. It could be an additional 2 other unknown individuals. But what the standout is that it's through the state's testing, it's inconclusive with respect to Koberger, and through this independent testing, it ruled him out. So I'm not sure why the defense would want the DNA evidence thrown out if they have reliable expert testing that shows that excludes Koberger from that DNA profile.
Yeah, so if the initial testing is saying inconclusive and the state additional testing is saying that Koberger has been ruled out from the DNA under Maddie's fingernails, can they present both sides to the jury, or does the judge end up making a decision about which testing was more reliable? How does that work?
Well, theoretically, they can present both sides, right? The defense is absolutely entitled to put on whatever defense evidence that they have. However, depending on what this testing, this independent testing is and how reliable it is, I wouldn't be surprised if we see a state's motion trying to exclude that independent testing.
It's been so frustrating, Edwina, for those of us following the case because so many of the court documents have been sealed. We've been kept out of hearings. They don't let us in for some of these hearings. And now the judge has come out and said that he's upset by it, that he doesn't believe that the defense should continue to file these motions under seal, that the public deserves to know more. Do you think we're about to get a treasure trove of information in the next couple of weeks, suddenly out of this court, that we weren't expecting, now that the judge seems to say, hey, we want more stuff public?
I do. Absolutely. I think with Judge Hippler presiding, as what we've seen in his rulings, and with this, the latest order, the tides are changing, and we are seeing more information than we've seen during the pendency of this case in a few short months. Absolutely, the tides are changing, and that is the correct
Yeah, I mean, we got that in.
Should happen.
Yeah, and listen, as a journalist, that's the way I feel, obviously.
Thanks for watching. Go to
You're
joinmn.com.
You're welcome, Ashley.
Oh my God. Just shows
What do you guys think about that? I'm really curious. Maggie, what says you?
Well, I just think exactly what he says. Why would they want that not brought out if it was proved it wasn't him, you know? Why would they want to hide the facts? Wouldn't they want that out there?
Yeah, wouldn't it help their case?
It's good. Yeah, it's good for them.
What is chat? Hi, Joni. What do you guys think about that? What do you guys think about that? Let's drop the link.
I think we should have JB.
JB, if you want to come up, that'll be great.
Come on, JB.
If you want to talk Koberger case, come on up. You're welcome up on panel. That's what we're talking about, the Koberger case.
Liz there as well likes talking about it. Come on, Liz.
Yeah. I'm having trouble wrapping my head around a couple of things with this. Just like what you said, if the state says their testing was inconclusive, okay, so that means, but we can't tell who it is and who it's not. And then they had an independence, or the defense had an independent company test it as well, and they're saying, no, it's not him, it's not Brian Koberger. Why wouldn't you want that? Why wouldn't you? What would be the reasons? Because it doesn't prove it wasn't him. That's what Lizzo says.
Yeah.
It doesn't. It's still inconclusive. Means we don't know. I mean, we don't. It could be. It could not be.
Either way. Could go either way. Yeah.
Anne says, no, I think if the prosecution says Tess said it is inconclusive and defense comes and says Tess says it wasn't him, the jury might have divided thoughts. Good. Yeah. Yeah, that's got to be.
Wouldn't they think more so? Like, for them? I would, if I was a judge.
I mean, I think I would put 2 and 2 together. One saying it's inconclusive, and your expert saying it's not him. So we'll just deduce it to it's not really him.
So does it actually say it's not him?
That's what. Now I haven't gone through the documents. That's just what everybody's just pointing out it's inconclusive. She's the first person I've heard say that the state said, that the defense said that it's they had their own testing done and it's not him.
Mhm.
The bigger picture to me is this. They're talking about DNA under Maddie's fingernails. That's inconclusive and or not pointing to Brian Koberger. That's kind of insignificant she's the lady who Brian had on there, Brian Inton, said this is huge. This is huge. It would be huge if the defense used it, but there's a broader reasoning that we're not seeing. There's something we don't know about that is involved in all of that, or that they're going to try to get suppressed later that has to do with this. I'm telling you, because it doesn't make sense for the defense to bring this up in a closed court hearing and then say, my people say it's not him, and we just want this thrown away. Why? That makes no sense. I'm
No.
telling you, it's something we don't know. Joni says,
But hopeful. The judge saying that everyone should know.
y'all, I'm going to tell you right now, Maggie, you know what we need? We need an overlay that is like hip, hip for Hippler, because I'm digging the judge.
Oh,
I
I'll
love
have
the
to do that.
judge.
I'll
Hip,
do
hip
that.
for Hippler. All right, you guys, that's our new motto for during all of this. Joni says, I think it's because it could possibly be BK DNA. They're afraid the jury won't go for excluded.
Mm.
There's our favorite Hawaiian in the whole wide world.
Hello, dear.
If the evidence matches the
how you guys
timeline
doing?
of events, we're well. Thank you for being here.
There's always a bit of a delay with Sean.
Yeah,
that's what I wanted to discuss. That's what I wanted to discuss. I was wondering if video footage and evidence would match the timeline on if they were using that as proof of him being not guilty or guilty of the crime before the murder, the events that happened between them. Because every club, every dance hall, every bar has a camera, and if they recovered evidence at that place and location, and it matches the timeline of them being there, and it could go two ways,
yeah, I get what you're saying. It's hard to hide from the world anymore. It really is.
Yeah.
Digital Maniac says, I
Yes.
have to say, I re-listened to the audio of Koberger supposedly calling into a YouTuber and the audio of him making an appointment for a haircut. And I have to say, it sounds the same. That happened in the earlier days, right? Digital. I remember something about that.
What's that?
Listen, so Digital Maniac says, I have to say, I re-listened to the audio of Koberger supposedly calling into a YouTuber. So supposedly he had called a YouTuber and the audio of him making an appointment for a haircut. So there was an audio that came out where he was leaving a message to make an appointment to get a haircut. And
Yeah.
then supposedly he called into a YouTuber. I forget who it was. You can mention it. It's fine. And they matched up the sounds of the audio recording of him leaving a message for a haircut, and then him coming and talking to a YouTuber, and they say that the voices sound the same. That happened in the very earlier days.
Beginning.
Yeah.
Round
And
the
Lunch Lady
paparazzi.
do
And
what?
when he was doing the paparazzi, well, we think he was doing paparazzi.
Oh,
But then-
I 100% agree. Go ahead, Sean.
But then, by that time, the statute of limitation already passed. They can't use that as evidence.
Yeah, but the
Because they only have
statute.
a short time to use the evidence as proof.
Wait a minute. Wait, we have to ask
The statute of
Badass.
limitations.
We have to ask Badass about that because I
If they
thought
could get a
it was
hairpiece, that would have been better.
no. I think that when there's a court here, when court has not
Oh,
been,
see,
if there's an open court case, you could go back 20 years and use anything for evidence.
yeah,
I'm
now
pretty sure.
you can. Before, remember, judges didn't allow.
Yeah. Digital Maniac, he's just
I
weird
know
enough
in
to
the
call
80s
a
they didn't
YouTube.
allow that. They didn't allow that.
That is true. He's cocky enough. He
Yeah,
feels
he would.
he's too into himself. He thinks he's a god, and he is weird enough to have done something like that. That's for sure. Anne says, Leanie, I always find it suspicious when prosecution comes with an inconclusive test result. It always makes me think they're lying just to prove their point.
Mm.
I mean, it could be. But why would they do inconclusive? I mean,
Yeah.
listen, this is why I say that to me it's minuscule. It's just small potatoes at this point to me. Because if you checked underneath my fingernails right now, if you clipped them, I can tell you right now, you're gonna find dog, you're gonna find let me see, who all have you're gonna definitely find Beefcake. You're gonna definitely find my bonus child. You might find I mean, these girls lived in a cesspool of DNA.
But I
Peop-
thought they'd be looking for the likes of if they'd clawed someone, if they'd scratched them, like the likes
but
of that type
right,
of.
that's what they would be looking for, right? They would be
Yeah,
looking for Coburger DNA underneath the nails.
yeah.
But since it came back inconclusive, like I'm not too worried that, oh my God, like I'm not taking it like some people who are pro burgers. I heard Gray Huge say that. I thought it was fabulous. People that think that Koberger is innocent are saying that just goes to prove right there that there was more than one killer. No, it don't. No, it don't. That the DNA found underneath Maddie's nails could be her own. It could be Kaylee's. It could be whoever she was with that night. Y'all, you don't know. All they did was take just to see if they could find Kobergers. They could give a shit less who else's DNA is there. So all of those that are looking to say, oh, that just proves there's at least two more killers, that don't prove shit. Obviously, the girls didn't take a shower and wash their hair when they got home. They passed out on the bed. There's going to be all kind of shit. Lizzo,
Hey,
Liz,
girl.
Lizzo's here.
Hello. Hello.
Hello, love bug. How are you?
I'm okay.
What says you about it? What says you, Miss Crime Fighter? Up the mic. Up the mic.
I don't think this DNA stuff proves anything. It neither proves or disproves anything.
Ah. So why do you think what is the real reason that, I mean, it does bring, there are people who believe Koberger to be innocent. So there are people that are saying, oh my God, there's at least two other killers. So why wouldn't the defense use that in court? Because all they need is one juror to believe
Because
that too.
they're going on. They've already got this that it's been proven inconclusive by whoever it was, the courts, people that do it, and then there's been this independent one that they're taking this inconclusive as to mean that they haven't found his DNA there, that it excludes him. But it doesn't exclude him. And just because the DNA isn't under her nails doesn't mean he didn't do it. That don't make him innocent.
Yeah, that's right. Especially, I mean, I get, hopefully, prayerfully, somebody did, we don't know. They could have a full frontal picture of this guy somewhere, right?
Yeah.
They could. If he's closed.
Could have grabbed him.
Yeah. If he's closed, I mean, would there be a way to even get his DNA? Is that why they want it thrown out?
The
Because
fibers.
yeah, but if we don't have the clothing, then we can't test where those fibers
But
under her nails would
but,
go to.
Yeah, but they
But-
might have got them from the house or the car.
but they didn't
Mm.
actually say, did they, last night, that all the others were tested and it hasn't been found in all the others.
Right. That's what I mean by
Because-
this is just a smaller picture, right? There's
Like,
usually something
led to
bigger
believe
around it.
that Ethan, I was led to believe that he put up a fight, that I thought I read it somewhere that he'd gone to the bedroom doorway to try and stop him coming
And-
in and to protect her, and that's why she was backed up.
Oh.
But that they found it, I thought they found him in the doorway or nearby the bedroom doorway, but it sounds to me like he tried to fight him off.
Well, okay, so I remember. All right, I went back to the very first. Can I just put this out really quick, you guys?
Uh-huh.
Especially for like Digital Maniac, who I think has been following this case from the beginning, like most of us. Listen, if you have anything you want me to take a look at and maybe remind me of, please put it in my email. My email is accordingtoleni@gmail.com. Like, I'm curious to see and listen to the two voices again. So I wanted to put that out there before I forget. But back to this Lizzo. So, and fuck me, I forgot what I was saying. Y'all ain't
You were
funny
going to
to me,
go
huh?
back. You were going to go back.
Oh, I went back. Okay, so I went back, Lizzo. You reminded me of this. I went back yesterday to the very first police pressers, right?
Yep.
And one of the officer, the police chief there said in one of the earliest pressers, he said that how did he put it? It appears that a couple of them, he said, or some, he said a couple or some, it's definitely where he's referring to more than one, put up a fight.
Yeah.
And then do you remember, Lizzo, when Steve Goncalves he really thought the target was his daughter because he knew she had put up such a fight against him.
Mm-hmm.
So, and then also, I don't remember where, or I'm struggling like remembering where I heard it and stuff like that. I remember hearing that Ethan Chapin was almost decapitated.
Yeah.
Do you remember that?
Yeah.
And that when his friends got there, when the friends were called and they ran in the house, they had to push Ethan away from the door because he was blocking the door.
Right.
Do you remember hearing that? Or I know I'm not
Maybe
just.
that's where that might be where I've got it from, that it was in the doorway.
No, you're right,
thought
Lee,
it was
because I
way
heard that
to the
too.
bedroom. Right.
Yeah,
But yeah, he definitely put up a fight.
yeah.
So, it makes you wonder, would there not be DNA then under his nails?
Right, exactly. So that's what I'm saying. Something for this, just throwing out this where we know it's inconclusive. Something bigger is around it that the defense is just like, all right, let's just leave this out of it. You know what I mean? So they don't
Yeah.
bring up that part. How do you feel about that?
I think the problem is they're putting out information in dribs and drabs. You're finding stuff out in dribs and drabs, so you were not getting the full picture of what's going on.
I got you.
I mean, it sounded
Can
like
anyone
the
hear that
judge
noise in the
is wanting.
background?
Hey, Bees, are you driving with your windows down or your air conditioner up?
Close the window. Got it. Is that better?
No.
No,
Is it Dawn with is it got a fan on?
All my windows are up.
You're driving
But,
right now, right?
Yeah, I am.
Okay, that's what the noise is. It's okay.
I have Bluetooth headset on.
All right. So, what's up, Bees? What you got about
So,
this?
So what I got is, it's been driving me crazy since I've heard that vacuum type thingy, right? So I was in a chat on another channel, and he brought up a really good thing, a point. So if he had supposedly,
Uh-oh.
Oh,
Uh-oh.
You got cut off.
You cut out. Hello, bees.
am
There
I
you are.
back?
You're back.
you're back.
Okay. I don't know why he did that. Anyway, you know how he supposedly had a vacuum type thingy, right? Most
Yes.
likely he took it from the house, right? Most likely, my theory.
Okay.
So I went back and was looking through pictures that people had on their channels from like the crime scene and stuff,
Uh-huh.
like Gray Hughes had and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
So if you go and you look, can I
Uh-oh.
tell you what channel it was on?
Oh, I don't care.
Yeah.
Yeah, go
So
ahead.
it was the DT show. It was the DT show, right? The Drunk
Okay.
Turkey show.
Yep.
So he pulled up a picture of Maddie's, I believe, Maddie or Kate.
Uh-oh.
It was
Maddie
Maddie's
or
room, I believe, or
okay.
Kaylee's room. One of those two.
Oh yeah, that's. I think.
Now, if you look on the wall, there is a. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
There is
Hello?
a vacuum type thingy.
Oh,
Bees.
I did watch. It wasn't what Bees was watching. It was someone else. I can't even think who it was now. But I watched somebody, and he said the same. He was focusing in on this vacuum cleaner thing, and he'd gone back and he'd got a photo of Maddie in her bedroom posing or whatever. We got a few pictures of the bedroom, and yes, she did have one of those handheld hoovers in her bedroom in one of the photos.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh,
I'd be curious to see that because um we were watching Max and I watched
I think it was Chris
listen it
McDonough actually.
Chris
Chris
Madonna.
McDonough.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what we
And
watched.
listen, I just want to say this here. I don't care if you guys listen, if we are talking about, people and what they've reported and things like that, everybody's watching different channels. I don't care that you guys mention the names at all. I don't want their channels dropped because nobody's over there dropping according to Leanie or even talking according to Leanie. But here's the deal. Everybody knows who we're talking about. None of these channels are new. Everybody knows. I don't mind you guys saying them. If they come in here and give me an interview and get on my panel, then yeah, we're going to drop their link. But other than that, we're not doing that. So I don't mind you guys saying where you've been investigating at or what you've been listening to. So, but back to that, I would be real curious because all Maggie and I saw was something hanging on her dresser.
Hair. It looked
Yeah,
like a
but
hair.
if you look at the first picture he showed in the cupboard, you could see stood up there was a a handheld one.
No
In the
shit.
in the first one,
Seen
you
that.
could see
So,
it in the cupboard.
In her bedroom.
Yeah.
so
Oh,
He
well,
showed
listen,
Madonna.
we're gonna need
he,
you to get that together, sister, and
yeah,
bring
he
it
showed
on up.
two pictures. The first picture you could see it was sort of leaned up in sort of the door entrance way. Well, it looked like one of them handheld hoovers in the
I
doorway.
wow, I'd be
I
interested to look
remember
at that.
those. I
I'd
remember
be interested.
those.
Because he didn't mention that to not to my knowledge. He did say if anyone knows what that was hanging on, it's like a
Yeah, he
little
did.
rack.
I mean, that
Yeah,
looked like
because
an item of clothing on the dresser that would
we,
Oh,
my
well, it
mom
was
and
last
dad
night. I
used to
didn't
use
watch
that.
it last night.
I'm sorry, Rex.
So
My
there must
mom
be
and
another
dad
one then,
used to
Lee.
use that to vacuum the cars.
Right.
Yeah.
That's not
What'd
the
you
one
s-
we watched then. I think
I
it
don't
was
think it
last
is.
night, the night before.
But
Is
then
it
This
the same
also,
one?
but what,
Liz,
It,
where
what
he,
hold on just a minute, Sean. Let Maggie
same
finish.
no,
thing.
Go
I
ahead.
don't think it was last night. It was the night before.
Was it the one where he was showing on the dressing table in
Yeah,
Maddie's room?
It wasn't a long clip. It was he wasn't on for long. I don't think it was
Where
just
he shows and he says, if anyone knows, let me know.
yeah.
It's on that
I
one.
think so. Yeah, I think it was that one.
I'll have
But
to
if
look
you
at
look
that because I
closely
didn't.
at the, if you look
Did he
closely,
mention it, Liz?
I'm sure he ringed it, or I'm sure he put a ring
There was
round it.
some things on the floor he was pointing to, wondering what anything. He said, but what I'm interested in, he said, is that. And he pointed
Yeah,
to, and I thought it was one of those, you know, where you get a ponytail and it's got a hole in one end of this. It's like a strap, and you put your hair through it, and then it's got a
yeah,
bendy wire in it, so you can have like a bow in your hair.
yeah.
I thought it was one of them, and I put it in. I posted it. But I didn't hear him mentioning the vacuum, so we'll have to go back and listen to that.
Because I think the point he was trying to make is, what if it was something else shaped like a vacuum, and he was looking at those photos
Yeah.
to see if there were anything else in the room that could be shaped like a vacuum,
Yeah, I think it was
but
17 minutes long, wasn't it?
something like that. Yeah,
Right, do you know
but
what? I'm going to look now while you're
I'm
having a
almost
chat
positive
and
in
see what I
that
can
cupboard
find.
doorway on the first picture. There's the
Okay.
bed and there's the
I'll
cupboard.
take a look now, Lee.
I'm sure it's one of them Hoovers.
Okay, I'll have a look now, see what I can find.
So Maggie and I were talking about this case. We do chit chat quite often about it and try to rack our brains outside of this as well. And we have to remember, Dylan says, now I believe more stuff is going to come out, you guys, that Dylan actually said. I mean, we know for a fact, Dylan, we read it. We know for a fact she was interviewed at least 4 times, right?
Yeah.
That's what came out in that motion. There's got to be more. Good morning, Lulu.
But I think they're trying to discredit her. That's what I think they're trying to do.
But
Or
you know what?
make her-
How can you discredit a eyewitness? You cannot.
Yeah.
There's no. I think they're grasping at straws.
Yeah, I think they're trying to make out she's an unreliable witness. That's what they're trying to make out, I think.
Reliable or not reliable, she looked him in the eyes. And according to one of the interviews she gave, she said that she believed him to be white. She didn't know why he was white, but she knows because he looked at her.
But I also read it yesterday. I read it in an article. I was going through various articles I was researching, and it said that there was witness evidence as well. So, and I was intrigued me, like, who were the witnesses? Because there's her, but who else saw him then? And apparently there are other witnesses that actually saw him.
Now, I've said this all along, and I'm going to keep saying it until the damn court case is done. That they don't put everything in the PCA, y'all. There has to be more. There was footage all around that house.
The judge said, didn't he, that there's too much tape, in secrecy. And I think this is probably what the judge is trying to get at. He doesn't want that much secrecy.
Yeah, there's so much. I mean, you guys, this is going to be a long trial. You guys better get prepared, because just the minutes or the transcripts from that court hearing that they had in secrecy that was just released, that's 175 pages of court transcripts. Well, this is going to be forever. It's going to be a long trial. I'm here for it. I'm so excited. I can't stand it. Bing, back to you.
Yeah, there's so much that we don't actually know.
No, and it's just going to keep coming. And I'm so excited. I don't know if Bees can hear us or not, but just jump in, Bees, and then I'll shut the hell up. You guys hit the like first. I appreciate it so much. Um, I think we're gonna find out a lot. Bees, is that you? Hello, hello. Okay, we can hear you trying to talk, but we hear static.
All right, I'll call back when I get home.
Okay, love you.
Love you.
Bye. Okay, sorry about that. I mean, can't hear. We can't hear. There was something I was gonna say about that. Oh, I hate it when my mind leaves. That's the hardest part about getting
I
old.
would just be intrigued as to who the witnesses are and when he was seen. You know, these that
Right.
say they actually saw him.
Well, and the thing is that there is that video cam. There's that video cam right there at 1112
Yeah,
that is facing the house, you guys. What did it see?
yeah.
What did I'm with you, Lizzo. I am with you. I think for sure 100% that there's either video of him or somebody else has seen something. What says you, JB?
Hey y'all, I have a cold, so it might be hard to understand. Can you hear me?
We can hear you just fine.
Okay. I'm not up here to talk about the vacuum cleaner or anything like that because I don't know anything about it. I haven't really kept up with this case. As much as you have, I have kept up with it as much as the average person. And I was wanting to talk about what the defense is bringing in constantly to the point they had to shut it down. You can't, you've already said it. You can't believe what the defense says. For one thing, they filed a ruling. They tried to get it ruled that they couldn't use the trash cover. A trash cover is when they collect your trash and go through it. They
Uh-huh.
said they didn't have a subpoena for that or a warrant. You don't need one. I've done hundreds of them. It's not, there's no right to privacy once the garbage truck picks up your trash. So that's where they got his DNA and probably a lot of other people's DNA all mixed up. As far as the fingernails is inconclusive and a mixture of DNAs, they know what's in that. And it probably includes Brian Koberger. And they're trying to get it thrown out. If it didn't have him, obviously, they wouldn't throw it out. Or it's attached to another package of evidence that does indict Koberger.
Oh, wow.
So it might not just be this one piece of evidence. It might be attached to a group of like 10 pieces of evidence. You got to have them all or throw them out. So there's that too. There's a lot of different things that we don't know about that they're doing behind the scenes. So that's about the DNA. Don't believe anything the defense puts out. They're trying to throw us off because we might be on the jury. And Leanie might be on the jury.
Oh, God.
So
Guilty!
they want you to already think he's not guilty because they've got it all screwed up. And they don't have it all screwed up. It'll all be sorted out in court.
I'm glad you're up here. For those of you, I think everybody in our channel knows who J Badass is.
Oh, yeah.
She is a retired FBI agent. Listen, this is what I want to ask you.
Mhm.
There has been, and rightfully so, a lot of, because of some cases and some crimes, we as people who watch this stuff and invest ourselves in this stuff, we have learned really fast to discredit a lot of things that law enforcement tells us, and that's the whole realm of law enforcement, not just a city or council, police department, the whole realm of it. We always feel like, damn, they're not doing enough. Damn, I could have. Damn, bring in the FBI. Damn, do this. We give them hell if it goes over 12 hours of not finding an arrest. And I thought I had learned this from the years of following Delphi, that I was like, I will never, ever sit back and think, again, why can't police just find this person? There has to be DNA, or there has to be you know what I mean? Like, they're not doing enough, in other words, right? And then here comes the Idaho 4 thing, and it took them almost 3 weeks to make an arrest. And I was like, how did I fall into that again? Where I just thought, what the hell is the police doing? You know what I mean? Like, I was bitching about it the whole time. Like, shouldn't take this long. This is not, I mean, this is a lot.
I remember when he was arrested, and that police chief in Moscow, however, when he spoke, I could see the twinkle in his eye that they had a ringer.
I remember that.
Everybody saw that.
Yeah, I remember that. And I remember watching
They
that.
don't do that over circumstantial DNA that they haven't even got the results back on yet.
Wow, that's true.
And
I
you know
do
how many
remember
press conferences they had for my cases? 0. And my cases were never in the news. You know how many terrorist attacks that the FBI stopped at the beginning of the year that nobody knows about? Around 20. Because that's not publicized. It's actually secret information when they stop a terrorist attack. They only get in the news if they succeed and get everybody.
Maggie, what'd you find, honey?
Okay, I've got the clip that Lizzie was talking about. He says a cylinder type object, and he points to it. Do you want me to bring it up?
Yes, you can. Fair use, you guys. This is from the interview room. Now that we're bringing up his work, we can drop his link. Listen, Maggie and I love, and a lot of you might love, Chris Madonna. Check him out. I think he's a smart man. He's 20 years. What was he? A forensic investigator, you guys?
Yeah.
Crime scene investigator. He's seen on court TV a lot. Nancy Grace gives him hell. We love it because she doesn't call him Chris or Detective Madonna or Mr. Madonna. She's like, Chris Madonna. So I'm calling, if Nancy can call him that, Maggie and I are calling him Chris Madonna from the interview room that I found on YouTube. So if we don't mind, we can drop his link because Maggie's going to go ahead and bring up his work. And this is for fair use. Disclaimer: Copyright Act of 1976 gives allowance for this content to be used for purposes of criticism, comment, news research, news reporting, teaching, scholarships, for according to Leanie to use it any time she needs to. That. Go ahead, Max.
Yeah, thanks, Chris McDonough from the interview room. Oops. So
can you see? Oh, it's the one
a
behind.
cylinder type object, and there's another arrow there. That's what she said in the
one
closet.
Behind her is the one that I think looks like, the collection part where you collect all your muck. That it looks like one of them.
Okay, on the left or the right are you talking about, Lizzo?
I'm talking about on the right of her. That the one to the right looks like.
Yeah, the one that you pull off and empty in the bin.
Yeah, the bit that you empty.
The cylinder,
like.
Yeah, that's what he said. A cylinder type object. It looks like a cylinder type object. So does everyone see?
He's pointing to another one as well in cupboard, isn't he? I'm not sure what that one is, but
I never seen that one.
I never seen it either.
No, and this one, this is the one that was on the dressing table. Now, when you first look at it, it looks like something rigid, but he's saying it's something to do with the hair. So I think it's what I explained to you before. It's like a piece of material. It's got a wire inside and a hole at one end, so you pull your
we can't see it, Maggie.
Around your hair. What?
We can't see it. We're still on the first picture.
Oh, sorry.
It's okay.
So there it is there.
That looks like one of them ponytail things, a hair extension thing or whatever.
You put your hair, wrap it round your hair because it's got a wire in it, and then you put one half of it through the hole, and then just pull it tight and twist. Yeah. I think it's one of them, but I don't know.
I think it
doesn't have a strap on. See a strap on it?
Yeah, like he
You
said
see
that
my
it was.
case there?
He said
No.
it looked like it had straps, but I don't see that. I just see like the
I can see
ponytail
the
thing.
strap just falling down the
Oh, I
side
can, yeah, yeah.
to the left a
That,
bit. Can you see it?
yeah, they're the bits that you wind around, aren't they, to hide the. If it's the one that I'm thinking, it's got the hair and it's got
Yeah,
the
but that's
bobble
dark
thing.
hair, so that wouldn't be Maddie's. I don't think it's that. I think it's a bow. If it's a hair thing, I
Bow.
think it's the bow with the metal wire inside that you can bend all different ways around. You can put it on your head.
Oh, I know what you
You
mean.
can, yeah, you
Oh,
can
I
wrap
know
it
what you
around your
mean.
ponytail or a bun.
Yeah, yeah, I know what you mean
It's got a
now.
wire in it, you remember?
Yeah.
If it's one of them, but I don't think it is. But that
But
hasn't
whatever
got a
it is,
pole to it.
it's not rigid. Whatever it is, it's not.
I mean, there's a toilet brush. That's a toilet brush on the end of it. Oh no,
Yeah.
it's not. It's a
No,
drink.
it's a drink. It's a
I'm
cup.
thinking it's a
Oh,
toilet
I
brush
thought
because
it
it
was
blew it
toilet
up.
brush.
Now let's remember what Dylan said. Dylan said it's a vacuum type object.
Yeah.
I just
See
don't
that?
think that looks like a vacuum type. I think this right here.
Mm.
And this is what I
Did
thought when I
everyone in
saw
chat
this
see
picture.
that?
Now it could have been either of them because they look like vacuums.
Right. My question is, and this is what I thought, and you guys let me know what you thought. The minute that I saw this picture is, remember the the police said that there were some that put up a fight. We believe that Kaylee put up a fight. Okay. Did she come at him so strong that he had to pick something up from the room and hit her with it?
Or the other way around, did she pick an object up and hit him with it and he's had to take it with him because his DNA would be on it?
Right. But the deal is that if she had gotten out of that bed, why would she have climbed back up in the bed to be found in the corner slumped over? So I don't think it's her picking it up. I just don't. I think just in the mix of fast, the the fury of it, maybe. I mean, he wasn't done with Maddie. Here comes Kaylee. She's coming at him, and he grabbed it and knocked her sideways with it, maybe, and then went at her. Because if Kaylee was able to get out of that bed and grab something on the floor, why would she jump back in the bed? Why wouldn't she just run out of the room?
Yeah.
At some point, she ended up back in that bed to be found sitting in a slumped over state. You know, that's where she was found, sitting up against the wall.
I don't think Sana was in bed because she was up, wasn't she? She was on TikTok, but I think she was up and down.
Yeah, I think she was up and down as well. But I don't think I think these two were the only ones that were found on the
Sleep.
bed.
Yeah, yeah.
And remember when they when they did the first presser, if you guys remember, when he did the first presser, this place had not been totally gone through yet, right? Like they're still in there. They have already notified the parents. The first presser came out late that night, didn't it, or first thing in the morning? And so the bodies were still exactly where they were at. The house was still intact completely the way that the investigators found it. So they were still getting interviews from people. So I think when he did the first presser, he said that they something about that they were all sleeping during
Yeah,
the
they were all
time of the
sleeping.
attack,
Yeah.
right? But obviously they would not. We can ask JB this. Obviously they would not have time to look through Xana's phone to see, wait a second, Xana was not sleeping because right here she's on TikTok.
Yeah, neither her nor him. Her
Right.
or partner were asleep.
Mary Jane wants to know, was her dustbuster missing? We don't know. All we know is that Dylan Mortensen said at least twice to two different investigators that she saw him with a vacuum type object in his hand.
And she knows what a vacuum looks like. So if it was an actual vacuum.
Yeah, and they all lived together.
Mm. Yeah.
So she would have known whatever
Yeah, so it's got to be
Maddie had.
something to do with a vacuum.
So that makes you think it's not
I
a vacuum.
can't see him
but it's
having anything
something
in
that-
his hands. I don't know, because he'd be just wanting to get out of there.
So maybe it was like a kit bag. It was some sort of, I don't know.
Now
Or was he
remember,
pushing the gun in the cylinder? Not the gun, the knife down into the tube.
yeah, because where would he have
Righty.
put?
Yeah.
Where would he have put the knife? Where would he have put the knife? And
I think
remember,
he's realised the sheet's gone and he's looking around for something frantic to hide it in.
yeah,
In case, you know.
could be, or that he, because I believe he did bring a kill kit. And listen, I think he thought he had more time to do what he was going to do because he only went there to kill her.
20 minutes, 15 minutes. Oh my God,
Yeah.
killing 4 people.
He could have done all kind of stuff if he had that 15 or 20 minutes just to work with this one person. He wouldn't. If it was only one, if he only had to deal with the one person who he went in to do this with, he would not have left that knife sheath.
No.
Because he would have had time to look around, gather his thoughts, calm himself down, go on about how he had it planned in his mind. And because where did we got to, Dylan says that when he was walking towards her, that she saw him with a vacuum type object in his hand. Now we have shown how his left hand, depending on the light, would probably be dark to her. He would probably be carrying that in his right hand. But as he turned, when he was turning away from her, she would have seen his other hand and maybe she did. We don't know. Maybe she said, I saw a knife in his other hand, and they just left that out of the PCA. What says you girls?
Yeah, I
Or
agree.
was the weapon really in that vacuum type object?
I don't know, Lou. I'm up the wall with that.
Yeah, I can't see that he would leave the house with the weapon on display for,
I think if it's anything to do with it, Uber, it's one of the M bits to hide the knife in. The only thing I can think of.
He would have a bag to put the knife in, but he would realize his sheath wasn't on it, and he might have walked around for a minute looking for it. And it was under a body, and he just couldn't find it.
Yeah, he didn't go back
In
up
which
there.
case, then he might have tried to find something to put it in to conceal it.
Now we also over when it gives the list of things that I was watching my friend Nancy, and she was talking about the things that were taken out of his house, the list of things that were taken out of his house, and what they had said they found in the house and stuff. Why? And Nancy asked this question, so I'm going to ask it too because it's good journalism. Why did Brian Koberger, I'm trying to say it like her, why did Brian Koberger?
Are you flicking your eyes?
Yeah, I'm doing I'm opening my eyes, closing them, staring at people. Why did Brian Koberger have a vacuum canister in his closet? Not just shoved in the closet there, back in the back of the closet.
Receipts, with receipts.
With receipts. Anybody? Anyone here got an extra vacuum canister laying around? I mean, we're all from different walks of life. We're all from different countries, different states, different cities. Anybody here? Let me know.
Extra canister or extra vacuum?
No, just an extra canister. Just an extra canister. Anybody got one?
I didn't know how you buy those.
I think it came off an old vacuum.
Yeah,
and he's got it.
It might be off that vacuum that we're looking at.
Could be off her vacuum, and he's put the knife in there.
Oh God,
Mhm.
I hope so. I hope so, but I just
That's
really
the
think
ringer.
mm, yes. Yeah. Yeah, we need to pull up his let me see if I can find it while y'all chit chat. Maggie, I know you got something to say. Hello everybody. Thank you so much for being here. We appreciate you. Hit the like for us. We appreciate it. I'm going to try to find I'm going to find the video of the sheriff when he's talking about the last interview he gave um right before they arrested Brian. I'll BRB.
Okay. I mean, you can say, can't you? It was probably the knife she seen, when but she'd say, wouldn't she? It was like a knife, but she's saying a
Well, yeah,
vacuum
once
type
you, yeah,
object. She's
yeah.
actually saying that, so it's got to be something to do
Well,
with
witnesses are not reliable.
no.
No.
I
I
mean,
worked a few bank robberies. I didn't work bank robberies, but I helped out. And when I would interview the people in the bank, they'd come in one at a time to talk to me. They all said a different color shirt, different color pants than the
yeah,
actual subject that we had in custody. We knew exactly what he was wearing. But I'd just sit there and take the information, and it'd always be wrong color hair.
yeah,
They see what they want to see in their heads.
yeah. That's what I mean. And with it being dark, your eyes can, you play up, can't you? Think you
She
see
didn't want to
things.
think knife. That's too scary.
Yeah,
She thought, why has
maybe.
he got a vacuum cleaner?
Yeah, but I don't know. I just think, did he have something that he had something, and for whatever reason, to it, it's looked like some type of vacuum type object. What could it have been? I mean, say it's
Why was
nothing
she
to
so
do.
scared
Say
then?
it's nothing
With the
to do
vacuum cleaner.
with a vacuum. What could it have been? Apart from the knife, what else would it have been he was holding?
He could have had a
Anyone?
gun with him. He could have had a gun or a shotgun, short
Yeah,
shotgun or
because they found a gun in the flat, in the apartment.
uh-huh.
So,
It could
yeah,
have
and
been
that,
in a
mind you, if
holster.
he was holding that down and
It
it
could have
was
been in a
dark,
holster too.
yeah, it'd look like that, wouldn't it? Suppose.
It wouldn't look like what you showed, but it could.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
we don't know what it looked like.
We
Wasn't
haven't
one
got a
of the
clue.
girls wasn't even supposed to be there? She was supposed to be away
Yeah,
that weekend.
Ethan and Zanna weren't supposed to be there.
I thought one
She
of the
came to
girls though
show
as
them.
well. I thought one of either Maddie or Kaylee wasn't
Oh yeah,
supposed to
one of
be
them
there.
girls. Yeah,
Uh-huh.
and
Okay.
Lily
Yeah,
will
let
know
me
more.
Especially
yeah,
Ethan wasn't.
okay. So Ethan didn't live there. He was just staying the night with Xana. So I'm sure he didn't expect him to be there. Okay, he expected Xana to be there. Listen, Xana's on a different floor. He could sneak in, go straight upstairs. Xana would. That's what he's thinking. I think that he drove around, waited for the lights to go out, maybe everywhere or just low lighting, and he could sneak himself in and go on upstairs and do what he's going to do. Kaylee was not supposed, she had already moved out of the house. She was done. So she was not supposed to be there. She was coming, she had only come back to show off her car and to go to uh the football game, which is the last picture that was taken of all of them being together was that day. Go to the football game and go to a sorority party. Okay, so they kind of had a jam-packed kind of weekend, Friday, Saturday thing to do. And then I guess she was leaving out on Sunday morning. But that never happened. So the people that were not expected, he didn't think was going to be there was definitely Kaylee. I'm sure that was a big surprise to him because remember her car, he would not have known her car because
Yeah.
nobody else knew it.
And if he
And
was going to target Maddie, then he's got more than what he bargained for, hasn't he? He's gone in and Kaylee's
Oh
there,
yeah,
so he's had to
Haley's
double
right
up.
there. Yeah. Yeah.
yeah.
So and then also I guess he just didn't count on Ethan staying the night. All right, let me
Yeah.
go back and do what I was doing.
Yeah, he's definitely. He's. I think it's right to think that he's got there. He's gone straight up to Maddie's room, realised Kaylee was in there with her. So he's killed her too. And
Yeah.
then he's heard the noise downstairs. And that's when he's realised somebody else is in the house, and he's gone frantic and just gone wild. Terrifying, isn't it? They just think he took 4 people out in less
Yeah.
than what, 15, 20 minutes.
Same as
That's how
Ted Bundy
frantic.
at the nurses'
Yeah.
dorm.
Is that how long was
Yeah.
it? How long was it for him?
Well, I don't know, but
Did-
I don't even
Just
remember how many he killed, but he hurt like 6 of them though.
my God,
So same
crazy.
thing. You can, when people are asleep or got their
Yeah,
guard
the
down,
adrenaline
can
as
do a
well, isn't
lot.
it? That you get from it. Yeah, I think they were all asleep as well. I think they were all asleep in bed
You think
when
so?
Ted Bundy. I think they were all
Oh, Ted
asleep.
Bundy. Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah,
Yeah, they
horrible.
were. He even hit one with a rock.
Oh,
I think
God,
so.
it's
It's real
awful.
similar case. He would
It
have went
is.
on the same if, but our technology today
I
wouldn't
wonder
allow
if
it.
is he still alive, Ted Bundy?
Oh, they
No.
executed him in
Did he get executed?
96 or something like that. I remember driving to
Oh,
work and listening to it. They started playing Knocking on Heaven's Door when he was
oh
executed
God.
on the radio.
Why was that? Is that just like a joke?
It was, celebration that he was executed.
Yeah. Oh my God. How long do them executions take, JB?
Um, I don't know. I've never been to one of
Have you
those,
ever,
but
I was just going to say, have you ever
no,
been?
no, I
Um,
never worked anything that was a death penalty type case. I worked,
could you sit in one of them?
yeah.
Yeah, I could if it was something like, I mean, every mate is horrible, but
I
if
couldn't do it
someone
every day
harms
like those.
my child or something like
Oh
that,
yeah,
then yeah, I'd sit there. Yes, I'd
right.
sit there. I'd want to do the execution.
I'd want a pulse switch. Yeah.
Yeah, I'd want to
But
do
I
it.
couldn't do
Yeah.
it every day like those people.
No, some of the you've just got to
Especially they
turn
get to
off.
know them, and it's hard.
Oh God, yeah. So are they just work in the prison?
Yeah,
Like they don't just work in there.
right. They're there with them every day, so then they have to
Oh
kill
my
them.
God.
Shouldn't be saying that, but
That is,
forget I'm on
yeah, that
TV.
is. Do they know? Do these murderers know who's down to execute them, or do they find
No.
out just on the day?
No, because don't they have a bag? The one that actually pulls the switch usually has a face covering.
I thought that was just in the
That's
movies.
well, it used to be like that here in the States. It's not like that anymore. You're actually separated by a wall.
Oh,
The tubes are going in through a wall that are hooked up to his IV, and so the person who, and this is for,
He's gonna get firing squad.
I hope so. Let's
yeah.
go.
And my
Let me.
grandfather's brother was executed in 1922.
Oh wow, wow. Sunshine
Who?
says, who is right over there in Idaho. Let me jump in chat really quick. Sunshine is over there in Idaho, and she said, I have an extra canister that I use for parts. I have 3 vacuums, one upstairs and one downstairs. Wow. I would have never
one
done
To
upstairs,
that.
be
one
honest,
downstairs too.
I've got an
Yeah,
handheld
but
one with
she
an
said that
answer.
she has that extra canister that's just
Oh,
used for parts. You're the only person I've ever heard say that, Sunshine, but good on you for not spending so much
yeah.
money, because I would just be like, this thing's broke, buy me another.
Yeah, I
Lolly
get a
said,
different kind every time.
yeah, had all of them been killed when Dylan saw him? Yes. So Dylan said that she watched him walk
On his way
towards
out.
her on his way out, and he turned and
Oh
towards
God.
the sliding glass door, and that's when the police believed that he was leaving the house.
Listen, can you imagine that fear though? Can you imagine that fear? Because I'd still be frozen now. I would still be frozen. I wouldn't have been terrified to make any noise whatsoever in case he was still there. I'd have it in my head that he was still there, even if I saw him
Oh
walking
yeah,
out.
and that's what I think, and that's part of what I think happened in this whole. I don't know, but I have to believe, just so I could get through this, that I believe that's what it was. Just a
That's
terrifying
what
fear.
happened.
But
Mm.
I know, and I get scared of stuff, you guys. But if my phone's sitting right there, don't think I ain't calling one of y'all or calling my family or calling my husband down the.
Yeah, but
You know
if
what I
I was
mean?
that scared, Lenny, I'd be terrified. I'd probably sit there for an hour, scared
Not
to
for 9
breathe.
hours. Not for 9
No,
hours.
no. Oh no, I
You could
totally
ring them.
agree. I don't know how that happens.
She could have dialed the
So-
number even if she daren't speak because she's scared. She could have
Mhm.
just
Yeah.
connected to the
Just
police. and they could have-
911 and leave it right there.
Yeah.
Well, listen, I just want you to know that I've crocheted a baby house while I've been sitting here.
Well, we appreciate that, Maggie.
Yeah,
And while
I
you
just thought
continue
I'd
to
tell you.
crochet, can you take that picture down? I'm gonna put up. I have put up. Whenever Chief Fry, I couldn't find his.
I forgot that was still up there. That's because I'm crocheting. Well,
It's
listen,
okay.
before you get into anything, I'm going to cut loose.
Okay, you cut.
And, I'm going to cut loose.
You have a safe
I will.
trip.
I'll
Maggie.
contact you anyway. Let you know I've arrived once I'm there and in the hotel and whatever. And I'll be in these lives. I'll be there.
I'll be there. Come on, everybody, let's sing it.
I'll
be
reach out my hand to you.
Keep going,
Have
Maggie.
faith in all
Oh,
you
you
do.
do. Go ahead, Maggie.
Just call my name and I'll be
I'll be
there.
there. All right, there you guys go. There you go.
know, baby,
Bye,
yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I was going to hit those big notes. Ah, you ruined it for me. Damn it. Listen, it's a good day when panel is singing together. Off tune.
And lunch lady's buying a car.
Lunch lady's getting her a new automobile. Yay on you. We want pictures.
She don't want it.
Oh, she don't want it. Oh, that's a horse of a different color.
She got a fast car.
Oh, I love that song. I love me some Tracy.
Tracy Chapman.
Love that woman. Listen, Maggie, have a safe trip. We love you.
Yeah,
Safe and refreshed and beautiful, like we know you will. Soak up that sunshine. Soak it up.
Oh, I will. I believe it's the weather's quite nice. When it's not roasting, but it's a lot warmer than here. So yeah, I'll enjoy that while I can, when I can. So yeah, carry on with your show, Lee, and I'll speak to you tomorrow. People everywhere, I love you.
Love you,
Including
Maggie.
Nancy
Love
Grace,
you.
and you, Chris McDonough. I love you all.
Ah.
Bye, Mags. Love you.
Stay
Good
safe.
night and God bless everyone. Love yous. Bye.
Bye.
Bye. Bye, Liz. Bye.
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 All right. So I'm gonna pull this up. This is when they held the presser, Chief Fry. This is Chief Fry of Idaho, Moscow, Idaho. Held the presser right after Brian was arrested. I haven't found the one that he did the night before this, where you could actually see he was holding back, smiling, because he knew something was up. You guys, he's like, "We got our man," but he couldn't tell us because it was all secretive. All right, let me go back over here. I cannot see chat, you guys. So we got mods up here. They can see it. They can answer you. They could do what they got to do. All right, here we go. Let's listen to this. Oh,
Thank you for coming today. Last night, in conjunction with the Pennsylvania State Police, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, detectives arrested 28-year-old Brian Christopher Kohlberger in Albrightsville, Pennsylvania, on a warrant for murders of Ethan, Zana, Madison, and Kaylee. I want to personally thank these agencies for their assistance in this case. Koberger resides in Pullman, Washington, and is a graduate student at Washington State University. We will provide as much information as we can about the extradition to Idaho and the criminal process. However, due to Idaho state law, we are limited in what information we can release today until Kohlberger has his initial appearance in Idaho court. I want to express my appreciation to our local community, the people of Idaho, and those throughout our nation who provided information to help us investigate these murders has been very impressive. We've received over 19,000 tips, and we've conducted over 300 interviews. To recap this case, on the evening of November 12th, Kaylee and Madison arrived home at about 1:56 a.m. after visiting a local bar and street food vendor. Ethan and Xana were at the Sigma Chi house before arriving home around 1:45 a.m. The two surviving roommates had also been in the community but returned around 1 a.m. On the morning of November 13th, a 911 call was made at 11:58 a.m. reporting an unconscious person at the residence. The call came from inside the home from one of the surviving roommates' cell phones. Moscow police responded and found 2 victims on the 2nd floor and 2 victims on the 3rd floor. On November 17th, autopsies were conducted and the Latah County coroner confirmed the identity of the 4 victims. The cause and manner of death was homicide by stabbing. Some had defensive wounds, and each had been stabbed multiple times. These murders have shaken our community, and no arrest will ever bring back these young students. However, we do believe justice will be found through the criminal process. This was a very complex and extensive case. We developed a clear picture over time, and we stand assured that the work is not done. But be assured the work is not done. This has just started. Since November, we have remained laser focused on pursuing every lead in our pursuit of justice for the victims and their families. I recognize the frustration with the lack of information that's been released. However, providing any details in this criminal investigation might have tainted the upcoming criminal prosecution or alerted the suspect of our progress. We will continue to provide as much information as we can as the process moves forward. Today, I want to specifically thank our dedicated Moscow Police Department detectives, patrol officers, the Idaho State detectives, the Idaho State troopers, and their crime lab technicians and scientists, and the Federal Bureau of Investigation for the resources and personnel to conduct this massive investigation. It was the dedication of them and the persistence and the numerous hours that led to an arrest. Fortunately, these highly skilled people worked together as a cohesive team to solve this case. I also want to thank our community and the nation. Over the past 6 weeks, I've been continually reminded of how much our community cares. Locally, public support has been exceptional with kind words, food for investigators, and letters of support. You will never know how much your words of encouragement help us through these trying times. I appreciate each of you and each of your kindness. Agencies and individuals from across the nation have reached out to us to express their support to this department. I'm reminded how our Moscow community, our families, and the nation has been impacted by this daily. Finally, I do want to thank our media partners for the help. You kept this in the news. You helped us with tips. You kept things going, and we truly appreciate that. And you are the product of those 19,000 tips that we received, which is an impressive number. I would like to invite Bill Thompson, the county prosecutor, up at this time.
Good afternoon, folks. My name is Bill Thompson. I'm the Latah County prosecutor. And it's sad to be here, but happy to be here at the same time. As Chief Fry indicated, a criminal complaint was filed yesterday here in Latah County, charging the defendant, Mr. Kohlberger, with 4 counts of first-degree murder, in addition to felony burglary, which involves entering the residence with the intent to commit the crime of murder. Mr. Kohlberger, and let me preface, there is a pending case now in court, and I and my office and the investigators have to live with the restrictions that our Supreme Court places on pretrial publicity. That said, I promise you we will share with you through the court process or otherwise whatever we are allowed to. I just appreciate your patience on that. The factual basis for the charges are summarized in what's called a probable cause affidavit that is on file with the court. According to the rules of the Idaho Supreme Court, that is sealed until Mr. Kohlberger is physically back in Latah County and has been served with the Idaho arrest warrant. At that time, we expect that that affidavit will be available to you so you can share the true facts with all of your readers and your watchers and your listeners and all the people who are interested and really need to know what's going on. So please have patience with us on that. We hope to get that to you as soon as we can. As far as Mr. Kohlberger, I can share with you that he is a graduate student at Washington State University and has an apartment residence over in Pullman. He has had an initial appearance in front of a judge in Pennsylvania. He is being held without bond, and the warrant from our magistrate judge here also provides for no bond. We understand that he's scheduled to be back in court in Pennsylvania next Tuesday afternoon, and that a public defender has been appointed for him there. The process at this point is, since he was arrested in another state, he has the opportunity to either waive extradition and return voluntarily to the state of Idaho, or if he prefers not to waive extradition, then we will initiate extradition proceedings through our governor's office. If we do that, it can take a while for him to get here. So again, I'm asking for your patience and understand that's just the way the system works. Once he gets here, he'll have an initial appearance with our magistrate. They'll deal with issues such as making sure competent counsel is representing him, and the case will be scheduled for further hearings. Your primary source of factual information is going to be the court record, because that's what the Supreme Court says we need to refer you to. So please pay attention to what's going on in court and have people there to watch and hear what's being said. As an attorney, myself and my office, we are limited on what we are allowed by the courts to say outside of the courtroom. So please just work with us. Finally, as the chief indicated, this is not the end of this investigation. In fact, this is a new beginning. Y'all now know the name of the person who has been charged with these offenses. Please get that information out there. Please ask the public, anyone who knows about this individual, to come forward. Call the tip line. Report anything you know about him to help the investigators and eventually our office and the court system understand fully everything there is to know about not only the individual, but what happened and why. Next, I'll introduce Colonel Ked Wells from the Idaho State Police. Thank you.
Let me just stop this right here and thank everybody for being here. Hit the like if you haven't hit the like yet. We are watching the presser from the morning after the arrest of Brian Kohlberger from this is actually in Latah County, Idaho. James Fry is in the background there, the bald, cute guy back there with the dimples. Thank you to JB and Lizzo for being on panel with me right now and watching this together. I think I've already gotten a few things that I've written down that I want to talk about just from this presser that I didn't get before. So it's good to go back and listen to some of the beginning stages of it to understand where we're at as of right now. And that's what I'm trying to do. So here we go.
Well, good afternoon. My name is Kedrick Wills. I serve as the director of the Idaho State Police and certainly want to express our appreciation for your attendance here today. These tragic murders took 4 young, vibrant lives from our community. Nothing we do can bring them back. The only thing that we can do in law enforcement to honor their memories that we know of is to bring this to a successful conclusion. This has been a very difficult time for the families, the university, the community, and the state of Idaho. However, it is also proven that communities come together in tough times. Certainly appreciate the support of the local community and our national audience that has been following us as our investigators have worked through this case. I'm thankful also to you, the media partners, who have helped keep this case in the forefront that generates the tips and we hope will continue to generate information that will help us to a conclusion of this proceeding. I'd like to express our appreciation on behalf of the Idaho State Police to Chief Fry, his leadership, and the entire Moscow Police Department for the way that they handled this from the very beginning. He directed the right people to the right positions that led us to this conclusion today. I've had the utmost confidence in this investigation and in Chief Fry, as well as in Mr. Bill Thompson and the Latah County Prosecutor's Office, who've been a great partner throughout this. Nothing has deterred the commitment of the investigators who've worked on this case, regardless of the organization they represent. It's been very trying and very difficult, as you know, that it has been on those investigators as they do the tedious work that they're so good at doing. The partnerships is what's led here as well. The partnerships between Moscow Police Department, I'd like to express our appreciation with the Federal Bureau of Investigation, specifically the special agent in charge out of the Salt Lake City Division, Dennis Rice, and also the work that happened in the last 24 hours in Pennsylvania with the arrest with the Pennsylvania State Police and Colonel Evanchik with the Pennsylvania State Police. We appreciate what they've done across the nation to help us as well. As Bill shared, this investigation is far from over. In fact, I appreciate what he shared, that this is not an ending, but rather a new beginning. The difference now is, as he shared, that we are dictated what information we can share by the court process and by laws in our state of Idaho. And so we will share, as he shared. Mr. Thompson is absolutely committed to share everything he can share through the court process. We've got to make sure that we don't get in front of that process. And we really deeply appreciate everybody's support here. The relationships that were forged here and the partnerships that were forged have led to this. And based on that is why we're here today. And we continue to believe that the best way we can honor these 4 lives that have been taken is to make sure that we have a successful outcome here. One of the partnerships that's been forged throughout this is a partnership with the University of Idaho. And on that, I'd like to introduce the president of the University of Idaho, Mr. Scott Green.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Scott Green, President of the University of Idaho. Today's news of arrest is a welcome one. It's relief to our university, our community, and our extended Vandal family. The outpouring of support over the past 6 weeks helped sustain us during the most trying time. It provided the strength that helped us navigate the international scrutiny visited on our students and employees. We are truly thankful for the compassion and acts of kindness shown to our community. Kindness is contagious, and it provided the light that reclaimed ground lost to evil and darkness. We first want to acknowledge and thank Governor Little for the early promise of financial support that enabled the university to secure our campus and focus on helping our students and our employees in the wake of the crimes. We also appreciate the Idaho State Police and the highly visible security presence that brought comfort and calm to a community shocked and confused by the senseless crimes. We never lost faith that this case would be solved and are grateful for the hard work of the Moscow Police Department and their law enforcement partners. Vast and committed FBI resources brought important expertise to this complex case. Across the board, dedicated, highly competent personnel worked this case to arrest. This crime has nevertheless left a mark on our university, our community, and our state. While we cannot bring back Maddie, Kaylee, Zaina, and Ethan, we can thoughtfully and purposefully carry their legacy forward in the work that we do. Our students come first. And that was proven each and every day of this investigation. We are committed to safely delivering the college town atmosphere, campus experience, and high-touch quality education for which the University of Idaho is known. With time, we will heal. We will move forward together, and we will remain Vandal strong. With that, I'd like to turn it back over to Chief Fry.
So now we will open the floor to questions. However, I want to remind everyone, as Prosecutor Bill Thompson explained, any factual information regarding the arrest of Kohlberger is currently sealed per Idaho law and will not be released until he has appeared in an Idaho court. Please formulate your questions accordingly. I recognize there are a lot of questions, and I will try to answer as many of them as I can.
Is there an evergreen or a Argonaut reporter?
Lauren Patterson, Northwest Public Broadcasting, Spokane Public Radio. I realize the records are sealed. I guess I'm not too familiar with how it works, but can you tell us what tip, what lead, what piece of evidence really led you all the way from Idaho to the suspect in Pennsylvania?
As I've said in the past, that's part of our investigation, and we won't be releasing that this time. We will have those answers. We'll have them as soon as we can make those available to you.
Then a quick follow-up and a two-parter. Is our community safe, or is law enforcement still on the search for other suspects who might be involved in this attack?
What I can tell you is we have an individual in custody who committed these horrible crimes, and I do believe our community is safe, but we still need to be vigilant, right? We still have talked about this in the past. We always need to be aware of our surroundings and make sure that we're aware of what's going on.
Hi, Chief. How soon into the investigation did police and law enforcement begin to spot Mr. Kohlberger as a potential suspect? And a follow-up, how many tips, if you can say, were specifically related to Mr. Kohlberger?
To the tip part, honestly, I can't answer that question, so I'm not even going to speculate on that. On the other part, that's part of our investigation, and it will come out. I'd like the mic to please come right over here.
Thank you. Dana Griffin with NBC News. Can you confirm that Kohlberger asked whether or not anyone else had been arrested when he was in custody?
I cannot confirm that, or I'm not sure of that information, but that would still be a part of our investigation.
Did CODIS initially return any hits on this guy?
That's still part of our investigation. That will come out. If we could get somebody over here, please.
And then one final question. Is there any message to the online sleuths who slandered and harassed people who they believed were responsible?
There was a lot of speculation going on, and we've always said from the very beginning that we're the official message that comes out, and to pay attention to what we're putting out there to the press.
Oh, I want to stop it right there. Online sleuths, those damn people. Us damn people, Lizzo. JB. We need to mind our own business. Listen.
The press conferences are a new thing, you know. We didn't used to see this on everything.
Yeah.
It's not something they have to do.
Well, that's true. They don't owe us Jack or Jill, right?
Mm-hmm.
But don't you find it kind of annoying, though, that they're like, we need the public's help. And then, you know, us damn online sleuths are sitting here breaking this down moment by moment, you know, and then the minute that they've got their guy, they're just like, go away. You know what I mean? Aren't you kind of playing with the two-edged sword from us, you know?
Well, you know why
They don't care.
Mad? They're mad because the online sleuths were getting more views than they were getting watching them.
Right. Well, yeah. Yeah. And you
they're
know,
getting a lot of things wrong and getting everybody confused.
Yeah, because a lot of what the online sleuths were going with was stuff they were putting out there anyway.
Mm-hmm.
well, and then we have to think about like the family and stuff that that actually had had evidence, of Brian Koberger before the police put it out there that I mean, listen, Kaylee Gonzalez's sisters. Now, I'm not saying the police wouldn't have got there. I'm not saying that at all. They would have got there. Listen, you guys. I'm all for freedom of speech. I'm all for sleuthing. I'm all for that kind of stuff. I'm not for making money off of anybody, but that's a whole different concept to have to delve into. But these guys have been doing this for years and years and years, you guys, years and years and years. And even if you've been on YouTube, God help you, for as long as YouTube has been running. I've actually heard people say they've been on YouTube since the very beginning. I'm so sorry. But anyways, you still don't have the education and the training that an officer, and I'm talking about in any capacity of the law. I'm talking about U.S. Marshals. I'm talking about state troopers. I'm talking about local police. I'm talking about FBI. You do not have, I don't care if you have been into true crime, like I said, since YouTube started, you do not have the training nor the knowledge that these guys have in their first 5 years. Sorry, I'm going to stand on that. Come at me. So I can understand like where the frustration comes in with us, but I just want to say this, on the other side of that page. Listen, don't be shitty with us when you ask for help. We need help from the public. Get this out there. Get this out there to your people. Have your people read this. Isn't that what he said? Isn't that what the prosecutor said? Make sure you put it out there. Have your people read it. Okay. He's talking to online people. So don't be shitty with us when we're continuing to push.
Have they been? I haven't been. Have they been shitty? I don't know. I'm just asking.
No, I'm not just talking about this. I'm not just talking about this case in particular.
Okay.
I'm talking about world, or at least our
Yeah,
nationwide.
when everybody comes at them too much, yeah.
Yeah, but at the same, I get both sides of it. I really, really do. I really do. I kind of liken it to being in the military, right? You've got a sergeant, first class, right? An E7. He's in his 30s. He's been doing this a long time. He's coming up on 16, 17 years of service in the military. And here comes this little 20-year-old warrant officer that just got out of school, and now he outranks him, right? And this 30-something-year-old man that's been doing this for 16 or 17 years now has to take his orders from this 20-year-old that has never seen a day in combat. That's never had to make any decisions. That's the only thing I can liken what this must feel like, to have to deal with us people that are online sleuths, for these guys that are there every day and have done this for years. They know what they're doing. We may not always believe it, but
He's not talking about people like you. He's talking about people like annoying people. I don't want to say any names.
Yeah. I know what you're saying.
Yeah, I know who they're aiming it at, because I remember at the beginning who was around there that was hanging around there. I think that's what they were referring to.
Right.
And they kept pointing the
It's
fingers
out of
at
hand.
every single Jack that came out of the woodwork.
Oh, it wasn't it terrible? Because I remember looking like at the footage from the grub truck and showing it to everybody and believe me, there's not many people in my world that cares like I do. But I'm showing it to people and I'm like, look at this. What do you think about that guy right there? This is before the arrest. And they're like, well, damn, he looks guilty as sin. But did I run online and start accusing him of capital murder against 4 people? No. You ruin lives.
Yeah.
And that's the other point that I want to make, is that they wouldn't be going for the death penalty on circumstantial evidence.
So good. You're right. They got something. Listen, I think
Because if they lose, he goes free, and there's a lot higher standard for death penalties, so there's a lot more chance he could go. I mean, they can give him, murder, whatever, down, play it from death penalty, but they're going for that. They're serious, and they
They're going
got
for the
what they
highest.
need.
Wow, I didn't think about that. That is that's big.
And they're not
That's
offering
big.
him a plea, apparently.
Yeah, they're
Or
going
he'd take
all
it.
in. They're sitting at the poker table and they're going all in because they're saying, you don't know what we have. And
Mhm.
I'm telling you, you're going down. We already know. We just put out there something to, to bait you, but
Yep.
we know it's you. What
They're
says you, Lizzo?
Yeah, they're confident that they've got enough, to put him down.
I
like
just
that.
I never thought of it like that. I mean, I was listening to him talk just like the rest of you guys, and I mean, he is definitely confident. He's like, this is the killer. This is him. This is him. So
Because people think that the police are just wanting to get somebody to get their job done and go home. They don't. They want to get the right person. They don't want an innocent person to get the death penalty. So they're invested in having the right person,
wow,
especially with that on the table.
so what you're saying essentially is that if they didn't think that they had this guy lock, stock, and barrel, that they would just go for murder. Like you killed these
Life without
people,
parole.
life without parole or something like that. But they know they've got him, so they're going death.
Yep.
Wow, whole new way of thinking. All right,
But
all right.
Indiana might be like that. I don't know. Because, this isn't federal, so I don't know that much about the state stuff. This is all state. FBI just helped with the crime scene and stuff, but it's a state case. So
Wow. That's a good way to see it. This is the other thing I wanted to bring up, you guys. I wrote a couple things down of things that they were saying. 19,000 tips. Now, this was prior to Koberger being arrested. How and I like that lady said, the reporter asked him, how many of those 19,000 directed you to Koberger? And he said, I can't say, it's part of the investigation. How many could you imagine out of 19,000 tips? How many of those did? I mean, how many of those did? Even if it was 50 out of 19,000, even if it's 3 out of 19,000, that's a big deal.
yeah,
That's a big deal. And that's all going to come out in court, right?
yeah, everything that's important will.
Mm-hmm. And then also I thought about, how many tips have come in just since he's been, well, we've heard things, right? Once they mentioned his name, people came out of the woodwork. Oh yeah, I was a student of his, and
That's
blah
why
blah
they
blah.
wanted it out there. They wanted to hear everybody's take on it. What that knows him or has seen his car, or that's what they're wanting people to. That's half the tips, probably. People say, I know him from school. He acted weird.
Yeah. And then, so, I mean, we've gotten a couple nuggets that we find very interesting, like that one girl that he met online, and she faked her being sick in the bathroom so he would just leave.
Yeah.
And as he texted her, she's got perfect birthing hips.
Yeah.
Y'all, some guy tells me I got birthing hips, I'm gonna punch him in the nuts.
Yeah.
So yeah, what the hell does that mean? But yeah, I mean, you call me fat fucker, but anyways, it's just an odd thing to say from a first date to some. Who says that? What man would say that even even by the time you're engaged to a woman? Would you tell her you got perfect birthing hips and it turns me on?
No.
Oh no, you wouldn't be engaged long. I mean, it takes a real, I don't even know what kind of mind space you've got to be in to say that to somebody at any point, if you're not married to them for 20 years, to say you got perfect birthing hips. What the hell?
He's definitely a misogynist.
Yeah, you're not getting laid, dude. It's just not happening. It's never happening. And she's telling all of her friends. I'm going to put that out there right now. So So we've heard that. What about the other stuff that we haven't heard?
Yeah.
Hmm.
With things he's actually done to people or
Yeah. What did he does one of his child, because we've heard from a couple childhood friends, right?
Mhm.
And their parents. But have we heard from or do they have somebody that said, hey, we were BFs and we were hanging out in the backyard and he brings a squirrel and mutilates it in front of me. And I was like,
twist
whoa, dude, like,
pops
whoa,
his head
dude.
off.
Yeah. I mean, what haven't
Now,
we heard?
wasn't there some dogs found the week before in a tree?
Yes. Yes, ma'am. There sure were. There sure were.
Hmm.
And not only that, dogs found in the tree, but there was actually what a month before this whole thing, where somebody was trying to get into another house that two college students, two women lived in, and scared they don't know what he was trying to do. All they know is he was trying to come into the house, and one of the girls screamed. The other girl came out like a badass and kicked him or something like that, and he took off running. That was a month before the murders. Listen, I'm not saying it's connected, but
I
if
haven't
it
heard that.
walks
Did they
like,
say it sound like him? I mean,
oh,
did it look like him? I mean,
I'll find it and send it to you, or I'll post it to my community page.
Mhm.
They've actually they got the body cam footage
Oh, cool.
from when the girls called the police. They got the body cam footage.
Yeah, that's the
And
kind
what
of tips
part
they
of
want.
like some sort of chat forum or something where it was something to do with serial killing? Did he either ask people, if they'd ever thought about it, and if they had, how would they do it or whatever? But it was some kind of
He had
forum, or it was something
a
like that.
student thingy passed out and had the students fill out something about serial killers, didn't
Yeah,
So it was
it
an
was
online survey. It was an online survey that he put out. I actually read it off of Reddit the other day, but now I don't know if it's not stated whether he actually wrote that himself. It's definitely a survey and it's written very, very well. And it's asking people whether they have been committed of the crime or not committed of the crime, whether, for their take on murder and how they chose their victim. What did they feel during that time? What did they feel
Yeah.
afterwards? What made them
Oh.
pick that day? It's a whole thing.
Mhm.
And it was, and I don't know if it's been taken down, and then just that Reddit post that I was looking at actually had taken pictures of it. But yeah, that came out. And listen, the lady who was his teacher at DeSales, he already is a criminology student. He's got his master's in it. He was going for his PhD. So the lady who interviewed BTK, bind, torture, kill, BTK, Dennis Rader, she worked with Dennis Rader a lot to write a book. They together wrote a book about serial killings, and she interviewed him a lot. She was one of his professors. Now, she's not talking about the crime and she's not talking about her interaction with Brian Koberger anymore. There have been a couple pictures that have come out of her class where it shows him just sitting there in this blank fucking stare. It's so annoying. But anyways, she's not talking anymore. Maybe she's going to be subpoenaed to this. I don't know.
I'm
Maybe
sure
she's
she
got a
has
gag.
been.
Yeah. So here's my question about that, and I'm sure they're going to ask it in court. Did he purposely take her class because of her interaction with BTK? Because, they could pick classes and they could pick teachers sometimes. Did he purposely go to DeSales because he knew that that's where she taught? Because that's not the only place he could have got his criminology degree from, right? Did he purposely go to DeSales so that he could take her class and understand her and get closer to the BTK whole thing? Was that his person? Was that his hero at the time? Who knows?
Well, he would have done the murders like him and picked one woman at a time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Melly Joe, hello. Hello. Good to see
Hi,
you.
Melly Joe.
Bees is going to jump in chat, on panel in just a little while as well. The other thing
Let me say something to lunch lady. Get in the car dealership and pick you out a car, woman. That's all I gotta say.
I'm exactly like her. My
I
beefcake
don't like car shopping either, but if
and
my
baby
husband
talc.
was trying to buy me one, I'd be in there.
No, they bring me to the car. They're like, "What do you think about this? We've already done everything except for signing the papers." Okay, thanks. Because I
Well,
don't
I
care
would be
what I
in trouble.
drive.
I'm always by myself when I'm buying a car.
So if you guys listened also what the prosecutor said when he laid out what Brian Koberger's being charged with 4 counts of capital murder and burglary. And JB told us yesterday on our live that has to do with exactly what he said, that it's entering a residence with the intent to kill
or commit a crime of any kind.
Or commit a crime. Wouldn't that be premeditation?
Yes.
If they're going to charge you.
You can do burglary, without planning.
So, but what I'm saying is how they look at it is especially if he came with a kill kit.
I think that's where the death penalty is coming from. It was so premeditated; they had to.
So the defense is going to have to defend themselves against that. Eventually, when they run out of motions and the bullshit circus that they're running over there, to try to get the death penalty off the table, because they're not trying to get him off of this murder case. They're not. They know they can't. They're just trying to get the death penalty thrown out. That's all they can do now is try to save his life.
I think they're trying to get him out of it, like OJ out of it.
You think so?
Mm-hmm. Have it just all so confusing that they just let him go. Say we have a doubt.
Wow.
The jury is going to be picked. They're not going to have heard any of this unless they lie. So they're only going to hear what they tell them, and they might think,
wow. What says
you,
Lizzo?
I'd find it very hard to believe that there's anybody left that hasn't heard about it.
There's a lot of people who don't watch the news or crime, though. Here,
I guess so. I just think we don't know all the evidence that they've got, and there's clearly enough, like you say, for him to want to go for a death penalty, because they wouldn't be, like you said, doing that if they weren't confident that they had enough. And there's definite witnesses on the actual day. There was witnesses. That's not that's not just one witness, that Dylan whatever. It said witnesses plural that said they actually saw him. So, and then you've got all the evidence from the cameras that saw his car, and you can't deny it was his car because it only had the one plate on it. So I just think they've got enough evidence as well as the DNA on the knife sheath. I think they've got enough anyway.
and now he's doing jail calls. He might have said something in one of his jail calls.
Yeah. Well, I have heard that his sister quit talking to him altogether. Now, I don't know if that's factual. I don't know. I went looking, you guys, for her, the movie that she did. All I could find was clips on it. And then I kind of looked at it. I was like, there's no way I could sit here and watch this damn movie. It just looks too fake. It's kind of like watching Paranormal Activity or whatever in the freaking woods at nighttime. Do you guys remember that show? What was that show called?
Blair Witch Project.
Blair Witch Project. Oh my God.
I loved it.
Can you believe that thing went viral like that? I was sitting there the whole time going,
I went twice to see it.
oh God, no, I waited till it came out and I was like, oh my God, who thinks this is real? Do y'all think this is real? This ain't real.
I made my mom think it was real until the end. So
Yeah, I couldn't, so that's what just eclipse where I was just like, you guys, no wonder. Okay, I get it, because it's an
A weird
independent film.
family. He
Yeah.
might have confessed to his mom or dad. They might be witnesses.
Mm. Oh. Okay.
I don't know. I don't have any inside information for the record.
Well, I mean, I really do think at least the dad's going to have to testify.
His dad, well, he rode all the way back with him, got pulled over.
Right. He was in that car.
Mm-hmm.
And listen, they were there, maybe his mom too, because when SWAT went in there and got him, they had we read on there that they were all handcuffed. How many cuffs did they didn't they give a amount of cuffs that were used? Anyways, it said on there in the probable cause for entry into the house in Pennsylvania that they everybody was cuffed.
Mm-hmm.
So
that's normal.
I would imagine that they would be called to the stand at least by the defense to say, weren't SWAT just rude to you? They didn't knock and ask for a cup of sugar before
Yes.
they came barging into your home like that.
Rude.
Rude people, rude online people, those sleuth, rude ass SWAT team, FBI bullshit that's going on. All right, let's finish watching this, see what else we can get from it. This is almost over, you guys.
I'm Nancy Liu with News Nation, and we were over at the house this morning, and you told us that the remediation would begin today. It was suddenly stopped. Can you tell us why?
Yes. The house cleanup has been halted, and that came by a legal request from the court.
Christina Corbin, Fox News. Chief, have you identified a motive?
That is part of the investigation, and that will come out as we continue the investigation. But what we still ask is for people to continually send us things in the tip line. We are still looking for more information. We're still trying to build that picture, just like we have stated all along. We're putting all the pieces together, and that will help.
Chief, Veronica Miracle with CNN. Any indication that the suspect knew the victims?
That's part of the investigation as well. It won't be something that will come out at this point in time, but as we continue the investigation and as this case goes to trial, that will be brought forth.
Have you spoken to the families? Can you tell us what they've told you today?
Are you talking the victims' families? Yeah, we have reached out to the victims' family as we always do. We've done that daily, and we've continued to have contact with them.
Hey, Nate Sanford, you mentioned earlier that you're still seeking tips about Brian and that people should still share whatever information they have. Can you speak at all about what specifically people should be reaching out for, like if they know something?
I would say anything and everything. As we've said all along, we know what tips we're looking for. We will take those tips and we will have professionals look at those and decide which pieces of those we need to use for our case. So we ask that everybody would do that.
Angela Palermo, Idaho Statesman. Your department and other investigators on the case took a lot of flack for keeping information close to your chest. Are you glad that you did that? And were you worried about tipping the suspect off?
I will 100% stand behind the way that we handled this investigation. And this all started from day one with our patrol officers arriving on scene, locking down the scene, us calling in the Idaho State Police, us calling in the FBI, and keeping information that was pertinent to this case very, very tight. We want to have a situation where when this goes to trial, there is no doubt that we've done everything right and we've slowed down and we've continued to slow down. We'll continue to do that.
Hey, Chief. Have you guys found the murder weapon or the Hyundai Elantra?
So we are still looking for all pieces of evidence, but we are still looking for the weapon. And I will say that we have found an Elantra.
Stephanie Becker with CNN. Can you tell what it was like when you got the phone call when the police told you that they had your suspect?
I can tell you, for a lot of law enforcement, it was a fairly sleepless couple of days with as we were leading up to everything that we were doing. But what I can tell you is I have faith in those agencies across the nation. I have faith in our officers. I have faith in the FBI, and they did a great job. But sure, there was some times, even throughout the day, that we were always concerned.
Hi, Chief. Don Ubakis, CBS News. Can you talk a little bit more about the suspect's connection to Pennsylvania?
All I know is that he lives in Pennsylvania.
Chief Guy Tannenbaum from Nonstop Local KHQ in Spokane. More about the Elantra. We saw reports that you mentioned that you recovered an Elantra, but can you specify where that was found? And we know that that was one of the biggest pieces of information you were asking from the public to tip. Were you able to provide an information on whether those tips led to this seizure of an Elantra?
That's still part of the investigation that will come out in the future.
Chief Glenn Mosley, Idaho Public Radio here in Moscow. The additional police presence in town and on campus, semester's coming. Is that going to continue?
You will continue to see state troopers in the area. We're talking to Latah County as well. You will see a presence of us that we're always have up on campus. We have assigned officers to that. So you will continue to see a law enforcement presence. Thank you. I'm going to take two more questions.
Hi, Chief. Julie Scott, ABC News. Can you tell us if you eventually had a license plate number to the Elantra and how you tracked it to Pullman?
That's still part of the investigation that will come out.
Chief, hi, Matt Lovelace with the Murrow College of Communication. I want to ask about Mr. Koberger as a graduate student at WSU. Are you aware of if he returned to campus after November 13th? And have you had any communication with departments on the WSU campus about his attendance?
So some of that is going to be followed up as we continue our investigation. We'll be asking some of those questions, but that'll come out in the near future. So what I do want to do is I want to thank you all. You really have been the national voice for us. You've given us the opportunity.
And there we are, you guys. Let me say hi to Jesse. Thank you for being here. Jesse says, motion in Lamine, I forget how to say that word. Number 9, Amazon doc states that a package was ordered and delivered, most likely the K-bar, and defense wants it thrown out. He bought the knife off of Amazon. Listen, that's one of the things I had pulled up for today too, but we just went in a different direction with it. That yes, that's in part of the stuff that was unsealed, that he wants his Amazon cart information, mind you. He wants all that suppressed. He doesn't want them bringing up his Amazon data, his AT&T data. He doesn't want none of that stuff, you guys. What does it say? Have you guys ever thought about what your Amazon cart, if an officer, let's just say Jay Badass comes to your door and she's like, I got a warrant for your Amazon cart and everything you've looked at and all this. Oh my God, she would think I'm a serial killer too. I'm looking up everything.
I wouldn't come to you. I'd call Amazon and have them email me.
That's true. That's true. Yeah, that's true. And going through like your history on your computer and your phone and your TV. Oh, for the love of God.
Takes a while.
But still. Hi, April. Good to see you.
Hi.
So I knew a lot of those questions were going to end with it's part of the investigation. But kudos to the real media out there that was able to ask those questions and at least try to shake something from them, right?
And did you notice the chief said we knew exactly what tips we were looking for?
Yes. Yes.
So
Yeah, just everybody call in every little thing that you know about, even the color of his underwear. We will pick and choose what pieces fit our puzzle. Thank you.
yep.
Chris Madonna, what says you? It's interesting. How the
You
hell
there?
mute myself? I think Maggie's in the background muting me. Shut the hell up. No, it's so interesting to me because I feel like I'm waiting with bated breath. Do you guys feel like that? Like any little piece of that something's coming out. Like, of
Yeah.
course, I'm gonna dig into that document tonight. I'm gonna sit right here at this damn computer and read all 178 pages of the damn thing. Because I'm holding on to everything too.
What document do you have?
The unsealed transcripts from the closed door hearings about motions being thrown out, like when they talked about the fingernails, they wanted that thrown out. When they talked about data like AT&T and all that stuff, and Amazon, they want all that thrown out. So
Can you make a list of what's thrown out so we can
yeah,
see it?
I
And put it on
absolutely
your community page?
sure. Let me do that for you
Do
guys.
it for me, please. I don't want to have to look at it.
Yeah, let me just run on over there. No, I absolutely will make a list because that's
I
why I
mean the
didn't bring it
important
up, you
stuff.
guys. Yeah, I didn't. That's why I didn't bring it up. It's a lot. It's a
Mm.
lot, and trying to get through it. And then you're like this, you. I mean, we read the whole thing, motion about what Dylan Mortensen saw, and we went running with one piece of the vacuum that we thought, and then we went back into it. We're like, hold it. We didn't even read this right. So, right, sometimes you got to read it over and over and listen to it over and over to be like, oh, I get it now. Totally get it.
Mm.
What says you, Liz? Give us a good word.
Guilty.
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 Let me ask everybody in chat this. This is good. Because who was it that said it? It was Bees. Bees said in chat, she said, after everything she's heard so far, she's totally flipped. She believes him to be 100% guilty. Can I ask in chat whether you're has your opinion changed, whether it's guilty or not guilty? What says you, Lizzo? Did you think maybe he was not guilty, or did your opinion
No,
change at any?
I've always thought he was guilty.
Okay. What about you, JB?
Yeah, since I'm going off the police, they
Mm-hmm.
I think if they know, they know.
Aussie True Crime says guilty. So, Aussie, have you always thought he was guilty? Joe Smith says Lena is such a great detective. She figured out who shot. Shut the hell up. Shut the hell up, Joe.
She knows who shot JR too.
I sure do. Sure enough, Magnolia. Has anybody has anybody's mind changed? Just curious.
No.
I mean, I'd be
Lou,
interested to know why, I'd be interested to hear from somebody who thinks he's not guilty
I would too.
as to
I
why they
really
think that.
I really would too. Lulu says, as soon as he was arrested, I felt like he was guilty, could tell 100%. Aussie True Crime has always believed that he's been guilty. April says, guilty, but I still have so many questions. Drop them in. Drop them in chat.
We'll give you answers.
We'll either give you answers, or I'll try to find the answers, or I'll say something really smart that might make sense, y'all. Because I'm an online sleuth. Might make a lot of sense. Aussie True Crime says she's always open. I feel like that's the way. Now I'm diehard. I do a lot of I don't deep dive in a way of and you guys already know this, I don't deep dive in a way of going channel to channel to channel to listen to what everybody has to say. I want to see court filings. I want to see what the police say. I want to see what families say. So that's the way that I deep dive things. And once I've gotten enough of that, it's pretty easy for me to make up my mind. Now, have I always been right? Almost. I'm not gonna lie. But there are times maybe that I have been wrong, or at least thought was going wrong in a direction. But I just don't. I don't know. I think it's hard. It's hard for people to change their mind, right? Even if you believe him to be innocent, you've got something, 1, 2, 3 things stuck in your mind that you heard or you saw that just does not make any sense to you. And that only lead you to believe that no matter what else evidence that they're throwing at you, like a knife sheath with his DNA on it, that doesn't make a difference to you because of this one piece, this one thought that doesn't make sense to you.
I think they found his DNA somewhere else too. They just aren't telling us.
Really?
I'm just thinking.
I would.
That's such a solid case. They seem to think.
There's a hope. God, I hope. Wouldn't that be awesome? Melly Joe says
his trash.
Yeah, because they want that thrown away. They want that suppressed
They
too,
want
right?
the trash cover because they said it wasn't with a subpoena, which it doesn't. Like I said, it doesn't need to have a subpoena. They want that thrown out, and they do that every time in a case because we always find stuff in the trash. We call it a trash cover. It's really just going through the trash. We have weird terms in law enforcement for stuff, but that's what we call it, a trash cover.
But
and we might do it for weeks.
yeah,
Not just
but
once.
my thing is that the defense is the one that wants that thrown out. They want it suppressed. They don't want the jury
They've
hearing it.
seen what's in it.
So in other words, they've seen something there that's really
Condemning.
detriment, yeah, to his
Or they
his
wouldn't
guilt.
work on it so hard because they're already asking a lot. So they would minimize asking for so much to be sealed, but they really want that to be sealed. So there's something in the trash.
Melly Joe says guilty from the start. Sergeant Joe says not guilty, but you don't know what to believe with Sergeant Joe. He just puts little words and names in there that he actually wants to hear me say. I'm not saying them because I'm smart. April says there has to be something other than the knife sheath. Well, I hope JB has answered that for you, that there's something there that's a slam dunk, or they would not be going for the death penalty. They would just try him for murder without parole, or murder, with 4 people, it would probably be murder without parole. Lolly and Pops says guilty. I really, listen, if you're sitting in the bushes or even out in chat and you think he's not guilty, I'm not going to shame you. I'm not going to beat you up. I'm not going to be mean to you or bash you or chat. None of us do that here. We really do want to talk to someone with factual information that believes him not to be guilty. And why? Because I could show you day after day after day why I believe him to be guilty.
But have they told you enough to give him the death penalty on what we have?
Yes, I think so. Because I think I think the knife, listen, this is what the
If you
judge
were on the
says.
jury, would you feel comfortable?
Absolutely.
Putting to death on what you have. Okay.
Because I think like the judge says, when she wanted, when Ann Taylor was motioning for the IGG to be thrown out because she felt like it was unlawfully collected, right? And she thinks that there's other DNA involved, E and D or whatever. When they were going through those motions, the judge said to her, he said, but that doesn't negate the fact that there is a knife sheath under one of the murders, the victim's body that has your client's DNA on it. And that's what I would keep going to. Like, what you got, girl? What you got? Come at me with it so I can make sense in my head why you think or what you're trying to tell me. All day long, it comes back to the knife sheath.
Yep.
Yeah, and his car surveillance around the house and his phone records and the fact he ordered a knife. I'm sure they know he
Exactly, it's
ordered a
Amazon.
knife.
If they've checked the Amazon and the K bar matches up with the one that they've found, that's
Yeah, and they haven't said they. I mean, they asked him, "Did you find the knife? Did you find the car?" And he's like, "It's part of the investigation." He did say we did find the car. Now it has come out in court that they don't have the knife, you guys. They don't have it. It has come out. That's been said in court.
how come they don't have the car? I thought they did have the car.
No, they don't have the knife.
Oh,
They don't have it.
I'm gonna say.
Yeah. April says some say it's touch DNA. I'm sorry. Like his DNA could have been transferred from somewhere else. What says you badass about that?
Touch DNA usually comes from sweat or oil on the fingers. And did he have on gloves? Because it might have got on there before he actually went in the house.
Yeah, I think.
Did he wear gloves?
Yeah, they're saying he wore gloves.
Okay.
I.
So yeah, it's touch DNA is just sweat or oil that makes a small.
It would be like a latent print, right? That's
And
latent
it wouldn't
print.
even be a print. It's just a speck of DNA. Maybe.
No, I mean, but that's what a latent print would be. Is you can't literally see it with your eyes. It's there because of some kind of substance.
Yeah, the oil in our fingers make it stick. That's why they dust it and then they do the
I
luminol
think
for the blood.
I do think that absolutely think that the knife sheath that the DNA came from before he got into the house. I think he just wiped everything and just forgot about that tiny little hole that could have caught his DNA. My mama used to say that there's no such thing as a perfect crime. Do you guys believe that?
The suspect
Yeah, I do
always
believe
takes
that.
something with him or he always leaves something.
Takes or leaves. April says.
Or both.
He was a clever bloke and studied crime, and yet he'll have had this planned out how it was going to go, you know.
Don't you think it was like step by step? Because he's obviously, listen, one of the neighbors at his apartment was one of his neighbors from the apartment complex. They said in the middle of the night, they would hear him vacuuming and cleaning and stuff like that. Now, listen, you guys know me. You guys know I'm up here at 3:00 in the morning cleaning out the damn refrigerator. I get Brian in that instance, but I'm a very clean person. And obviously, Brian is a very clean person. Why I was saying that, Lizzo, I don't remember, but it's something you said that made me want to
Because
say
he would
that.
have been very meticulous in his planning and
Yes, that's it. Thank you,
all this
Lizzo.
worked out. But it just goes to show he didn't carry out there's always that possibility you're gonna cock up somewhere, and he did by he lost the knife sheath.
And maybe more.
Yeah.
April
So
says
that answer, there's no such thing as a perfect crime.
April says, like if you touch something, then another person touched it. It's picking up your DNA, then transferring your DNA onto something else.
Yeah.
So in other words, like if I touched the knife sheath, would I I hand shook Brian. Okay, so now I've got his DNA on my hand. And then it was my knife sheath and my knife. And I'm the one that touched it. But Brian's DNA is now in there. Here's what I'm gonna say to that. If it's touch DNA, there has to be another DNA with it. Is that right or wrong? So
Touch DNA is extremely hard to analyze. So I'm surprised they're even using that as their main thing because it's hard to. analyze.
Yeah, because I mean, if it's touch DNA and it's transferred DNA, then wouldn't my DNA be with his DNA because it's my DNA that actually brought his DNA?
Yeah, I guess. And unless, like, your sweaty shirt was thrown on top of his sheath, something like that.
Oh, okay, okay. Bees, what? Welcome back, Bees. Welcome back, Sergeant Joe. I'm going to get you right on that in just a minute. Bees, what were you telling us about something on the wall?
So the pictures that Maggie did pull up, one of them was what I was talking about, up by the her vanity area. The cylinder that was up against the wall, you know, it had a. Yeah, yeah, that's what I was talking about.
Let me see if she
Yeah.
did leave the picture here. I can show it. Is that the one you're talking about? This one.
Yeah.
All right. Go ahead. Go ahead. There it is.
Yeah. There you go. Right there up against. Yeah, exactly.
So what are we talking about it?
So that's what they thought he had possibly had taken the knife out with him. You know.
Oh.
Did you catch wind that so also on that show he was talking about the fact that they were able to tie Koberger to 3 knives being delivered to his house from Amazon.
Who was able to time? Because I have not seen that at all on anything that's been released yet. We don't have the release of his Amazon purchases yet.
Yeah, that's what they were talking about on the turkey thing. So I don't know if you just haven't been able to get a hold of them or what, but yeah, they talked about that as well, or he did. Him and Coffenberger were talking about it.
I can understand that, you know, there's a lot of things I haven't been able to read yet. And maybe
She
it
doesn't
is
know.
out there, but I didn't think his Amazon purchases were even out there yet because that would be breaking news on every channel that the Amazon purchases would be out there. But
Yeah, that's what his channel was talking about, was how it was. Yeah, a couple of people were actually talking about that.
Okay.
And then the
So he
other thing,
received 3 knives? Is that what you're saying? He
yeah,
received 3 knives?
he received 3 knives,
At
and
different
because of
times?
the type, because of they were talking months before this was done.
Okay.
Uh-oh, can't hear you. Uh-oh, don't know what that means. She must be getting a call.
Yeah.
Let me address this with Joe Smith real quick. Joe says, perfect crime, DB Cooper and John Bonet. Let me just finish. DB Cooper worked search on his hijacking, then tried the same thing again and was caught, but accused of being a copycat. They didn't think he had done the first 2. Listen, I don't think those are perfect crimes at all. I think the John Bonet thing, there was not DNA
screwed up.
back then, and it was highly screwed up. And now that they're open, I hope her father's come out and talked a lot lately, and I think they're going to start doing some testing on the DNA that was found at the scene, and I think that's going to be solved. You have to remember, back then we didn't have the DNA technology we do today, especially for DB Cooper. I think that could have been worked out today. You got to imagine when DB Cooper, which I found fascinating. I really did. I just, oh God, I went kind of crazy over that. I found very fascinating. Back when that hijacking took place and he disappeared out of thin air, blah, 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 we were not as populated in the country. And I think that he picked a place that he could have got away. And look, I don't know everything, but I just believe that there's no perfect crime. It depends on who you've got working on it, what kind of
Right.
technology is available to you, how much money you
Oh,
have
right.
that's going into it.
Right.
I think the guy in prison who confessed to John Bonet's killing, he sounded very scripted. And some people say the mafia had told him to do that. He knew he was going to die. I don't know.
Yeah, I think that, listen, I struggle with listening to anybody that's in prison telling me anything. They could tell me that they could hand me a candy bar that says on it that chocolate is milk chocolate, and it says on it it's milk chocolate. I still would want it put through a DNA database because, listen, they're not in prison because they're the most upstanding, honest citizens.
Oh, right.
It would be
Right. Right.
they're not in this to solve any crimes. They're in it for themselves. What can they get out of it by giving up a confession or whatever? Because remember, people are killed in prison all the time, even if they were to confess for it themselves. Confess to it themselves. So there's always a reason
He wasn't the
behind
first
it like
one.
that.
John
No.
Mark Carr did it first. He came back
Right.
to Atlanta. I was working there, and he's just a crazy guy.
He was a crazy guy and needed 15 minutes of fame. There's always a reason. So anything that comes out of a jailhouse snitch or whatever, I'm just like, I'm side eyeing. I'm like, dude, tell that story over there to one of those other true crime people down the road, because I'm not buying your shit. Don't talk to me.
Well, didn't that guy have life? Didn't he have life anyway? So what is he being paid?
Yeah, he died right after that. Yeah, he had life in prison.
Right. So
I just
you
think
know,
that
he was getting money on his commissary. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's all different reasons to confess to a crime if you've got life in prison. Here's the deal: you could work something out.
You get something for
Sure.
your
Oh
family
yeah.
back
Oh
at home.
exactly.
You get you do get something for your family. You get press time. Your family gets press time. It's a way to make money. Someone's going to want to write a book. Someone's going to want to write a movie.
Do
There's
people in jail make more money? People in jail make more money than anybody out here. Any other citizens out here.
John Ramsey could
You
have
just
paid
write a
him.
book.
Yeah.
Lainey, did you also?
Madeline McCann was similar.
Yeah, Madeline McCann's.
Did you hear that where Kohlberger was stargazing to was the place where Ted Bundy's first victim was supposed to happen? His first murder. He never claimed it, but a lot of people thought he did.
No.
Did you hear about that?
I
And
know
he
that
studied
his
Ted Bundy, right?
I know that his alibi was that he was out stargazing. And listen, I'm all about that. For me, that would be an alibi because I'm a girl that I go drive at
Yeah,
night.
but he was in the part.
What state was that? Bees? In that
Ted
area?
Bundy's first victim was.
Where
Yeah,
was his first victim? I don't
yeah.
remember.
And I don't find that a coincidence.
Well, no.
If you
There's
think
too many
about it.
coincidences here.
Well, he was a student of that, though.
Well, he studied him.
Yeah.
Not of Ted
And
Bundy.
that's why I really thought that's
He
what.
was a Ted Bundy fan, too.
Oh, I thought you said student. Okay.
He was a student of criminology. That
Oh, no.
would explain why he would be obsessed with
Right.
Bundy and BTK. If that was all it was.
Well, I think my personal opinion, I believe that he chose to go into the justice so he could try to figure out how to get away with it. I mean, look at all the people that he studied. That's why I said, I believe that I question whether or not he's involved with the one that was in Pennsylvania before he left. Because, somebody doesn't just go and kill 4 people. they start off and then their adrenaline, it's like an adrenaline junkie. And that's one thing that I believe that a lot of these people don't take into consideration. Yeah, he could have planned it all down to a T, timed it all out to a T, did all this for months and months. But what he didn't take into consideration was how his adrenaline was going to have a slip up. And that's where most of the evidence comes in. People don't stop and think about that. Because you can.
Bees, I don't know where you're at, but you are really, really crispy. Your phone is really crispy, and now we can't hear you at all. Now I can hear the buzzing.
All right.
Listen, I just
don't know
wanted
what's
to point,
going on, but I'll drop down. I'll drop down.
No,
I just
you're
wanted to
fine.
point those couple things out to you guys.
Lena, did you see what Lulu's put in chat?
No, let me read. I'm not. I can't see chat, but
She
let
just
me.
said that Maggie's advised the 911 call was just released.
Nuh-uh. Let me.
Lizzo, it's nice to talk to you, and JD, you as well.
Bees, you don't have to leave. You don't have to leave. I just want to.
I'm not gonna leave. I'm here. I'm here.
I just want to cover this really, really quick because this is what I'm talking about. Like listening. This is what I don't do. Like go to this person and say, oh, they say, I try to just get facts on what I hear, what I find interesting, and
Right.
and all that.
Right. No,
This
I
is
just wanted you to look into those few
yeah.
things.
Here's the first murders of Ted Bundy. There is no consensus as to when or where Bundy began killing women. He told different stories to different people and refused to divulge the specific of his earliest crimes, even as he confessed in graphic detail to dozens of later murders in the days preceding execution. Bundy told Nelson that he attempted his first kidnapping in Ocean City, New Jersey in 1969, but did not kill anyone until sometime in 1971 in Seattle. He told psychologist Art Norman that he killed 2 women in Atlantic City for another, and while visiting family in Philadelphia in 1969. So his first killing was done in 71. Wait. Yeah, so he's made plenty of stories in New York. In New Jersey, he killed in 69, and then he said that he didn't kill the first time until 71 in Seattle. I don't see anything about anywhere in Washington around the Pullman area. But I still could be wrong. I don't know where the hell he was, and I don't know how far Seattle is from Pullman. Who knows? Let me try to bring up.
I'm going to do some digging on it too, because see, he's a old investigator himself, so he kind of knew the story behind Ted Bundy, and I was just dumbfounded when he brought that conversation up. So yeah, I want to do some digging into it too. But yeah, I don't have these as facts. I was thinking maybe you guys could find it if I can't find it.
Yeah, that would be great. Look, find whatever you can find on that would be great. I'm trying to find.
I've sent you the link, Lena, to your messenger of what Maggie's just sent me.
But I don't know how to bring it up from my messenger.
Let me just.
Idaho 4 911 released from 11 by the prosecution. It's in a transcript. 911 transcript and text messages. So she's got to have it.
Link.
All right,
but it's off a YouTube video, so.
Well, it's Fox News, so I'm not worried about that as much. I pasted into chat. Let's see. Fox News, Brian Koberger case releases. Okay, hold on. Let me see what we can get.
Maybe you could mute while you're not talking, Bees, and it wouldn't buzz.
This is 8. Wait a minute.
I'm still buzzing. Is that what you said?
Yeah, just well, when you're, it's fine when you're talking, but
That's yeah, it's weird. I don't hear anything, so
actually
I
sounds
can't
like
figure out
bees.
what I sound like these.
I'm looking for it, you guys. I still can't find it. 8 hours ago, 911, Fox News. That's the. Idaho 4 911 calls. Who is this? Oh, she's okay. The one you just sent to me, Lizzo, is live right now. So I obviously cannot play that. That's a strike right away. Yeah, they're playing that right now.
Right.
So when they're live, I can't play it. Let's see. Fox News. Okay, so let me stop that right there. Let me try to find something else. From woman. The 3 a.m. reporting services 911 call from neighbors reporting disturbance from the murder house. That was from a year ago. I don't know where they're getting it from. Let me go over to because it's
Apparently, she said it's the prosecution that's released it today or now or whatever.
all right. Let me look at the case, his case filing. Judicial. All right. Give me just a second, guys. I'm so sorry.
No problem. Take your time.
Are you? That's all right, Lainey. I work that slow too.
I just saw that Mac J, you guys put in a chat that the cyclone has just started where Aussie True Crime is. You guys can remember her in your prayers. And all those affected by this that's coming onshore right now. You're breaking up. You're breaking up. You're breaking up. Why? Oh my God. See, I hate this. All right. Oh God, I finally found it. Let's go all the way down here. All right, here we go. Order regarding request to leave the file addition expert witness disclosure. Order sealing defendant's notice of filing signed and notarized affidavit. Order sealing exhibits to defendant's second supplemental response. I don't know where they would have released it because what is today's date? The 10th? Babe, what's today's date? The 6th, 7th?
6.
Oh, I got a freaking calendar right here. Screw me.
What is it? So I've got an article here. I'll send it. Let me send this.
Today's the 6th. Okay. There has been nothing put on the state of Idaho's there's been nothing put in here from today. Now,
I've just an article from today. Let me just send it to you. I've sent it to your messenger.
okay, I just got it. Let me see.
And that's from Fox News.
All right, let's see. How long ago was that?
An hour ago. Oh, I've just sent it to you now, but apparently this article was an hour ago.
All right, hold on.
It's releasing text messages between 2 surviving roommates. Oh. That's interesting. So, according to this, Dylan and Bethany Funky were both awake and texting each other.
See, I had heard that as well. Wait a second. When did they release it though? Because I've got nothing on it. I've got stuff that says two surviving housemates off. Yeah. Yeah, I typed it in, but okay, let me just read this.
If you scroll down, you'll see it's got a little extract.
What do I have, a fucking block on Fox News?
I screenshot that.
All right, this was published. I know.
Right, I'm gonna do it by screenshot. I'm sending you a screenshot of what I've got here now.
Thank you. I don't know.
Yeah.
Do I have surely I can't have them blocked, but it says I've got to join Fox News to get this. I'm not joining shit.
Yeah, I sent the first part of it. Let me get the rest.
All right, first on Fox. I guess this will be coming out, you guys. I don't mind staying live. I want to stay live through the hurricane cyclone that's going over Australia right now. Just want to send massive prayers, hugs, and love to our family and all those affected by the cyclone that is coming on land now. I know Aussie True Crime is right in the line of fire, you guys. She told me when we talked about it 2 days ago that she would be coming on when the eye of the hurricane, when she's over the eye, or the eye is over her, if she has, if she can. So I'm going to keep this live going. Thank you guys for being here. We're going to pay attention to what's going on there. All right, first on Fox. Text messages between 2 surviving roommates from the home in Moscow, Idaho, where 4 university students were killed in a home invasion stabbing attack, have been revealed publicly for the first time in newly unsealed court filings. That's what it's in. It is in that 175-page filing. People are just now going through everything.
Yep.
All right. The roommates identified in the court documents only as DM, Dylan Mortensen, I'm going to say their names, and BF, Bethany Funk, appear to have been awake and discussing the possibility of a masked trespasser approximately 5 minutes after the attack. DM has previously been identified as the only eyewitness who saw the intruder, a masked man with bushy eyebrows in a 6-bedroom house on King Road. Based on her statements to police and audio from the security camera next door, the attackers believed to have left the house shortly after 4:17 a.m. on November 13th, 2022. All right, let me go to the next one Lizzo sent me. Thank you, Lizzo, for this. Thank you, Maggie. Y'all, Maggie may not be able to be online with us, but she's still working this case. Working this case. All right. The filing reveals text messages between DM and BF exchanged between 4:22 and 4:24, as well as text DM sent to some of the victims before dawn and again at 10:20 a.m. Prior to text, DM tried to call BF and 3 of the victims. None of her calls were answered. Oh my gosh. No one is answering, DM wrote to BF, according to the filing. I'm really confused right now. Y'all, this is straight out of her phone, because if you guys could see this when you do see it, I will try to find it on the court filings here in a minute. It is written just like they write. It really is. Instead of REALLY, it's RLLY. And right now is RN. DM also appeared to reference the intruder she later told police she encountered when peering out of her bedroom window. She referenced something like a ski mask almost. Like he had something forever sick. Okay, they couldn't translate that. Is forehead and little okay, so we don't understand that part because that came out of her texting, like he had something, I think that was supposed to say something over his head and something and mouth. BF urged her to run downstairs. So BF is telling her to come downstairs. According to another court filing released this week, DM spent the night. BF urged her to run downstairs. According to other court filings released this week, DM spent the night in Bethany Funk's room, and an unnamed person called 911 from BF's phone around noon the next day. Do you guys remember me talking in the affidavit? I was like, I find it funny that in the affidavit it clearly says that originally that word, it just kept slapping me in the face. It says originally DM, which is Dylan Mortensen, went to sleep in her bedroom. That is in the probable cause. Originally, I kept saying, why would they put originally? That leads me to believe she's been asleep somewhere else. Oh my God, now this verifies that. So y'all, she ran out of her room downstairs and stayed in Bethany's room with her.
So would she have had to go past, say, Ethan's body or to get to Funky's room? Or at this point, would she not? She wouldn't have seen.
Okay, I will let me bring back up the house. We've got time here since we're going to be here a while. Let me.
That wouldn't make sense to me that if she's run past and seen Ethan's body there, why would you then not call? She would have known he'd left at that point then. Well, she must have been confident he'd left then if she went to that girl's room.
Yeah. Yeah, because it says in the affidavit that he walked towards her and turned to go out, headed towards the back door. Do you want to continue reading this and I will pull this up? Because you have it. Lizzo, do you
Where did
mind?
we? Yeah, no, don't mind.
All
Let me
right, that'd be
answer
great.
April T real quick. She said, was the front door open in the early hours? It didn't lock, so it's always open, right, Leanie?
Yeah, so the slider did not have a lock. The lock was broken, so the slider was always unlocked, right? It
Yeah.
wasn't. But the front door, I know what you're talking about because in some
Oh.
of the interviews, people are saying that the front door, which would have been on the first floor where Bethany Funk's bedroom is,
Mhm.
that would some people are saying that when they got there, that door, the police said that when they got there, that door was open. Of course, it was
Oh,
open
okay.
because friends were running in and out of that house. So yeah, it was open when the police got there,
Yeah.
but we don't know if it was open um
Before Brian got there.
before. Right. All right, go ahead, Lizzo. Thank you, JB, for keeping up with chat for me. We got a tag team going here. JB's doing chat, I'm doing pull-ups, and Lizzo's gonna finish reading what Fox News has just reported on. I'm gonna bring up the house again.
Yeah. BF urged her to run downstairs. According to other court filings released this week, Dylan Mortensen spent the night in Bethany Funky's room, and an unnamed person called 911 from Bethany Funky's phone around noon the next day. At 10:23 a.m., Dylan Mortensen texted both Morgan and Gonsalves, "Please answer," she wrote. "Are you
Oh.
up?" She then called her father around 11:40 a.m. and then it's given a timeline of November the 13th. At 4 a.m., the suspect arrives at the house. Between 4 and 4:17 is the time of the murders. 4:19, roommate calls 3 victims and no one answers. 4:22 to 4:24, surviving roommates text each other from inside the house. 4:27, roommate calls victims again, no one answers. 4:32, roommate texts Gonsalves, "Please answer." Then 10:23 the next morning, surviving roommate texts victims, no one answers. 11:39, roommate calls her father. See, what's that about? There's a
Say it
big gap
again. I'm
there in
sorry.
time. What's that big gap in time there? 10:23 the next morning, the surviving roommate texts the victims and no one answers. Then there's a big gap. 11:39, the roommate then calls her father. Why is
Well,
there a big gap there?
now remember, there could have been other calls and other messages, but they're only putting in or putting out like that part. What says you?
Yeah.
It sounds like
'Cause
they
they're
didn't
the
know
only
what
two
happened,
people
though.
there.
She didn't know they were murdered.
Yeah, but wouldn't you? So let me ask you this. Let me just stop right there. Let me ask you and ask chat this. DM is clearly calling over and over, texting over and over other victims or the victims.
Right.
So she had to have known something's off. She went running
Yeah.
downstairs. Something's off. But it
She must
did.
not have believed it, or she wouldn't still be calling them.
Let me ask Lizzo this. She's reading the transcript.
Mhm.
Lizzo, does it
Yeah.
say anywhere in there that she texted or tried to call Xana or Ethan?
It just said three of the other. What does it say? She calls the victims. It said.
So three of
Roommate
the that
calls
was
3 victims. So she called 3 of the victims. So I'm guessing that'll have been Xana, Maddie, and
Yeah, she wouldn't call Ethan
Kelly.
because he didn't live there.
No.
right. So what I'm thinking, here's what I'm thinking, and I just want to know you guys' opinion on this. Did she call them because she looked over, and I'm going to bring up the King Road residence again. Did she call him? I mean, call the 3 because she looked over and saw Ethan laying in the floor after seeing the intruder? Or did she see the intruder, get scared, like, what the hell? Like, this is not a normal person to be in our house. You know what I mean? Nobody dresses like this. This isn't Halloween. What are you doing? That kind of a thing. She got creepy vibe. You know, we feel things. She got creepy vibes. She got scared. She shut the door. Nothing looked right. And that's when she went downstairs. So she started calling the other roommates because she was scared to go to their rooms in case he came back. What says
Yeah.
you guys?
Yeah. I don't, it's hard to say. Why she waited so long, I don't know.
I'm just wondering if she looked down the hall and saw Ethan down there.
I believe she would have called the police if she'd have seen somebody on the floor. She didn't know what was going on, I don't think.
Okay, go ahead, Lizzo. I'm not
We're just
seeing chat, JB, if you could monitor that for me.
Millie Joe. Brian
I'm just
Enton
reading
is
over what
going.
they texted to each other, like, and
Brian
what
Enton
Brian.
is going to be on the Banfield talking about the new documents and 911 call at 10, Millie Joe says.
Okay, that's 3 hours from now. So see, something just hit.
Yeah.
All right, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Sorry,
Well,
Lizzo.
they were texting each other. Obviously, this has to between at 4:22, between 4:22 and 4:24. They were texting Dylan and Bethany, and this was after Dylan saw Brian Koberger. So, at what point did she go running down to her room? Let me have a look.
Have you seen a picture of Dylan and BK standing by a sign, Leanie? Joyce says there's a picture floating around.
No, but we have to be careful with that stuff because of there's people put shit like that together just to fuck with us because it clearly states that she did not know him, that
Yeah, I was thinking that.
nobody knew him. And if they're standing together by a sign, they're not reading documents.
Right.
So they were texting each other backwards and forwards. This was after Dylan saw him leave because she said something about wearing like a ski mask over his head.
Uh-huh.
So that was after he left, and then she went to that girl's bedroom.
So she saw him out the window.
So my point is, if the girl then said come to a room or whatever, and she then went to the room, did she have to go past Ethan at that point?
I'm trying to bring that one up that where I was at before where we could actually walk the house.
Because Ethan was apparently blocking the door, and obviously Koberger he went out the back door, did he?
Yeah, he went out the slider.
Yeah.
I'm trying to find the one that I used. I should have saved all this shit. Okay, I think I found it.
I'm just wondering if she could have got to that girl's room without seeing anything.
I think maybe it would have freaked her out more if here's what I think. Do you remember when the call came through, it says that somebody told the 911 operator that somebody passed out. We know that to be Bethany Funk now. I think we've read it somewhere or else. All right, I think it's Bethany Funk. I think they actually walked upstairs together, like, and that's when that's where it was. That's where it was. Listen, so when one of the friends that actually witnesses that had gone to the house gave an interview, and they said that Bethany Funk came running out of he was walking down the street. There was no police. There was nothing going on at the house. There was nobody there. That he's walking down the street, saw Bethany Funk come running out of the house, and she fell. He thought she just fell. He didn't know nothing was going on. And when he got to her, he realized 911. That's when that I think is Ethan's best friend who actually went in the house and found Ethan. I think
Right.
what had happened was Bethany and Dylan probably were calling people, texting people, and they were like, "Go upstairs. It's daylight now. Everything's good. Nothing happens at 1 o'clock, 12 o'clock in the afternoon." And they got upstairs and they saw some of the carnage, maybe on the second floor, and they took off scared. And that's when she passed out, and people started running in. What
Right.
says you?
Yeah, right. That makes sense.
Mm-hmm. Sounds like
I'm-
they were just holed up in the basement, scared all night and passed out.
Mm. I don't know why I can't get this to come up. Come up. This is the one I used before. Mercy me. Hold on, guys. I'm looking.
And it's saying here that it was the DNA on the knife sheath that actually led them to Koberger. That's how they found him.
And it was through a familial DNA, I heard.
Yeah.
So that's family. So they put it in. He's not in CODIS. So they went to IgG genealogy, and they found like 90. Like, it is impossible to deny that that Koberger's father was, that Koberger's the one. Koberger is the only son of this man whose DNA they got from genealogy. It was his father, and so they knew that it was a male from that a male descendant of that person that was on that knife sheath. And then they went into, and it was Brian. Brian was his only, and then that's when they went and got the trash and confirmed that was his DNA.
Mm-hmm.
Why? I don't understand. You guys, I'm right here at the same place that I am. Why Fox is not allowing me to bring it up? You know what? I think maybe Fox has got a ban right now because I am bringing up the house tour that I used before for us to walk through the house. And this is from Fox News. And I can't bring up nothing is showing up from Fox News on my computer. Nothing.
Strange.
So I'm wondering if everything, you know what I mean? If they just stopped it so people aren't using their stuff right now. I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, getting ready for a trial. They might have been told to.
No, before they could really go live with it. You know what I mean?
Have you tried, what about on your phone? Can you get on it on that as well?
Hold on, let
Is
me
that blocked as
check
well?
it. I'm gonna try one more time something else, see if I can. All right, enter the website. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Here we go, guys. All right. Virtual tour. This is where we need to be. All right. StreamYard, are we good? All right, we're good. All right, you guys, this is Fair Use Disclaimer Copyright Act of 1976. Gives allowance for this content to be used for purposes of criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research. So this is I got this off of Reddit, and we're gonna do this now. YouTube, don't come for me. We've got it scrolling through chat. All right, so let me find out okay, I'm in the living room. I want to go downstairs. Well, let me go over here. Hold on. Let me just go over here because let's talk. Come on, are you gonna let me walk in there? You're not gonna let me walk in there. I want to walk in there. There. I want to go right here. Well, let me just show you. Do you see where my cursor? Can you guys see my cursor by
Yeah.
hand?
Mm-hmm.
This is Dylan Mortenson's room right here. Okay. the latent shoe print is somewhere right in here. Up, this is the second floor. Up these stairs and then up these side stairs here, you're going to be up on the third floor, which is where Kaylee and Maddie are found. Dylan Mortensen's room is right here. She says that she saw a man dressed in black, right? All she could see is his eyes. He's walking, follow my cursor, straight this way. She's peeking out her door. She sees him walk like this, turn to go this way, and out the sliders back here. So if we turn this way, let's look at Dylan Mortensen. This is, we're looking at Xana's room. This door right here that's shut is Xana's bathroom. This is Xana's bedroom. Okay. So let's look at the way that Dylan Mortensen would have gone downstairs to Bethany Funk's room. She would have, this is the living room, TV, over here's their couch, all of that, correct? If you're going down here across from Dylan's room, you could see the kitchen is back over here in this corner. Dylan would have come out of this room like this, straight out, gone this way to run down these stairs to get to Bethany Funky, which her room is right underneath here. So she would have done underneath the stairs, got underneath the stairs, come back, and got into Bethany's room. Now, unless Dylan happened to look as she's coming down this way, if she did not look towards Xana's room, and this door was actually shut, because in the first reports that came out from people who had been in the house before the police got there was that Ethan was laying inside this door or at the door, and they couldn't open the door.
Yeah, that's what I heard.
So was he laying outside the door so they couldn't open it without moving him? I don't know. Or was he actually laying on the other side of the door where they literally could not open it? This corner right here is where I believe Xana was tilted down, and beyond this wall right here is where we see the blood on the outside. So if this door was shut, if Dylan came out of her room, which is right over here, turned the corner to run this way and run down those stairs, this door was shut. If there's no blood in here, I believe there is, but if there's no blood in here, then she wouldn't have known. But I believe it happened so quick, probably faster, because I believe she's actually running. So she probably got down faster than Brian Koberger actually got out this door, because Brian was walking towards her. She was running her ass off. Here's the other point I want to make. All right. Down here is the front door. So you would go down these stairs, right? Down here. Here's the front door right there. You could see just a little bit. Xana would have gotten her DoorDash. She would have come out of her room, gone this way, down the stairs, answered the door. Thank you very much, sir. Got her DoorDash. Back up the stairs she comes, back into here. When she got her DoorDash, we know that she was still alive at 4:12. They're saying in the affidavits that he was out of this house by 4:17. So that means, right, that's only a 5-minute, 4:12 being on TikTok to 4:17, Brian Koberger's out of the house. That gives 5 minutes. When Xana was coming up these stairs right here, it never says whether Xana actually got to eat or drink the food that she got. When she came around this door right here, was Brian coming down these stairs and met her somewhere in here? And that's when he realized, fuck me, and chased her into here, which is where Ethan jumped up.
She might have seen him and he thought, right, well, that's it. I've got to do you.
That's it. I'm screwed. Here we go. Again, thank you for surprising me. Because his plan was just to come downstairs, leave through the back door again. He would have, listen, if he didn't see Ethan or Xana somewhere in here between the kitchen or somewhere right in here where his line of sight is, he would have just kept going right out that door. But he obviously saw someone in the kitchen area right here or right in here, and they saw him. And that's why I believe he came running this way. They ran back into this room. I think it was Xana, and I think Ethan jumped up, and he was murdered first, and Xana was over here crying, and he murdered her. Then he came back out. He was walking this way. Dylan hears whimpering coming out of the room. She opens the door for the third time. She sees him walking. He leaves a latent print right here and goes right on out the door. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah. A latent handprint or footprint?
Latent footprint. Did I say handprint? I'm sorry. The
You
footprint was
didn't.
right
You
here.
just said print. So.
Yeah, there's a latent footprint somewhere right here. That
Does it match the boots he has?
yes, remember it was in the PCA that the type of shoe that they identified it to look like would be a Van shoe print with the diamonds on the bottom. I wear Vans, you guys. Yes, the bottom of Vans have little diamond shapes in them, and that's what the latent shoe print that they pulled up was. They also took shoes out of Brian Kober's apartment. Now, do I think they found the shoes? No. I think that all got buried with the kill kit.
And
Did you
more
say that
people
the
came in too, right?
Did you say
More
the
people came in.
DoorDash guy arrived at 4:12?
And April saying she thought the DoorDash food was still in the kitchen.
Now we don't know. We don't know. There was food, right? There was food there. But the glass, if you look at the picture that we showed, the glass that I think was with that food, or the cup, the to-go cup, is half full or half empty, however you want to say it. We don't know if Xana was able. This is why I believe DoorDash, that he saw her come down and get her DoorDash. I believe that. I don't believe they ate a drop of it.
So the DoorDash guy potentially arrived, dropped the food off while Koberger was in the house.
In the house. Because there's no way in 5 minutes. Xana was on TikTok at 4:12. Okay. Which I believe is somewhere around the time that the DoorDash came. They've got the exact time DoorDash came, you guys. They've got it. So that's easy peasy. But we may not know it. But there's not enough time to kill 4 people in 5 minutes and be out of the house. There's just not.
No.
Not with one person.
Good
but with
grief.
12 minutes, yeah, you could do it. His adrenaline had to be going 90 to nothing.
What tells
So-
us he left at 4:17? His car or his
The camera on at 1112 King Road.
Okay. Wow. that's
So,
fast. But
and they
you
see
would
the
do all
car.
that fast though.
Mhm. And remember, they said the car speeded out. Maggie and I showed pictures, you guys, of where the forensic team was out there taking measurements and whatever else they do. I don't know. Of car tire tracks that are right outside of the King Road house on that road.
Yeah. They would just take photographs if it's just a gravel or something that they can cast gravel.
It's not gravel. It is a asphalt road.
So they squilled his tires.
He squilled his tires, and in the affidavit it says that he was traveling at a high rate of speed. That car was traveling at a high rate of speed out of there.
They might have even cut the pavement and
Right.
took it with them.
Lainey, I've just sent you the redacted 911 call to your messenger.
If you want to go ahead and read that, that's fine with me. I just want to make sure, JB, I know you're watching chat. I'm not watching it. JB's watching you guys.
There's nobody chatting right now.
All right. If there's any, they're probably looking for this shit everywhere as well, and that's fine. I just appreciate y'all being up here with me and us deep diving this. ourselves. Lizzo, does this make more sense to you as to can
Yeah,
and
yeah.
for okay, does that okay, that's good. Now I am gonna find that. I think Fox News has a hold on everything right now because I can't get anything to come up on my phone or on this computer. Because you can actually walk through and if you go back and look at the very first one or the second one I did, Lizzo on Brian Koberger, we walked
Yeah.
through the whole house.
Yeah.
But
So
I
I can
would
only
like to
imagine
show
that maybe do you think she was just that terrified that she was just that focused on getting to the bedroom, Bethany Funky's room, that she didn't look, she just ran
I
in
think
that
she would
direction
just
that she was
run.
going
I
and
mean,
probably didn't
tunnel
look.
vision.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't
And she probably been
that's what I
drinking
know.
too.
Yeah. That's what I know I would do. Like, I don't think I just be like, oh God, please don't let me see.
I
No, no,
think
no, no,
so,
no, no,
yeah.
no. And I would
That's
just
it.
be bare. I didn't want to see nothing. Don't let me see that man again. And just barely and pray I make it. You know what I mean? So I don't think
Yeah.
she was like sneaking and looking around. There are some people that would do that. Not me. I would be like, oh God, please don't let me see nothing. Let me just go. Don't let me see the monster.
Can you
Go
see the
ahead.
chat, Lizzo?
Come what, sorry?
Can you see the chat? Millie Joe sent
No,
you. It says Lulu. Oh, it's to Lulu. I'm sorry. Lulu, can you see the documents I put in WhatsApp? Okay, never mind.
I'll before we read that really quick, JB, can you answer this question? I will tell you that the latent print on the floor was not blood. Now, JB can explain to you what a latent footprint is.
It was not blood, you said?
No, it was not blood. It was only found the second time they did the walkthrough through the house.
Oh.
It was found with chemical.
Okay. Well, it would just be they've carefully went in and dusted everything, and it might have even been visible from snow or mud. I don't know
Yeah.
why there would only be one, but he might have just got one boot,
Might
a
be
little bit on
sliding
one
on one
boot.
foot. Yeah.
Yeah, he might have turned that corner and really dug in with his foot to turn. But that's what latent means. You can't see it right off, but you gotta dust it with the powder. It's like a fingerprint would be dusted. And photographs mainly is where you get the evidence. That's what you'll see in court is the pictures of the prints and the tire marks and all that.
Thank you, Bees, for still being here with us. All right, I'm gonna mute out just a second. I gotta grab a cigarette real quick. Sorry, ladies. I'm gonna let and listen to Lizzo read this 911. Now, some of it is redacted, so she's gonna do the best she can.
Mm-hmm. Right, let's hold on. Get back to the beginning. Right, I'm back up. Okay, so obviously it starts 911, location of your emergency. And whoever it is at phone said, hi, something is happening. Something happened in our house. We don't know what. We have. And then they were obviously interrupted. What is the address of the emergency? 1122. No, don't. What is the rest of the address? Oh, King's Road. Okay, and is that a house or an apartment? It's a house. Can you repeat the address to make sure that I have it right? I'll talk to you guys. We live at the right, so we're next to them. I need someone to repeat the address for verification. And then obviously it says 1122 King Road. And what's the phone number that you're calling from? That's obviously all redacted. Then she says, okay, and tell me what's going on. So he said, one of the roommates who's passed out and she was drunk last night, she's not waking up. Then he said, no, we saw, and she said, okay. And they saw some man in their house last night, yeah. And she said, are you with the patient? Okay, I need someone to keep the phone, stop passing it around. So that's why it's all broken up. There were different people talking. Can I just tell you what happened pretty much? So she said, what is going on currently? Is someone passed out right now? He said, I don't really know, but pretty much at 4 a.m. Then he was interrupted. Okay, I need to know what's going on right now. If someone is passed out, can you find that out? Then they said, yeah, I'll come. Come on. We got to go check, but we have to. There must be numerous people talking. Is she passed out? She's passed out. Then the policewoman said, dispatching Moscow law ambulance for ... She's not waking up. And then the woman said, unconsciousness, 1122 King Road. She said 70 is en route. And then it says, okay, 1 moment, I'm getting help started that way. And then it's unintelligible, 1122 King Road. All ambulance respond for unconsciousness, 1122 King Road. Unintelligible, 58 multiple RPs on the phone. RPs, what's RPs? Don't know. Multiple RPs on the phone advised saying the roommate on scene is passed out and not waking up. Believes she got drunk last night and unintelligible about a male being in the room with them. That one I copy about 20-year-old female unconscious trying to get further. And it's all a bit disjointed. And then she said, okay, how old is she? And he said, she's 20. 20, you said? Yes, 20. Here, do you want to talk to him? So she said, okay. Then it says, hello. Okay, I need someone to stop passing the phone around because I've talked to 4 different people. So there was 4 different people there. Okay, sorry, they just gave me the phone. She said, is she breathing? Hello, is she breathing? No, okay. Then it's unintelligible en route. I need you to... Talking to them, okay, I can't talk to them. I need you to talk to them. I don't know who that. This must be the people that are talking to the police. Okay, I've already sent the ambulance and law enforcement. Stay on the line. So they said, okay. If there is a defibrillator available, send someone to get it now and tell me when you have it. Units responding, RPs advising. Unintelligible. The patient is not conscious, not breathing. Not breathing. Okay, if there is a defibrillator available, send someone to get it now and tell me when you have it. We don't have one. Unconscious, not breathing. Do you have a defibrillator? Yep, yes, we have one. But are you talking to the officer? Yes, okay. I'm going to let you go since he's there with you and can help you. Okay, thank you, bye. Moscow 46 out, copy. And that was it. Then it says, I think we have a homicide.
Wow. Okay. Well, I'm looking up that right now to see. Yeah. Well, that's a lot. Damn, that's a lot. I have
There's
chill
a lot
bumps.
of
Do you guys
people
have
there.
chill
Was all
bumps?
that outside, you think?
Yeah. I think the reason
And
why
why
they
was
kept
she not unconscious? I mean, why was she
remember.
not breathing?
That's what I said, not breathing. I mean, there's a difference between fainting and not breathing. I think she was
Yeah,
breathing.
defibrillator and all that.
I mean, maybe they
But
were all just panicking because they've been in and seen the dead bodies inside.
yes,
You
I
know,
think
and
that's
probably not
why.
checked.
I think that's why. There were so many people on the phone because the scene was chaotic. Somebody had
Yeah.
gone into the house to check. They're going to maybe go, find the guy. None of these girls are
Yeah.
making any sense. They're passed out. They're not passed out. I can imagine can you just hear the pandemonium? I can feel it.
Yeah.
And they're
But
running
that
in
makes
and
the
out of the,
latent print
Go.
not credible.
But it makes it very credible if
It
it
doesn't
wouldn't
match
be,
anybody else.
it would be in the, it wouldn't be in the the PCA if it was matched maybe to somebody else, you think? Or I think
I mean, there
I
were that
think
many
the
people.
whole I think the whole latent print thing is just to credit that to verify DM's story that there was a man that
validate.
walked
Yeah.
towards her. And
I
that
mean, it
credited that.
sounds like there were quite a few people there. So if they've
Yeah.
all took it in turns at going through the house, I
And
mean,
then
they've
running
probably
back
walked
out
all
to
over the
give
crime scene.
information.
Yeah.
Yeah, running in and out, and that's why people are grabbing the phone. Tell them someone's died. Tell them there's blood everywhere. I think that's what all the weird stuff, but we're going to hear it. Oh my God, you guys, my heart's beating so fast. I've got chill bumps. I feel like I was there right now. I'm not lying. I love it. Oh, my God. I'm trying to bring that up because I really want to go over it again. Let me see. Surely
I mean,
it's got
there's
to be
numerous
here.
people. It's got a list of people. Obviously, there's 911 call. There's Q, which is dispatch, and then it's got the people are like Q1 is man, Q2 woman 1. Then you've got Q3 man 1, Q4 man 2, Q5 man 3. Then you've got A woman, A1 woman 1, and A2 man. So these are all the people.
Oh my God.
That's a heck of a lot of people that were involved
That's
in this one phone call.
right. All in that crime scene. Right. But they said well, they would see the blood. Right. So, because I do remember somebody asking the parents, because they were the ones that said that Ethan's head was almost decapitated.
Yeah.
And I think somebody had said that it was Ethan's brother or his best friend or something. I can't remember
His
that
twin
found him.
brother.
And because they were both named Hunter, his best friend and his brother are both
Yeah.
named Hunter. So, anyways, they asked if he could tell right away that he was dead. And I remember the parents saying, not Ethan's parents, it was somebody else's, and them saying, well, yes, because he was nearly decapitated and just the blood
I think
everywhere.
there's a lot of confusion. When he's saying in that phone call, she's not waking up, he's not then referring to the girl that's passed out outside. I think at that point he's referring to them inside.
And maybe
And
he's the
it's
one
all
that's
got
not
mixed up.
breathing.
Yeah, that's what I think. He's referring to the person inside the house that's not breathing. But it's all got jumbled up. The dispatcher's thinking he's talking about the girl that's passed out outside, which he wasn't, obviously.
Yeah. It sounds like she ran outside, passed out, and then got people's attention, and then they start picking up her phone and
Yeah, because
call
the
with it.
person the one person that was talking, he said, "What's wrong?" So somebody's clearly come out of the house and said something. He said, "What's wrong?" And that's the point where he then said, "She's not waking up." He's not talking to the dispatcher. I think he was talking to the person who's obviously come out of the house distressed. So it's all got jumbled up, I think.
Mm-hmm. Lolly and Pop says, wouldn't they have seen blood? I'm sure they did.
Yeah, I would have thought so. Because didn't they say that the coroner, when she went in, she said it was the worst crime scene
She had ever
she'd ever
seen.
been in.
You're
She'd never
right.
seen so much blood in a crime scene. That was the worst one.
Who said that?
Is it the coroner that goes in?
Yes, the coroner.
They said that
medical examiner.
She was the the medical examiner.
She said of all the crime scenes that she'd been in, it was the worst. She'd never seen so much blood in a crime scene.
But it was probably all concentrated around those bodies, so you might not have seen it if you were running through a house.
You guys, I think I've got it. Oh, hallelujah. Because I want to bring it back up.
I know I don't want a good vibes sign in my house.
And there's two of them. A lot of people don't realize, they get mixed up when they're looking at they get mixed up when they're looking at pictures because they don't realize that there's two good vibe pictures in the house. One is on the second floor, one is, or they're neon signs actually. One is on the second floor, one is on the third floor. All right, I found it, you guys. I found it. Oh, hallelujah. All right, let's bring it up and do this together. Let's just go a little, try to go slow, try to capture whatever. Oh, you guys, I'm so sick.
Billy Joe says someone called HJ discovered Santa's body. Millie Joe said.
What is HJ?
Is that Hunter?
Oh, Hunter. Yes, yeah.
Is that friend?
That's the friend though.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, let's see. Let me see if I can make this any bigger. I cannot because I'm pulling it off of Reddit, you guys. All right, let's go back over this, okay? Can you guys? All right. This was reported to the grand jury, you guys. They went over this at the grand jury. That when they had the closed hearing for the grand jury, it was sealed. Now it's unsealed. This is an audio file on a thumb drive, hand delivered separately. It is the 911 call. All right, let's go through it. 911 call. Q is the dispatcher. Q1 would be a man. Q2 would be a woman. Q3 is a man. Q4 equals man 2. Q5 equals man 3. A is a woman. A1 is man 1. A2 is another man. So yeah, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's 7 people that this call took. Talent pandemonium. All right, 911
Now
location
Q
of,
is dispatch though, right?
yes,
There might
Q
be
is
a couple of
dispatch.
dispatch on there.
You're correct. So there 6 people this shows right here. All right, here we go. I wish it had timestamps on it, but we're going to get there. Q says 911 location of your emergency. A woman is on the line and says, hi, something is happening. Something happened in our house. Now look, it said in our house. So we know Bethany Funk is the one that is passed out.
So that would
Who's
be
the other surviving roommate?
DM.
DM. So DM is using Bethany Funk's. Remember, she picked up the phone. Bethany had already had 911 on the call. She passed out. The phone was grabbed by what we know now, by DM. Okay. Hi, something is happening in our house. We don't know what. We have blank, blank, blank. Q says, the dispatcher says, what is the address of the emergency? Now, see, Dylan is so frazzled, she can't remember. I don't know how many times you guys have unfortunately had to call 911. Every time I've called, I've had somebody else call because I can't think.
Well, it sounds like
And
she's interrupted by saying 112 and then no, don't.
yeah. But she also says Kings Road. So I'm just wondering if she just can't remember. I don't know. But I know for me, when I've had to call 911, like to my daughter, I always have someone else in the house call because I just can't. I couldn't tell you my address or phone number. 1122. And then she says, no, don't. Dispatch. What is the rest of the address? Dylan says, oh, Kings Road. Dispatch. Okay. Is that a house or an apartment? Dylan says, it's a house. Dispatch. Can you repeat the address to make sure I have it right? Now here's another A1 is another woman. Somebody else has got the phone now. I'll talk to you guys. We live at the right, so we're next to them. Okay, so this is a neighbor. They live to the right. Is this 1112 King Road? I don't know. It could, they live at the right of the house. So we're next to them. That's who's talking now, is a neighbor on the phone. And dispatch says, I need someone to repeat the address for verification. The neighbor says, the address 1122 King Road. Dispatcher, and what is the phone number that you're calling from? The neighbor says, what's your phone number? Dylan, A is Dylan. Dylan repeats the number, or tells her the number. The neighbor tells the number again to dispatch. Dylan, or tells part of it. Dylan repeats some more. And the next one is the neighbor saying, what's the rest? So her and Dylan are going back and forth.
She clearly was in a state there. You can see if they're having to ask her what the rest of the phone number is.
Right. She's basically asked, what, 3 times here, and she took her that long to get it out.
You don't have her phone though.
Do what?
She has the girl that passed out's phone. So
That's true. I love a different brained person, because Lizzo and I are thinking, oh, she's all frazzled. She can't remember the phone number. But then we've got the FBI agent over here going, but it's not her phone that they're calling from. So she's having to remember her friend's phone. Okay. So there's 2 different sides. We don't know. We don't know. We're just putting it out there. All right. Dispatcher says, okay, and tell me what's going on. The neighbor says, one of the roommates who's passed out, and she was drunk last night and she's not waking up. And then Dylan pipes in while listening to the neighbor on the phone and says, no, we saw. And then the dispatcher says, okay. And then the neighbor says, oh, and they saw some man in their house last night. Yeah. And then Dylan jumps on the phone again, grabs the phone again and says, hi. Dispatcher says, and are you with the patient? Okay, I need someone to keep the phone. Stop passing it around. Dylan says, can I just tell you what happened, pretty much? The dispatcher says, and are you with the patient? Okay, I'm sorry. No. After Dylan says, can I tell you what just happened, pretty much? The dispatcher says, what is going on currently? Is someone passed out right now? So, they don't know what all's going on in the early hours. All they know is they've got a patient down who may or may not be alive. Who knows? It's passed out. Dylan says, I don't really know, but pretty much at 4 a.m., the dispatcher says, okay, I need to know what's going on right now. If someone is passed out, can you find that out? Dylan says, yeah, I'll come. Come on. We got to go check. Okay. So did Dylan actually grab the phone, walk away, going back towards the house? And then now she's coming back. She says, we got to go check, but we have to. Is she? And then now she's asking, is she passed out? She's passed out. What's wrong? I think Dylan grabbed the phone, started walking towards the house. And then when the dispatcher said, I need to know, find out if someone's passed out. Dylan's walking back towards to find out. Dispatcher says, dispatching Moscow law ambulance 4. And then Dylan screams out again. She's not waking up. Dispatcher is, I guess, still talking to people on the CB, the emergency services, saying unconsciousness 1122 King Road. Q1. Who's Q1? Let's figure it out. Q1 would be a man. No, it's a man. Q is dispatch, and then Q1 is a man. So that's when a man grabs the phone. He says, 70 is en route. Now, that is not from someone from the scene.
He's probably in the ambulance.
No, he'll be the other one that's between the police, between the dispatcher. He's just confirming that there's somebody on route.
Right.
Yeah.
So this is not a guy. This is not someone at the scene, you guys. This is
No,
this is
Probably the firehouse.
yeah, somebody who is helping the dispatcher, letting them know that they've got someone on the way. All right, then Q, which is the operators, the dispatcher says again, okay, one moment. I'm getting help started that way. A, who's A again? I'm losing
Dylan.
Dylan, thank you. All right. So Dylan says, okay, maybe. Now, it doesn't sound like she's talking to dispatcher. Dispatcher says unintelligible. Well, she doesn't say that, but she doesn't understand what they're saying. So she's putting out, or maybe it sounds like to me she
Can't
is
understand
talking. Yeah, it sounds like to me she's talking again on the radio to emergency services. 1122 King Road. All ambulance respond for unconsciousness. 1122 King Road. Q2, who is the man, that's also an official, he says, I copy. There's more chatter, unintelligible. She said the dispatcher says 58, which would be a code. Multiple RPs. I think those are the reporting persons or whatever.
Yeah.
On the phone, advice saying the roommate on scene is passed out and not waking up. Believe she got drunk last night and unintelligible again. And about a male being in the room with them. Q1. Are we back to the neighbor? Is that Q1?
No, that's the other. That'll be the fire department.
Okay, I'm sorry. All right, that's another dispatch, or I want to just call him another official because I don't want to get the two mixed up. Another official has said something unintelligible and then being around. The original dispatcher says that one I copy, about 20-year-old female unconscious trying to get further. Q1, the other official says copy. A2. So is A2 who's A2? Could somebody?
Is that the neighbor?
It's the neighbor.
Yeah.
Okay. So the neighbor is heard saying again, yeah, it's Evan. So whoever Evan is either pulling up or something. I guess she's talking to, because these are just things that are
Talking back
heard
and
over the
forth.
line. Yeah, they're just being heard on the line and recorded. A, who is Dylan, says, okay. The operator says, okay, how old is she? Dylan is still on the phone. She says, she's 20. The dispatcher says, 20, you said? Dylan says, yes, 20. Here, do you want to talk to him? The dispatcher says, okay. Now we're back to A2. Who's A2? Is that the neighbor again? All right, neighbor is back here. She says, hello. Wait a second here.
No, A2.
Q2 is a woman.
Q2 is responding now.
A2
Okay, Q2 is the new respondent. That is right, because A1 is the neighbor. So now Q2 is a whole different woman that we're talking to. Maybe we'll get clues in this as to who Q2 is.
Probably in the ambulance.
All right, Q2.
Or a cop.
Oh, yeah, that would be the Qs, yeah. Let's see. Oh, I went down too far. I'm sorry. I'm all excited about this. You guys have been lost all my shit. Okay, here we go. Now, A2. I'm sorry, A2. So A2 is, she is the
neighbor.
The neighbor. All right. The neighbor says, hello. The dispatcher says, okay, I need someone to stop passing the phone around because I've talked to 4 different people now. The neighbor says, okay, sorry, they just gave me the phone. The dispatcher says, is she breathing? The neighbor says, hello? The dispatcher says, Is she breathing? The neighbor says, no. Dispatcher says, okay. Q1, who is the other official, says en route. So they're en route to this right. The next voice you hear is the neighbor again. Is that right? Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. I need you to talk to them, okay? I can't talk to them. I need you to talk to them. So in other words, this is saying she's either talking to Bethany or Dylan. The neighbor's just like, listen, one of y'all got to talk to him. I can't talk to him. You need to talk to him. So again, Dylan, who is A, gets the phone again, and she says, okay, hello? The dispatcher says, okay, I have already sent the ambulance and law enforcement. Stay on the line. Dylan says, okay. The dispatcher says, if there's a defibrillator available, send someone to get it now and tell me when you hand it. Units responding. And now she's talking back into we're just calling it the CB. Units responding. RPs advising. And then there's an unintelligible from Dylan again. The patient is not conscious and not breathing. Again, the dispatcher is still talking over the air. And you hear Dylan again say something that nobody knows. The dispatcher says, okay, if there's a defibrillator available, send someone to get it now and tell me when you have it. Dylan says, we don't have one. Q1, who is the other official, says, unconscious, not breathing. I guess Dylan's asking somebody else, do you have a defibrillator? Who's Q3? Can somebody tell me?
Person who probably arrived. The fireman or cop arrived.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're thinking all the Qs are officials. Okay, got it. So Dylan asked whoever Q3 is, we're thinking is an official, a cop, or a somebody, ambulance, whatever. Cops, well, fire department usually gets there
Could be
first.
college police too.
Yeah. Says, yep. And then Dylan says, yes, we have one. She's now talking back to the dispatcher. Dispatcher says, are you talking to the officer? Here we go. Now we know who Q3 is. Dylan says, yes. The dispatcher says, okay, I'm going to let you go. He's there with you and can help you. Dylan says, okay, thank you, bye. Dispatcher, okay. Q4, now here's another one. This is another
They're starting to show up.
officials says, Moscow 46 out. That 46 is some kind of code that they use. The dispatcher says, copy. Q4 once again says 13. I think we have a homicide. 13 maybe somebody's badge number or whatever that they're telling them. Obviously, this person has either heard it or been towards the house or headed towards the house. Q5 says, okay, Q5 is another official, out there, ambulance, whatever. I'm not saying whatever as in it's not, I'm just, it's an official. It's
they're
somebody.
Be 20.
Engine 20 is en route. So yeah, you're right. There's I would think that's the fire department. Engine 20.
Yeah, each unit responding as number. So 13's there, 20's en route, and 70's there.
Okay. And then 107 Q1 who is another official says something intelligible or something comes over intelligible. And he says 107, I relate it. So there were two people. Now this goes against some of the things that have been reported about this 911 call, you guys.
Yep.
Because the report on the 911 call, now not reports, official reports, what people have said in media and on YouTube is that they talked to a male, a friend male of Ethan's or whatever that came on the call. I want to even say that the Goncalvises said that it was Ethan's friend or something. I could be wrong. Don't quote me. but somebody said it was a friend or family member that was the male on the call. We clearly see it. It's not here. The only people from the actual place that were actually there was, well, A2 was a man. A2 is a man. And so there's only 3 people that they talked to on the phone that were from the scene. All these other Qs are officials.
Dispatch.
So A, we know to be Dylan. A1, the woman, we know her she's the neighbor that's to the right. A2, let's look at what A2, when he popped in, and what the hell did he say? A2, he's right here. Oh, okay. If you go down to line 111, now this makes sense to me. If you go down to line 111, the lady on the other end of the phone, what are we calling her? The
Dispatcher.
Dispatcher, thank you. The dispatcher says, that one I copy, about 20-year-old female unconscious trying to get further. Q1, who is she's talking to another official that's trying to get all this
Firehouse,
worked out,
probably.
says copy. This is where A2 comes in, grabs the phone, and I thought it was Dylan or somebody asking, is that Evan? No, A2 is actually Evan.
Evan, yeah.
Evan got the phone and said, yeah, it's Evan. He's got the phone.
And who's Evan?
Right?
Or somebody who had the phone said it's Evan because he pulled up in his car. You don't know if they were talking to the dispatcher or just in general. So, is it reported that Evan was there before the cops?
That's what I'm looking. Okay. Here's A2 again. If you go on down to A2 comes back into the picture at 129, line 129. A2 says, and this is Evan, that's what we're calling him, that's what it says. Hello. Dispatcher says, okay, I need someone to stop passing the phone because I've talked to 4 different people. A2 says, okay, sorry, they just gave me the phone. So I guess he just walked up and somebody handed him the phone, or did he come out of the house and they handed him the phone and everybody's freaking out? And dispatcher says, is she breathing? Still talking to Evan. Evan says, hello? Dispatcher said, is she breathing? Evan says, no. Dispatcher says, okay. Then in comes more chatter from another official out there they're en route. A2, who is Evan. I don't know. This is in parentheses. They've got Bethany in parentheses or Dylan in parentheses. So is Bethany awake at this point? Or is she still passed out and he's talking to Dylan? Who knows? But they believe, I guess, him to be talking to Dylan or Bethany, or did he actually call their names? I don't know. I need you to talk to them, okay? I can't talk to them. I need you to talk to them. That's what Evan says to him. Now, was Evan saying, I can't talk to him because he needs to get into the damn house and find out what the hell's going on? Or did he come out of the house and is just like, I can't do this? We don't know.
Or he just don't know what's going on.
Right. Like, how did we get to this point? Let me see if we hear from Evan anymore in this. We do not. That is the last we heard of Evan. And after Evan says, I need you to talk to them, okay? I can't talk to them. I need you to talk to them. Dylan says, okay. And then she says, hello. She's talking now again to the dispatcher. Y'all, I'm all worked up. I love it. God. Are you guys worked up? Is anybody feeling what I'm Do y'all feel it?
Joni says Q2 is woman 1. It's a dispatcher though, Joni.
So what
Well,
we
it
have
says
found out,
it
what we
says in
have,
the notes that they found it was Xana they'd found unresponsive. That's who they were referring to.
what?
It says separately, the court also released a transcript of a frantic 911 call that reveals multiple callers spoke with the dispatcher trying to explain they had found Canodal unresponsive and someone had seen an intruder the night before. So the person they're referring to as being unresponsive is Xana. So I guess that's before they've even gone upstairs. They've obviously gone in, found her unresponsive. But then they wouldn't have just said unresponsive then, because it was a bloodbath in there.
Exactly.
That's crazy.
Exactly. So what we've been able to gather from this just so far, you guys, is that everything that starts with a Q is an official, whether it is the dispatcher or ambulance or police officers. It's people over the air talking. It's the
Right.
voices that you hear talking. They're not giving out the names of those people yet. We will see them in trial. They will come on the stand. So
Yeah.
everything that is listed as Q is someone official. Okay. They don't have anything to, they're coming to help. They're dispatchers. They're all that. Everything that begins with the A's are the people that are on the ground that are there, the people who are involved. That's what we've come up with so far.
Right.
Hi, Roughneck Redneck. Good to see you. Thank you guys for being here. Will you do me a favor? Can you guys hit the like? The smell of blood would be bad. Jay, all right, let's go ahead and bring in all right, cue the tapes, people, cue it. Let's go ahead and bring in JB.
Thought I was already here.
Let's bring in JB into this.
Oh,
Listen,
no.
I'm channeling Nancy. Let's bring in JB to this. A
Who's Nancy?
former retired,
with her criminal past.
right?
Go ahead, Nancy.
Former FBI retired agent, J. Brad. What says you about the blood? Have you ever worked a crime scene where there is blood that has been roughly 8 hours old, JB? What would the smell of that house be like?
Blood has a metal smell, but no, I haven't worked a homicide that's 8 hours old.
Have you worked one that's 2 hours old? Let's not play tit for tat here,
I
okay?
have-
JB,
I
all right?
haven't worked a homicide with a lot of blood, no. And if I did, I'd have on a mask or a respirator anyway.
Well, in your training, JB, don't make me pull this out of you. You know where I'm going with this. In your line of, you would have to know something about the smell of blood other
Metal.
than it is a metal smell, JB. We all know that. I have you up here as a expert in this matter.
I think you would smell a lot of things. You'd smell poop. You'd smell adrenaline, sweat.
That's fabulous. This is what I'm talking about. This is what I want to know, JB. Things that someone like me, who just has twins at home, my babies, my little ones, can you imagine? Anybody ever want to hurt them? Me, a lowly prosecutor, JB. This is what I would expect from a criminal FBI agent such as yourself with 20 years service. Thank you very much for that. My twins.
You're welcome.
feel-
I was
my
on the
twins
evidence
feel
response
good.
team, yes. But I did not work a scene like this, thank goodness.
But it is, JB, it is your I would have never ever thought about the smell of urine or the smell of perspiration that would also mix in there, because when a body dies, we all know. Even
Yeah.
my twins know.
That's the reason people start gagging when they go in. It's not the blood or the scene, it's the smell of poop and
Right, because bodies expel. stuff.
Yeah.
Let's bring in correspondence Lizzo into this. Lizzo, correspondent
Got it.
Lizzo. What says you? Have you
Over to
ever
you,
thought
Lizzo.
about when you walk in, all we hear about is, oh, we would smell blood. It just would be so thick through the air that smell of metal would just be overwhelming. Lizzo, correspondent Lizzo, have you ever thought that maybe we would just smell urine and feces coming from the victims?
Well, I've never thought about it, but yeah, you would, because obviously once somebody dies, the body shuts down, and it's not common knowledge, isn't it, that we release urine and feces. So,
And we
yeah,
don't always, but I think in this situation they were so scared.
scared, yeah.
Even the
So
people
yeah,
who
that's
survived
highly
probably did that.
possible. Yeah,
Listen,
But
family,
Lulu would know way better.
yeah.
listen, family, listen. As you all know, I have twins, and just can't
We're
imagine
tired of your twins, Nancy.
just can't imagine that somebody would want to hurt little Lucy and whatever else that dude's name is that I named him. And
God save them if they do. Good God.
listen, that Chris Madonna, he called me he's like Nance. That's what he calls me. He calls me Nance. Only my twins call me Nance, but Chris Madonna does too. And Chris Madonna called me and said, "Do you want me to come on tonight?" And I was like, "No, no, 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 no," because I have an former retired FBI agent of 20 years, Chris Madonna, coming on panel, along with our great news reporter, Lizzo from the UK, Chris Madonna. So go on over there and do Coffin Dapper for a little while.
Yeah.
All right.
Go do her.
Because according to Leanie, is going to be reporting on all of this. And that's all we need. According to Leanie, JB and Lizzo, and a great chat. And my twins in the other room. Listen, I think that's a
Aren't
great
they
question,
grown?
though. Yeah, they are grown little bitches. Go to college.
Yeah.
I think they're in
Yeah.
college.
My God.
That's a great thought, though. The smell of blood. But seriously, I'm not. I honestly never gave thought to that, and I've known because when you've got someone in hospice, they always say if the family's usually there when when their loved one dies, and they always ask them to leave the room so they can clean them up. And that's what they mean by cleaning them up, because it's very shortly after death that if you've got anything in your tract or your bladder, the body just naturally just releases.
And you know how a teenager's house would smell if they'd been drinking all night anyway.
Oh yeah, and you've seen all that stuff on their table, right?
Right.
And the stuff in their sink. Nobody had cleaned up from the weekend.
Here's Lulu. Let me see.
All right.
I got my glasses here. Blood smells metallic, but the human body begins to decompose immediately. Within hours, the house would have begun to have a smell of, for want of better words, a fishy mangrove smell.
Oh, wow.
And then rigor mortis goes away after about 8 hours to 12 hours, doesn't it?
Oh, yes. Lulu, I think we need you up on panel. Suck it, Chris. Suck it.
Okay,
Suck it, Nancy.
okay, lady. This is Chris McDonough.
I didn't even think about that. The
However, it was
decomposition.
cold, so bodies may not have decomposed quickly. 8 hours for a natural death before decomp with injuries. It is quicker, but it is very cold. 8 hours before they begin to emit an odor. 8 hours before they emit an odor.
Wait a second.
They got it just right. Wasn't it warm though?
That's what I no, there was snow on the ground outside. It was
Oh
freezing.
yeah, that's right.
But I mean, y'all, they had heaters, Lulu. Lulu?
Yeah,
What
yeah.
Lulu from Australia?
Yeah.
Australia?
Forget your
What?
storm, Lulu. We need
Okay, just for those that don't know, listen, I have very highly qualified, wonderful people in our chat that hang out here. Nancy, you can suck it too because you don't have my people. I've got FBI agents, I've got correspondents, I've got people who deep dive, I've got great people who ask questions that make me think that, and I've got a mortician,
Yeah.
an ex-mortician in the house. Suck it, Nancy. Suck
Okay,
it, Chris.
Madonna.
Suck it. All right. Now,
Not and
Lulu.
Lulu. April asked when does rigor mortis set in, and Lulu answered, "Not always does rigor go. Once it is broken, it does not come back, though."
Ooh. But it will naturally wait. I want first, do not get ahead of me, Lulu. Okay, this is according to Leanie.
Lulu trying to take over the channel.
Lulu, let's go back to the temperature, love. Okay. These people had a heater in their home. They had a heater in their home. So wouldn't that change the time and of decomposition? Decomposition. Yeah,
Yeah,
decomposition. Wouldn't it change it?
So
It's
there
not
would have
like
been
these people
rigor
are,
mortis.
It
would
said,
there be
she said that rigor mortis sets in between 2 and 4 hours.
So by the time they come, then they would have all been in rigor
It
mortis.
would already been
probably.
out of rigor mortis by the time they got there.
so Lulu, if they didn't get there till 9 hours later, with these in a warm setting, Lulu, let's just, us Americans, we're going to keep it probably anywhere
In
from
room
68,
temperature.
68 to 70. So for room temperature, Lulu, 4 bodies, terribly um attacked, multiple wounds to their bodies. What are we looking at as far as rigor mortis and the smell that comes from rigor mortis or comes from the decaying body?
Heater would have sped up decomp, definitely, she
Oh
says.
wow. So would you say, in your professional opinion, Lulu, that in a house, let's just call it 69 to 70 degrees, that in the 9 hours from the time of the killings to when the police officers arrived on the scene, that decomposition would be well on its way, there would be an odor coming from it, and that the bodies would have already gone through rigor mortis and been broken?
And if rigor, and she hasn't said anything yet, but if rigor mortis is broken, they would think she was not dead so much. She would be.
Oh, if she was easy. Yeah, these are kids. Maybe they don't
easy
know
to move
about rigor
around because
mortis.
it's broken. Yeah.
Yes, because kids, maybe these kids didn't know about rigor mortis and that, or maybe they know that bodies get stiff and they just think they stay stiff.
That's what I used to think.
I did too. I did too.
Waiting on an answer.
Lulu will get to us, you guys. She's only dealing with a cyclone to be here to give us
have to
her
make a
professional
call at
opinion.
Lenny, I'm going to drop down into chat
I
because
gotta
my phone's
drop
going to
down.
die.
Oh, poop, Lizzo. Quit acting like it's 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 1. Quit acting like it's 1 o'clock in the morning in the UK, Lizzo. No, it's fine. I understand. I'm going to have to pee anyways, but
I've
I'm going
got to make a call. So.
Oh, you got. Oh, do you?
Oh, yeah.
Nobody ever leaves Nancy hanging.
Lulu's coming up. Okay, Lulu has an answer. Yeah, it would have smelled of death for sure. Blood, urine, feces combined would have begun to smell quite some.
Yeah.
Bodies, I dare say, would have had rigor and started to bloat.
Oh my God.
And I can't believe they're standing over wondering why she's not responding. If she was
wow. No way. I didn't even think about that either. How long would
What?
the bloating?
Yeah, I mean,
And
so
and the
that shows
discoloration
the
of
Because that's
responders
a little
that the
bit more
people
than somebody
waited a
passing
long
out.
time to call. It shows the responders they waited. It didn't just happen. They've waited all night to call.
not only that, Lulu, let me ask you this. So we know that these bodies, they bled out. Would that change? So that JB, these bodies bled out. So obviously, blood is what makes the body have color to it. If your body bleeds out, that's how come you become white as a ghost, because
So
there's
you're
no more
probably
color.
blue.
So my deal is that to Lizzo, I'm sorry, to Lulu, if a
They would
body
have
has,
looked deceased, not asleep or sick. They would have looked pale and bloated.
that's my question.
I answered it for you. Ask it from Lulu.
That is incredible. Would bleeding out of a body cause rigor mortis or decomposition to start quicker, or to have a quicker effect, I should probably say?
I would think not, but we'll see what she says.
Y'all, I thank God for you guys. I really, really do. And Lizzo's phone died, and damn it.
No, blood has nothing to do with rigor mortis. It's muscle.
Makes sense. What about decomp?
It starts the minute you die. To what extent, I don't know.
Me too, April. Me too. We got good people here that know what the hell they're talking about. That is crazy. I remember now that rigor mortis has to do with the muscle, but just wondering if the blood, if you've bled out, and it doesn't take a person long to bleed out, especially coming from a gaping wound to an artery. Okay, that stuff's just going to squirt like nobody's business.
I
And
hope
I'm
it
not
was fast.
I'm hoping so too. And I'm not trying to be. Listen, I know this could be triggering the way that I'm talking and the way that I'm making this, but this
I
is
can see
part.
Lulu. Lulu asked if she's frozen. Can you see her in chat? I can't hear Leanie. I'm telling Lulu I can see her chat. If she can hear me. She can. I don't know.
Oh, she's back. Okay. She's knack. She's knack,
snack.
baby. She's knack.
Ate back.
She's a back. A back. You guys, this is the triggering talk, but okay, Lulu, we got you. Back to the questions.
What was the question?
So what I want to know is if somebody bleeding out would start, because bleeding out, we know if it's a major artery, it's going to happen really fast. Would that start decomp even faster by not having blood?
I'm going to say no, but I'm waiting on her answer. This is like a game show.
It's like a game show. It's a crime game show.
But we're not making any money, so it's okay. We're
That's
trying
right.
to figure out for these poor babies.
100%. And I'm glad you said that, because I forgot to say it. When I do any of these, whether we're just chit chatting together about it or I'm doing whatever, I am not monetizing any of these. Now, if we were going to talk about Delphi again, that case, the babies are, God rest their souls, they're at peace, and the families have what they needed from it, and the guy's in prison. Yeah, I'd probably monetize that now. It's over. You know what I mean? But no, I would never monetize a live or a video or anything like that.
So your question, does the blood being bled out make them decompose sooner? So the bacteria would hasten decomp and would look very pale, and the bacteria would have hastened the decomp as no red blood cells to fight the bacteria. So I think she's saying
No red or white blood cells. Bacteria has free reign. So the bacteria would start decomp immediately with no blood.
Wow. I don't know why I didn't think about that because, yeah, you need those cells in order to heal your body.
Right.
Gosh, that's a. Could
Thanks,
you
Lulu.
imagine? Oh gosh, I mean, that's probably JB. You brought this up earlier. You said, I think it was you. It might have been Liz that brought it up. That said that the ME said that it was one of the worst crime scenes she ever saw.
That was
Maybe it
Lizzo.
wasn't. Maybe it wasn't due to all the blood. Maybe because she said they asked her, "Have you ever been to a crime scene with multiple bodies?" She said, "Not 4." She said, "But I have been to a crime scene." So I'm guessing she wasn't even talking about only the blood.
I'm sure
She was
not.
talking about
But
because I hadn't even thought about the conditions of what the bodies after 9 hours
right.
would have. Oh wow, that just
Now,
Lulu,
and
that's
all of them
incredible.
may not have bled out.
Mhm.
All 4 of them?
You're right. You're right. Depends on, yeah, where their wounds were, right?
Yeah.
Thank you,
Little
Miss
Miss Sharon.
Sharon.
Hi.
Hi. Oh
Yeah.
man, that is just
The poor darlings would have looked horrific. Pale, bloated, bowels evacuated. That's what I thought.
oh wow. I can honestly say I did not give any
That's
thought at all towards what I just when I heard the ME say that, the medical examiner say that it was the most horrific crime scene she ever saw. I just thought, there were 4 young, very young people at the threshold of their whole life, uh, and there was a lot of blood, but 9 hours.
yeah.
Wow.
Um it's a mystery that I guess the girls were just so scared downstairs. Did they not have a way out down in the basement?
Yeah, yeah, that's where the front door of the house is. It's actually on
Why
the
did they just
same.
stay they were just it's weird.
I
Unless
don't
they
know
took
why
some
they
drugs and then
and
passed out
passed out,
because they
or
were just so
unless
stressed.
unless they just passed out because they were already high and drunk,
Right.
and they ran themselves out of adrenaline. I mean,
They didn't believe what
adrenaline
they
is,
saw. And then when they
yeah.
woke up the next morning, they were sober and ran out the door in a frenzy. And
What was Lulu, I'm sorry, what was, Lizzo reading when she was reading about she was reading about, remember when they were talking about the text messaging?
Mhm.
So I'm wondering when the last text message went out, from Dylan's phone. And maybe they were using Bethany's phone. Maybe Dylan's phone died.
Lulu says they probably would have purged blood from their mouths too, given the amount of stabbing.
Wow.
So there's blood out of everything.
I'm going to try. Let me use the bathroom real quick, guys. Do
I've
you
got
need to
to
go,
go.
JB?
Yeah, I
Okay.
got you.
Oh,
Do you
I'm
have
gonna
somebody
miss.
come up with you?
No, I mean I could just go over more stuff. That's fine. Or I could bring it down. I
I can
kind of wanted to wait
I
until
can
the
jump
eye
back
was.
in. Well, Lulu said it's 12 hours away, didn't
Is it
she,
still
Lulu?
12 hours away? It was
I thought
12.
I saw
No,
her
it was
say that in
20.
chat.
It was 29 hours away before I went to bed this morning.
Lulu says I sent to you and Millie Joe the transcript of the text messages to WhatsApp.
Okay, Lulu says
Storm is
Storm.
hours away, ages. Lulu
Okay,
says.
that's awesome. All right, so I'm gonna let you go make your whatever you got to do. I'm gonna get me a coffee, and I'm gonna pee and smoke a ciggy. I'm gonna pull this up on the WhatsApp from Melly Joe, and then we're gonna reread text messages.
Okay.
So let's just take a quick break. Y'all go potty. Sweet.
Okay, Mama.
All right, I'll see you in a minute.
Go potty.
Badass. I'm gonna go potty. April, go potty, honey. You've been here a long time too. Everybody go potty. Let's take
Lulu,
a
go
quick break.
potty
Lulu, go potty.
before
We're going
that
to meet.
storm.
Yeah. Let's put on a potty song. Everybody go potty. Meet back here in 2 and 2.
It's my potty. I cry if I want to.
All right. BRB.
Okay, bye. We leaving for real or just
No,
leaving?
I'm just going to, I'm going to go to the bathroom and
We're
get a little
leaving the
sticky.
stream going.
We're just going to leave the stream going. I'm going to play some music. Just pop back up when you can.
Lordy. Okay.
All right. Love you.
Bye. Love
Bye.
you.
BRB, guys. We're on break.
Leanie leans back, puffing slow and the sunspots glow. Mad mods in the comments, jokers throw a cyber blow. Subscribers flipping birds, saying, girl, don't you know? Break saying, welcome here, content should forever flow. She rolls her eyes, says y'all ain't got a clue. Chill mode on, drag deep like barbecue. And Team Maggie swoops in, cape and a lasso. Gotta laugh cause she's saving Leanie from this asshole. Cigarette Leanie, rapture ain't here yet. The internet wild, but she ain't breaking a sweat. Breaks on demand, while the world throws a fit. Hey, Maggie swoops down, y'all gotta quit. Night shift grinding, mods don't ever sleep. Subscribers wanting more, hunger running deep. Lady cracking, but she holds that smoke. Maggie pacing, ain't about to choke. Keyboard warriors locked in a showdown. Maggie standing firm, ain't gonna bow down. Leanie one dragging, the hate ain't profound. She's jiving on while the rapture ain't inbound. Cigarette Leanie, rapture ain't here yet. Internet wild, but she ain't breaking a sweat. Bricks on demand, while the world throws a fit. Hey, Maggie swoops down, y'all gotta quit. Keyboard warriors locked in a showdown. Maggie standing firm, ain't gon' bow down. Leanie one dragging, the hate ain't profound. She's jiving on while the rapture ain't inbound. Cigarette Leanie, rapture ain't here yet. Internet wild, but she ain't breaking the sweat. Breaks on demand, while the world throws a fit. Hey, Maggie swoops down, y'all gotta quit.
Cigarette and Leanie, rapture ain't here yet. Internet wild, but she ain't breaking a sweat. Breaks on demand, while the world throws a fit. Hey, Maggie swoops down, y'all gotta quit.
In the studio we laugh all day. She's got that sass in every way. Talking fast, not a pause in sight. Leanie's got my head in a spin tonight. Oh, shut up, Leanie, can't you see? You talk so much, it's drowning me. With your white hair and sassy flair, just give me a breath. let me share. Podcast queen with a wicked smile, running jokes mile after mile. Try to speak, but in she slides. Leanie makes it a wild ride. With a wicked smile, running jokes mile after mile. I try to speak, but in she slides. Leanie makes it a wild ride. Shut up, Leanie, can't you see? You talk so much, it's drowning me. With your white hair and sassy flair, just give me a breath, let me share. Oh, Leanie, don't get me wrong. Can't imagine life without your song. But girl, you've gotta let me in. This ain't just your show to win. So here I stand with my mic in hand, trying to keep this show as planned. Leanie laughs, guess it's gonna stay a little secret every day. Show as planned. Leanie laughs, guess it's gonna stay a little secret every day. Oh, shut up, Leanie, can't you see? You talk so much, it's drowning me. With your white hair and sassy flair, just give me a breath, let me share. Let me share. Oh, Leanie, don't get me wrong. Can't imagine life without your song. But girl, you've gotta let me. This ain't just your show to win. Oh, shut up, Leanie, can't you see? You talk so much, it's drowning me. With your white hair and sassy flair, just give me a breath, let me share. Oh, Leanie, don't get me wrong. Can't imagine your life without your song. But girl, you've gotta let me. This ain't just your show to win. So here I stand with my mic in hand, trying to keep this show as planned. Leanie laughs, guess it's gonna stay a little secret every day. So here I stand with my mic in hand, trying to keep this show as planned. Leanie laughs, guess it's gonna stay a little secret every day. In the studio we laugh all day. She's got that sass in every way. Talking fast, not a pause in sight. Leanie's got my head in a spin tonight. Oh, shut up, Leanie, can't you see? You talk so much, it's drowning me. With your white hair and sassy flair, just give me a breath, let me share. Podcast queen with a wicked smile, running jokes mile after mile. Try to speak, but in she slides. Leanie makes it a wild ride. With a wicked smile, running jokes mile after mile. I try to speak, but in she slides. Leanie makes it a wild ride. Oh, shut up, Leanie, can't you see? You talk so much, it's drowning me. With your white hair and sassy flair, just give me a breath, let me share. Oh, Leanie, don't get me wrong. Can't imagine life without your song. But girl, you've gotta let me in. This ain't just your show to win. So here I stand with my mic in hand, trying to keep this show as planned. Leanie laughs, guess it's gonna stay a little secret every day. Show as planned. Leanie laughs, guess it's gonna stay a little secret every day. Oh, shut up, Shut up, lady, can't you see? You talk so much, it's drowning me. With your white hair and sassy flair, just give me a breath, let me share. Oh, lady, don't get me wrong. Can't imagine a life without your song. But girl, you've gotta let me in. This ain't just a show to win. So here I stand with my mic in hand, trying to keep this show as planned. Bleeding laughs, guess it's gonna stay our little secret every day. So here I stand with my mic in hand, trying to keep this show as planned. Bleeding laughs, guess it's gonna stay our little secret every day. According to Leanie, coffee's king. Cigs in hand, she does her thing. Maggie's got the jokes we know. Together we are ready for the show. Chats on fire, the crowd goes wild. Maggie's quips just drive me wild. Leanie's love for Java steams. We're living out our crazy dreams. On a chorus, Leanie, life's no lie. Sip that coffee, watch time fly. With Maggie by her side, it's clear the best damn show around is here. Subscriptions climbing, views so high. Leanie's truth, it makes us cry. Maggie's got that wit so quick. We tune in daily for our fix. Community that stands so strong. Laughing, chatting all day long. From sunrise to the longest nights. Leanie's tales put out our lights. On a coin to Leanie, life's no joke. Spark that cig and take a toke. With Maggie by her side, it's clear the best damn show around is here. Subscriptions climbing, views so high. Leanie's truth, it makes us cry. With Maggie by her side, it's clear the best damn show is always near. On a chorus, Leanie, life's no loud. Maggie's quips just drive me wild. Leanie's love for Java steams. We're living out our crazy dreams. On a chorus, Leanie, life's no lie. Sip that coffee, watch time fly. With Maggie by her side, it's clear the best damn show around is here. Best damn show is always here. The best damn show is always near. According to Leanie, coffee's king. Cigs in hand, she does her thing. Maggie's got the jokes we know. Together we are ready for the show. Chats on fire, the crowd goes wild. Maggie's quips just drive me wild. Leanie's love for Java steams. We're living out our crazy dreams. On a chorus, Leanie, life's no lie. Sip that coffee, watch time fly. With Maggie by her side, it's clear the best damn show around is here. Subscriptions.
All right. Welcome back. Welcome back. I'm back and I found some stuff. Thank you guys so much for being here. I appreciate it so much. I'm starving, but I found this stuff. Let me I hope everybody got me a cup of coffee, got me a ciggy. I saw that food in there that Beefcake made. He just made brats. I'm probably going to grab me one in just a minute. Let me put up the trigger warning banner. Do that. Thank you, Bees, for putting it in chat. I appreciate it. Don't be a flaming galar. Galar, hit the bloody like and sub up. Yeah. If you want to join the best club ever, I mean, we're the best kept secret on the internet. Y'all know that. Become a member. Help us pay for, tell you what membership does for the channel, you guys. I don't talk about money very often, hardly at all. Probably can count on two hands as many times as I've asked. I mean, my mods will put it in chat, but I don't really talk about it. But I will tell you at this point, I've been really blessed that through the whole year that we've been doing lives, I only paid for StreamYard the first 2 months. The rest of the time was gifts given to the channel until we became monetized. I think at 4 months into this. Yeah, I think it was 4 months into this we became monetized. And I've been blessed that enough people during that time signed up for memberships and gifted the channel money. I have never taken money out of any PayPals or any kind of cash apps or anything like that for myself at all. I always just left the money sitting there. There's only been one time that in the regulars here who've been with me a long time know that there was one night there was quite a bit of money that was donated to the victims of the hurricane in North Carolina. We did a live one night and it was so beautiful and it was so good, so good. There was a lot of money donated and I didn't feel right about keeping that money and I didn't monetize that live either because I don't want to earn money off of people's tragedies like that. So I got in touch with the guy who I played. He's a YouTuber and I played not all of it, but a lot of his stuff where he was interviewing people down there. And I donated the money that came in from that night to him personally because he's boots on the ground. It's not JLR. He's boots on the ground and God bless him. He didn't strike me for using his stuff and I appreciate that and I know it would go to good use of him covering other cases, boots on the ground, and I know everybody was happy to do that, and the people who donated the money that night knew that's what we were doing, and everybody was okay with it. Other than that, the money that comes to this channel, I never ever touch it. I never have, never will. I use it to pay StreamYard. My StreamYard, for I'm a YouTube premium member, and for my StreamYard, it's roughly about $110 a month for everything that I pay. And that's just with no extras, you guys. I could do other stuff, but you know, I don't have a I don't want to be a sob story. I'm not grifting. I'll let you know when I start grifting because like I need a grift for some Botox, and maybe a flight to Idaho. I don't know. But right now I'm not grifting. The only thing I'm saying is that every bit of money has always gone to paying for StreamYard. And I'm grateful for that. And there was always money in the back for StreamYard. Now, and I'm only saying this because this month actually StreamYard came out of my pocket because there's not enough members to the channel. And here's the deal. AdSense, who is basically who pays you for memberships and stuff like that. You know, they take the 30% and all that other bullshit and taxes and shit. Well, they only cut a check if you have earnings of over $100, and after taxes and YouTube taking out the money that they had, I didn't get paid for last month's because there wasn't enough revenue. So of course I'm going to keep my StreamYard going. So I paid for it. So once you earn enough money up to $100, they cut you a check. Well, that's been going on, you guys. But there has been people that have donated to the channel, so I've always been able to cover it. We have depleted that. So unless we get the memberships or cash apps or whatever, then the money comes out of my pocket to keep this channel going. which I will do regardless. As long as I'm having fun and I'm enjoying what I'm doing, I'm gonna, even if nobody is, I'm a membership to my own damn channel, okay? I pay for my membership every month. That's how retarded I am. But anyways, as long as I'm having fun, I'll do it. But if you want to help, memberships are $4.99, roughly, I guess $5 a month, and American dollars. And that's what it goes for, just to keep this going. And most of the time we do stupid stuff, but there are times like today that I've been on here for 5 hours already, and that doesn't include all of the research that I'm doing. And I'm not talking research of going to other people's channels and seeing what they have to say and then replicate what they're doing. I'm not doing that. Everything I do here is my own. It's my own, through court documents, through everything that I've mentioned before, how I do my research. So I'm not hanging out. Do I watch Nancy Grace? Yes, I love her. And I like mimicking her and our twins that we have together. And I like Chris McDonough a lot. There are certain people that I do listen to, but I don't use them for information. If I hear something, I'm like, oh, wait, what? And then I will go try to find the source if they haven't given me the source. Or I will try to find something that is legit. It's in writing somewhere, or it's come out of an official's mouth somewhere that's legit, that I present to you. And then we all theorize and speculate and all that together. That's fine. But I don't want to base my shows on this kind of stuff based on other people's work. I do my own work. Maggie does her work. I've got friends that help me with this. They send me stuff. Take a look at this. Let me know what you think. Maybe you've seen this, maybe you haven't seen this, but take a look at it. I've got people that also help me go the distance, and people that come up on panel. Listen, I make light of it and I kind of make fun of it, but I'm serious when I tell you I'm blessed, because who knew when I started this channel and that I wanted to do some true crime. I'm not a true crime channel, but there's a couple cases that interest me and I'd like to do them. Who knew that God was going to send me a retired FBI agent? If you think I'm kidding, I'm not. JB is. That God was going to send me someone that worked in the funeral field. That God was going to send me people who know how really to research and that know how to dig deep. And that God was going to send me people that are just as interested in the kind of same things that I am. Like-minded people, that God was going to send me kind people that would come here even if they have a different opinion than mine, but they want to debate it. They want to talk about it, why they believe what they believe and why I believe what I believe. That God was going to send me people in chat that just keep this channel going, because let's just face it, I could have the maddest mods in the world, and I do. And I can have an FBI, a retired FBI agent, for a mad mod and for great support of this channel, and I do. And that I could have a prior funeral worker, I don't know what they call them, as a mad mod, and full of knowledge when it comes to the funeral business and the deceased, and I do. But without chat, without people that just come and even sit in the bushes and listen and support me that way, when I look up at that number, and even if I see 8 people, I'm just like, thank you, Jesus, for these 8. That means a lot. And I could do this all day long with just my mad mods who are always going to be here, or when they can. And, with my co-host, with Maggie, the greatest co-host on earth, the most precious person that God has placed in my life in a very long time. We can all sit and do this together. But we could do it on WhatsApp, or we could do it on, we don't have to pay for it to hang out together and to be together. Someone who writes all my music, Lunch Lady, God just handed her to me and said, she's going to be a great friend and she's going to support you along the way. And all the music that you hear on the channel. Lunch Lady was damn tired of listening to my StreamYard music, and she wrote music for me for free. And there's music you guys don't even know about that she's written for me that I don't know if I could ever share because it's really personal. But there's so many different, everybody plays a role. I think you just got to figure out your role and do that to the best you can. And I thank God, seriously, for every one of you. If you can't be a member, that's okay. I'm gonna get it paid. I'm gonna pay it. But if you can, that'd be great. The very least, the very most I ask, please, is that you hit the like, because that brings other people to know about this channel, and that you just come and hang out and chat. That is such a big deal, because without chat, we really do not have a community. So you are the community. You are. And I thank you for that. So, all right, let's get back to business. We're done with that. All right, let me get JB back up here. We're gonna let me wait. What is this? What do I have here? What do I have? Oh, that's what I have. Okay. Okay, we can get rid of that now. Let me bring up JB or anybody else that wants to come in. We're only talking about this, you guys. I'll open up panel to shoot the shit any day of the week you want to, but right now we're talking about the Idaho 4. If you have something to add to it, come on up here. Come on up here and let's talk about this case. All right, JB, there you go. I did find Melly Joe, thank you for sending me that stuff in WhatsApp. I did bring it up so we can go over it on the computer. Oof. Yeah, we're thinking about and loving on and sending big hugs to all of our Aussie family and friends over in Australia, and even those we don't even know that are going to be affected by cyclone that is coming in to their country right now as we speak. So keep them in your prayers as well. We appreciate them checking on us and checking in on us, and also giving us updates as to what's going on in their part of the world. JP, welcome back. Did you get everything? Did you get everything taken care of? Oh,
Yes, ma'am.
girl. Lulu.
Lunch lady's coming back in chat. She got her a new car.
Oh, we got to know what kind it is.
I'm not going to tell her story.
Okay.
But she's going to be in a minute.
Lulu said, according to Leanie, I was not feeling kind last night. I read something and had the most unholy thoughts towards that person. Took me so long to pray for forgiveness. I fell asleep praying. Lulu, all I'm going to say is I giggle. I giggle. Aussie True Crime, who was right over there, slapped down in the path of this terrible, terrible storm that's coming ashore, says, my granddaughter's running around with toy binoculars looking for the salami. She calls it the salami, y'all. So she can, salami coming, so she can bring in the dog. That is the sweetest ever. All right, JB, I found all the documents on my computer that Melly Joe sent us.
Cool.
And so
Melly
we
Joe,
will be able.
go Melly Joe.
Yeah, I'm telling you, everybody
Here's Lunch Lady.
finds their part. Woohoo!
She's home in a fantastic red Toyota. Praise the
Oh,
Lord.
yay!
A RAV4.
Oh, wow. Look at you sporting. Sounds like a road trip to Indy to me.
Her man takes care of her.
Go on, Lunch Lady. We're so happy
go
for
on.
you. Give Polish Sausage a big hugging kiss from us and let him know we appreciate him taking care of our girl.
Yeah, kiss him real hard for that.
Yeah, give some tongue. Put some tongue in it. He'll appreciate that more. You hottie body. He calls her hottie body. He's like, come here,
Hottie
hottie body.
body. I didn't know that.
Well, I'm making it
Good.
up. That's why.
Oh, well, it's still good to know. I'll still use it. Hottie body.
We'll just start calling her hottie body. She would probably die at this point if her hubby, Polish Sausage, ever called her hottie body. She'd be like, what the heck? And that would cause her to cuss.
I have
That
his
would cause
number.
her
I'm
to
gonna
cuss.
call him and tell him to call her that. She don't
Lunch.
know I have his number, but I do. I did a background on her.
I'm on my way right now. Y'all, I have been driving clunkers with no AC almost my whole life. God bless you. Listen, it's going to be a good summer for Lunch Lady. She's getting
Hottie body.
what we want to know from Hottie Body is has she already bought a car seat to put in the back of that RAV4? Because listen, Lunch
Don't
Lady
say
is
that.
having
She'll go back out and do it.
she is having her first grandchild in May. In May. So he calls you baby doll. I like Hottie Body better.
Hottie body baby doll.
All right, let me get these
Come
dogs.
up and lunch.
Yeah, come on up, girl. Let me get these dogs a treat
She's
really,
at
really
home
quick.
though with her man.
Bees wants to know what you found when you looked her up. I think she found a bunch of hives. Hives everywhere. Hives. Beehives hanging everywhere.
Oh, I haven't looked up bees. I don't know her name. She's a enigma.
Enigma.
Yep.
That's what I always say my son is. I got to eat one of these brats. Y'all excuse me. You're going to hear me munching. And I don't agree. I think it's gross when people are on panels and they're eating, but I can't help it. I haven't eaten all day.
I don't care what people do.
I've been here for
Go for it.
5 hours. I'm hungry. Yeah, I tell you. Oh my
You
God,
don't
Lunch
want to
Lady.
know what we've talked about, Lunch Lady. It's probably too gruesome.
This
Don't
one's
you
been a
think?
good one. Mm-hmm.
It's been fun, but it's gruesome.
Sharon.
Salami?
Yeah, because that's what
Storm.
that's Aussie True Crime's granddaughter is calling the tsunami a salami.
Jay Brad should have played Hangman. Oh, what? I don't get
I
it.
don't know.
I'm blonde. Or I'm silver now, but you have to explain that one, bees. Somebody hit me.
Can y'all imagine if Maggie was here when Lulu was talking about all that and we were talking about it?
I'm glad she wasn't, actually. She's probably listening, though.
She's probably listening or she's fallen asleep, but she will listen to this and she's gonna maybe I should warn her to keep a basket nearby. She's gonna be sick.
You can't face me, so I'm a perfect person up here.
It's
Or
fascinating to
little
me.
Miss Sharon, you can't bother her either because she's the one to eat salami during this. So
I love salami.
she looks like Lulu in that picture. I can't see it too good.
Oh, I'll bring it up. Hold on.
They look alike.
A little bit, yeah.
They got that same hairstyle.
That's because they're Aussies. They're both Aussies. I think Little Miss Sharon is Aussie.
Is she?
I think so.
Is she getting a storm? You getting a storm, little Miss Sharon?
Oh,
Oh, Hangman. You're playing Hangman. I missed that.
yeah.
Did you come up with a name, Leanie?
Yeah, no. None of us came up. And believe me, I know it now.
Oh, I did see that. You were sitting at your bar. It was before you burnt the creamer.
Right. Somewhere in there. Oh, she's
Yeah.
Victorian Australia. No. Dry as a bone. So she's next to Melly Joe.
You'll have to rewind and be kind, lunch lady, if you want to hear the gory part.
So good.
So
Little
good.
Miss
So
Sharon
good.
has found us through Aussie True. God, I'm sorry. I'm eating and talking, and
That's all
I'm
right.
gonna
That's all right.
unalive myself on this sausage, and now I got the hiccups. Little Miss Sharon found us through Aussie True Crimes community.
See, we're all coming together. We're going to take over YouTube.
That's right.
That's right.
That's right. I'm
That's
almost
right.
done eating.
I'm
I'm
almost
almost done eating this.
You want me to talk? I got to.
Shut up, JB.
Where's lunch lady? She needs to get up here.
She's driving still, right?
No, she ain't driving. She's home. She's just hiding. No, she probably needs. She's got to go to school in the morning. It's school night for lunch lady.
Oh, I can't wait till all that's over for her and us.
Then she'll have a baby. She won't have no time for us with a baby.
Oh God. There's got to be days that, listen, lunch lady, I know you're out there. You need to let
She's
your
in the
daughter know. Now,
tub.
you just have to let her know that you need her to take off 2 days a week, not the weekend.
You need granny days. Like they have
She's
mommy granny day out.
You see what she said?
I'm in the tub. Aussie takeover. Oh.
She said, and I
When I
called off
see
from work
ATL,
tomorrow.
I
They
think
could
of
suck it.
Atlanta. I'm sorry.
Lunch lady said she called off from work tomorrow. They can suck it.
Suck it. Did you? Proud of you. So proud of you, lunch lady.
Lunch lady's going live tomorrow, y'all.
What? It's me and she and I are going to do the Mountain Women podcast.
Yeah, do the Mountain Women podcast. I love that. All right, let's pull this up, guys. Welcome back. Thank you so much for being here. Hit the like for us. We appreciate you. This JB. She's a retired FBI agent of 20 years. I ain't kidding. I ain't lying. Seen all the pictures. Okay. She's even shook hands with my handsome fella. Y'all, I wanted to sleep with George Bush so bad.
That is.
Yeah, W. I wanted to sleep with OW so bad. I don't care if Laura was going to get mad at me. I'll be like, Laura, back up, bitch. Ain't nobody see you here.
But instead I got to.
Yeah, instead, JB got to sleep with him. Damn it. I've seen all the pictures, guys. I know what I know. All right.
That's some pictures right there. They're worth a lot.
Okay, let's see.
What are we getting ready to read?
I'm gonna pull back up the text messages. So let's read the text messages between Dylan and Bethany and whoever else again.
I'll beat somebody. Because I got my big screen here. I can see.
Okay.
I'll play a part.
Lizzo, yeah, George W. Bush, the young one. Oh my God, he was so fine. He's still so fine to me.
Oh, when I met him, I looked in his eyes. 3 seconds, he was mine for 3 seconds.
Those dimples, JB, and that crooked.
Oh, he had in 3 seconds.
That wicked grin of his that you just know he's thinking something good and you want to hear about it in the dark.
His eyes are piercing blue. His hand.
Oh my God. His hand. Don't talk about his hand. Was it big? Was it like really big? It was, wasn't it?
He had a big hand, but he was not much taller than me, which
But I don't care about that. Everybody's the same.
I don't either.
Everybody's the same height when you're horizontal. When you're horizontal, it's okay. In the dark, everything's fine.
I really wasn't thinking about that when I met the president, but now you're making me think about it.
Oh my God. Listen, did he give you one of those firm handshakes like
Yeah. I spoke first and I said, "It's nice to meet you, sir." And he said, "It's really nice to meet you, ma'am."
Oh, I bet he did because you was all cutie patootie with your dimples and your skinny ass and your Farrah Fawcett hair. Oh, fuck off, JB. Nobody cares. Nobody gives a damn, JB, that you was with my man.
You
Little
did.
Miss Sharon, the redacted transcripts were released. In fact, we just went over all of them. I wish you were here.
It's pretty interesting. You should listen back
Oh my God.
when you get a chance.
Yeah, absolutely.
Shut up, lunch lady.
All right, let's see.
My lippies.
Let me pull this up. So we're going to go over the text messages were also the transcripts from Dylan and Bethany were released as well. That's what I am going to bring up now. Thank you, Melly Joe, once again. Thank you, Lizzo. Once again, Liz, if you want to come back up, just let me know. And thank you, Maggie, for being out there in the sphere and letting us know all this stuff was released while we've been online. All right, let me make sure that you guys can see what you can see. Is that better for you guys? JB, can you see that better? Uh-oh. Maybe I shouldn't have done that. Okay, thank you for putting up the trigger warning, bees. All right, I can't make it any better than bigger than that, you guys. So if you have a phone, maybe you could, pull it up closer to you, zoom in on it. If you're watching on the TV, that's probably even better, but stay in chat with us so you can chat as well.
Yeah, you stay in chat. If I see
Stay in
somebody
chat on your
leave, I'm
phone.
gonna put your name down.
Right. And we got
There's
cameras
Wild
here.
Angel. Hi, Wild Angel.
We got cameras.
Yep.
We know if you're leaving. Don't
And
play us.
we know if you've been good or nice.
That's right. We're checking it twice with our twins. Wild Angel says, "Oh, I didn't know you was live, Lena. I did a vertical live from Oatman. Y'all got to rewatch. It's beautiful." And Bigfoot was feeding the donkeys. See, it's interesting. I will rewatch it. I've only been
Never
on
seen
here.
Bigfoot feed a donkey.
Only been on here for 5 hours.
Yeah.
All right, let me go over here. I can't see chat.
I can.
So JB, you got chat for me. I
Mm-hmm.
appreciate it. Just let me know when to shut up. And I will
says I
send.
can name her. I have to come up with a name for Bees because she's not going to give us her real name. So anyway, go ahead.
Just shut me up whenever you want to talk to chat. That'll be great. That'll help us out. All right, let me find out where I'm at. All right, here we go.
Okay.
So this, you guys, it's all on the Idaho government page. You can go in there and read all the documents, everything that's been filed with the courts on Brian Kohberger. All right, in the district court of the 4th Judicial District of State of Idaho, in and for the county of Ada. So this is not in Latah County anymore. Now we're down in Ada in Boise. Boise. All right, here we go. The state of Idaho versus Brian C. Kohberger. Now comes the state of Idaho by and through Latah County prosecuting attorney. Now, remember, our prosecuting attorney, our attorney is still from Latah County. They are still prosecuting the case out of Moscow. They just had to change a venue. And respectfully moves the court for an order in Limine, I think I'm saying that right, allowing the state to admit the text messages of DM, Dylan Mortensen, on November 13, 2022, and the testimony from DM, Dylan Mortensen, and BF, Bethany Funk, regarding their conversation with each other on November 13, 2022. The phone records were discovered on the hard drive of DM's iPhone. Okay. Provided on April the 5th, 2023. Wow, you guys, they didn't even get her iPhone. Now, I'm not putting down the police. You guys don't think that, but I'm just saying there's such a process in all of this, right? They did not get the extraction. I'm not talking about the iPhone itself. I'm talking about the extraction from it until April the 5th, 2023. And State Exhibit 18 from the grand jury record, State Exhibit, whatever. We don't care about that.
And the murder was on November 13th.
November the 13th. Yeah, early in the morning hours. The testimony of DM and BF was provided to the defense as part of the grand jury's record, because now they're unsealing all of the grand jury stuff too as well, I think. I know they're unsealing a lot. Standard of admissibility. In general, testimony that is hearsay is excludable at trial. However, there are exceptions to this rule. Two firmly rooted exceptions are as followed. Idaho Rule of Evidence 803. Present state impression, a statement describing or explaining an event or condition made while immediately after the declarant perceived it. I think we all understand that. Idaho Rule 803, number 2. Excited utterance. A statement relating to a startling event or condition made while the declarant was under the stress of excitement and it caused, and the excitement it caused. In other words, it can be used because of these two things. She was in a stressful situation, so there was excited. She may have said stuff under the duress of excitement and stress. And then also that they were explaining the event and condition while right afterwards she was given her testimony. Now we're just going to go down. You guys can find the same stuff that I have just found. I want to get down exactly to all these are doing so far is presenting to the court the why they need it, why they want to undo it or do it or whatever. But you could pull this up on Idaho.gov under Brian Koberger's court records. The argument is DM's phone records for November 13th, 2022, and BF's testimony as to what DM told her should be allowed at the trial. In the case at bar, starting on November 13th, 2022 at 2:10:29, DM sends a text message to EG, who would be the Uber driver, to inquire if he's driving. The state submits this text message exchange is not hearsay because it will not be offered for the truth of the matter asserted, meaning the Uber driver's driving status. Instead, it would be offered to show the timeline for the night, i.e., DM was awake during that time, right? So they don't want to know about the Uber driver because his driving record or if he was driving while intoxicated. They just want to be able to say, we want to use this because it verifies timeline.
They try to keep it as simple as possible. As far as not digging into.
Right, because we know that, from the affidavit that DM and BF, we just listened to earlier tonight, we listened to the police when they did their presser the day after Koberger was arrested. He said that the two surviving victims were out in the community that night as well. They were not, I don't know who they were with. If it was never stated that they were with Kaylee and Maddie at the Corner Club or if they were with Ethan and Xana at Sigma Chi House. All they said was they were in the community that night as well. Okay. So they're trying to establish a timeline with the Uber driver who I think what they're using is DM probably texted him to see, hey, are you out driving tonight? Because she probably needed a ride home.
While we're in this paragraph. Okay, never mind. I lost my
train of thought. Go
Well,
ahead.
if you find it, cut me off.
Okay.
Just say mute her mic,
Oh, okay.
mute her
So
mic.
all these, I see it says all calls unanswered. I'm a little further down from you. It says
Oh, okay.
that all calls unanswered. Why were they in the basement and not hearing their phones going off upstairs? Is a question
Okay,
I would
so
have
let me finish this
when we
part
get
up
there.
too. Yeah, because these are actually what you're reading is the actual text
I'm still in that
messages.
paragraph.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'm still in the argument as well. All right. So she calls the Uber driver. Are you there? No, I don't know. Instead, it would be offer. Okay, we know that DM was awake texting at 2:10:29 from 4:19:07 to 4:21:50. DM attempts to call Bethany Funk, Xander Kernodle, Kaylee Gonsalves, and Maddie Mogan. All calls were unanswered.
And the phones were ringing though.
Maybe they were on silent. I know
Everybody's
my kids, I will tell you this, my bonus kid and baby child, every night they put their phone on sleep mode. Every night.
Yeah, I do too, but if you're in a party house and getting DoorDash and all that, maybe not. Yeah.
Oh, well, yeah. I mean, I would at least expect Xana's to since she was on TikTok, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we would expect Xana's to be her. Who knows?
Maybe not.
Who knows?
Okay.
All right. The records of the calls are not hearsay as they do not meet the definition of statement, oral assertion, written assertion, or nonverbal conduct intended as an assertion. All right. So here we go. From 4:22:08. Hope everybody's doing well in chat. I cannot see you
There's
guys.
no chat right now.
Okay. Mad mods are
We're
there if
just
you guys need
listening.
anything. And JB will stop me if anything
Lulu
needs to be said.
says her computer crashed. She's back now.
Okay. All right. We are reading text messages from a DM to
I'm ignoring
BF.
lunch lady.
From 4:22:08 to 4:24:27. Now that's only that's a little over 2 minutes. These text messages came through. DM and BF send the following text messages. DM sent a message to Bethany saying, "No one is answering." DM sends another text message to BF saying, "I'm really confused right now." DM sends to Goncalves, "Kaylee?" DM sends another message to Goncalves, "What's going on?" Now Bethany Funk chimes in to DM and says, "Yeah, dude, what the fuck?" Bethany sends to Dylan, "Xana was wearing all black." Is anybody else getting anything
Wearing
that
all
some
black.
things were redacted out of this? Why? Because so far, what we've read, there's no reason to say Xana was wearing all black.
Maybe she thought he was Santa.
Well, remember this is what I think. I think she had to have texted about a man being in the house wearing all black. And so Bethany's trying to make her feel better and say, no, Xana was wearing all black. So maybe you just got him confused. I don't know.
So
But I'm
Dylan
telling you,
says, yeah,
there's some text messages missing in here.
yeah. So Dylan says to Bethany, "I'm freaking out right now." And then
Mhm.
she also says, "No, it's like a ski mask almost."
And then Bethany says to Dylan, "Shut the fuck up." And then Bethany says, "Actually." See, I'm telling you, there's stuff missing out of here. Wow. So Dylan did say, "I'm freaking out right now." I mean, this has got her rocked.
So
But
Dylan
again,
says to Bethany, like he had something over his head and a little and mouth.
And then she also says, BF, I'm not kidding. I'm so freaked out. And BF says to DM, so am I. And DM says
Here
to
it is.
BF,
Remember what?
my phone is going to die. Fuck.
Yeah, remember when I said that that's probably why they use Bethany's phone to make the
Yep.
call?
Yeah.
Yep, keep
Yep.
going.
BF says to DM, come to my room. And then she says, run down here. No,
You guys, I'm starting to get chill bumps again.
that's as far as my TV's a little behind, so I have to wait.
It's all right. All of the above declarations are present tense impressions and excited utterances. So they're speaking in the present tense.
Yeah.
This is supported by DM's grand jury testimony that she indicates she just witnessed a startling event, i.e., she heard noises in the residence and saw an unknown male in her residence. In declarations indicated by both BF and DM are trying to make sense of the startling event.
Contemporaneously or immediately following the startling event, i.e., no time for reflection or fabrication. See
Right.
Dylan's grand jury testimony attachment. Okay, in chat, Sharon says it sounds like they saw a lot, and Melly Jo says, why would BF say run down here?
Because we know now that so DM's phone was going to die, right? She told Bethany, she said, my phone's going to die. And Bethany, and she told her, I'm freaked out. I'm really scared. And then, so remember, Bethany's on the first floor, down in the basement part. Dylan's on the second floor. She's the one that saw the masked man. So because her phone's going to die and she's scared, it's better for them to be together. She says, run down here really fast. And that's what happened.
Yep.
I hope that makes sense.
That's all we know, Millie Jo. And we can only speculate.
At 4:24, now, here's the difference. DM calls Ethan Chapin, and the call was unanswered. The phone record, like the other records of calls, is not a statement pursuing to whatever. DM and Bethany continue to text at 4:24:58. DM text Bethany, I'm so screwed though. I think that means I'm higher than fucked or I'm drunk. That's what I don't think it means that I'm in trouble.
Yeah.
I'm screwed. I think
Right.
she means we have to think about their lingo.
Yeah.
And Bethany responds at 4:25:16.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
But it's better than being alone. Again, both
Statements are
admissible as present sense impressions and excited utterances as they are describing an event, or their state of mind are spontaneous reactions to that event rather than the result of a reflective thought.
Right. So during these exchanges back and forth, you can tell they're in the moment. They're not talking about, they're living in the moment right there. What they saw, what they hear, what's going on. I'm scared right now. This is happening. But I can't run downstairs because I'm screwed, meaning I'm higher than a kite or I'm drunk as fuck. All right.
Or scared.
At 4:27:47, DM calls Kaylee. The call went unanswered. So we know that if you look at the timelines, these kids are not answering. It only means one thing.
Yeah.
And at 4:28:44, DM calls Colonel Xana. None of these are answered, you guys. These are not statements, you guys. At 4:32:57, DM sends a text message to Kaylee stating, please answer. Can you guys imagine? This statement is present tense. It shows DM's perception of events and an excited utterance. The next morning, DM sends the following text messages starting at 10:23:23. DM to Kaylee. She says, Please answer. DM sends one to Maddie Mogan. Are you up? And DM sends another one to Kaylee. Are you up?
These text messages are not hearsay because they will not be introduced for the truth of the matter asserted. Even if deemed hearsay, they are allowable as at present sense impressions as they reflect a consistency and continuation of DM's text messages from the night prior. And that's all I can see.
It's coming up.
Reflect her then perception of what was occurring, i.e., waking up and realizing she had not heard from her roommates.
Mhm. At 11:39:09, Dylan has a text exchange with her father. Bethany, her father, something, I think is his name Brian too? I forget. But his initials are BM, something Mortensen, B. Mortensen. She sends a text exchange with her father. These statements are not hearsay as they will not be introduced for truth. They're not saying that she's telling the truth or a lie in these text messages. They're just saying that it's relevant to the time. It's relevant that she's living in the moment at these times, and something is really, really wrong at these times.
And this is what was said in the text, is what it's also saying. They receives a text message from.
Okay, so yeah, Dylan receives a text message from Jay. I don't know who Jay is. We don't know. Stating, bro, this text message will not be introduced as the truth of matter asserted. Okay, so that happened at 11:50:55, 11:50:55, and then 3 seconds later, Dylan calls EA, whoever EA is. The phone record is not, again, we're not saying it's truth or it's not truth. We're just saying that verified timelines and that something was going on at these times. DM received a text message from Jay at 11:51:01 and a vandal alert at 1:04:01.
What's that mean?
So the University of Idaho, their mascot are called the
college.
Vandals. They're called the Vandals. So a vandal alert, meaning they would send out an alert to all of the students saying, that something has happened or to shelter in place or whatever,
And
however
that
they
was
would have put it.
the next day at 11:51. You're saying is that
The vandal alert, no, didn't come out until 1:04 p.m.
So the 11:51:01. That's at night.
Well, it doesn't say what. It just says the phone record is not a statement pursuant. Okay. DM receives a text message from Jay, so he's responding back to her at 11:51 because she reaches out to him. She reaches out to him at 11:55. So this is just literally 5 seconds later. DM receives a text message reply back from Jay or whatever. But it doesn't tell us what is said on there. And then the vandal alert, to shelter in place or that something's going on to be aware, didn't come out until 1:04. All right.
Hey, Sergeant Joe, when we get on a case, we stay on it till we solve it. Sergeant Joe says he's already took a nap and went to work and fixed his car.
Yeah.
Or whatever.
I mean, our channel,
Lunch lady bought a car.
we're usually, every 20, 30 minutes we're on to a different topic, but whenever we're covering the case and so much stuff is breaking from it, y'all listen, Joe, I have a responsibility to my subscribers. to be
Yeah,
dead
go.
obvious shit like white on rice and report nothing but the facts and only the facts. So help me God.
Ma'am.
All right.
Yeah.
Back to this. Don't get me flustered, Joe. All right. DM and Bethany testimony contained by state exhibit section 2, the
We'll hear
state.
that at trial.
Right. Absolutely. It says the state anticipates that both Dylan and Bethany will testify at trial. The state intends to ask each witness about statements made to them on November 13th, 2022. This testimony should
Made
substantiate
to them? That's weird.
made to them, right? Oh, wow. From who? Or from
Maybe
each other?
that's a misprint.
Or from other people that are, because you guys, listen, they got text messages from everybody. Once this vandal went out, and this isn't the only people, these two, this doesn't even say who Bethany was texting. This is solely based on who Dylan is texting. They're texting every fucking body, you guys, everybody. So we're going to hear about all that. They only need to put enough into these documents to get whatever motion file they need filed. The state intends to ask each witness about statements made to them on November 13th, 2022. That's when it's all going to come out. Everybody that they texted and what they were told. This testimony should substantively replicate the testimonies they provided at the grand jury proceedings. Now, remember, I think Dylan Mortensen actually came in for the grand jury proceedings, but Bethany Funk said, absolutely not. I can't do it. And she did hers over Zoom. The state submits the statements from both Dylan and Bethany to each other are allowable hearsay because they are present tense impressions and or excited utterances. Okay.
But they'll have it. She's going to be live where they can question her, I hope, even if she's on Zoom, right?
Well, yeah. I mean,
Not just
that's
going to be a video testimony.
No, I mean, that's the way that witnesses go. I mean,
Yeah.
they're going to have a chance to. So whoever's witness it is, it sounds like the state's going to bring them and the state's going to question them. And then defense will get a chance to question them. And then the state gets the final decision whether if he wants to say anything to him or question anymore. All right. Previous adjudication. Judge John Judge, which was the first judge in Idaho, has previously ruled that text messages and statements of Dylan and Bethany are present tense impressions and excited utterances. Hold both the text messages and testimony of Bethany as to what Dylan told her were admissible as exceptions or hearsay rules. So, in other words, John Judge.
He'd already adjudicated that.
Mm-hmm. And, remember, Bethany was saying, I guess, because, she had to give testimony as well. She also had to give, she was interviewed by the police and God knows how many other people. And remember, the grand jury wanted to talk to her because supposedly Bethany had testimony that was exculpatory to her, meaning she is the only one that could tell it. So I think Bethany was like, no, I don't want nothing to do with the grand jury, blah, blah, blah. And they said, but you're the only one that can tell your side of this, what you saw, that you were receiving, what you saw when Dylan came forth. What I didn't see was that Dylan never said she went down there, right? Not in this one.
No.
It just says that it just shows that Bethany told her, come down here, run fast.
Yeah. Didn't say that she did. So far.
And the thing is, Dylan, so I'm going to have to go back through. I'm going to have to read it again. I won't do it on this live. Read it again. Look at the times again. Because if you remember, Dylan said, my phone's going to die.
Mhm.
Was there, I need to know about the time difference between her phone dying, because this makes sense to me. So here it is. Let's just say, because right now I don't see evidence, I don't see facts that Dylan actually went downstairs to the first floor and ran into, I don't know, remember, I know Lizzo brought it up. I can't remember where we got it from or if it was factual or just something somebody said now.
It's
But
probably in one of these statements that's sealed.
but wouldn't this,
That they keep saying that their statement is referenced in the testimony exhibit. That's when she says she ran downstairs or whatever.
okay, so there was another exhibit. Okay, y'all, it all runs together after you've been on here for so long and my ears itching. Ugh. All right, so there's and that's signed right there, you guys. It was e-filed and served and emailed. Exhibits redacted and sealed. So these right here, there's even more, you guys, that's redacted and sealed. Could be pictures, could be anything. Who knows? Who the fuck knows? I just find that very interesting. I find that that they've got the times so I'm gonna have to go back through this, write these times down, really get a hold of how long from here to there, because we looked at the times of Brian Koberger being found when he was in the car and when his cell phone was pinging and there was two substantial time that I was just like, what was he doing? One was like 28 minutes. The other one was like 24 minutes, where you could tell his phone, because I did I don't know about airplane mode. I know that the airplanes tell you to put it in airplane mode. I just do what I'm told. But I
think
guess,
they can still track it on airplane mode.
yeah. And
Sergeant Joe, I'm sorry that you bought bread and it went stale during this live.
oh,
Moldy.
Joe, shut the hell up and hang out. So what I think I understood about all that is if Brian Koberger put the cell phone in airplane mode, even when he goes past a tower, the tower will pick it up.
Yeah.
I did not know that. So
I would
was
think.
it that,
I mean, I can't swear by that, but all these people that get caught would do that if that was the case.
Well, that would explain no, it still
Murdoch.
doesn't.
You can turn it off and it'll still track your phone.
Yeah, but does it turn it back on? Because the phone is actually being recorded or there's like 24. Here's the deal. This is what I thought at first. See, I fight with myself in my brain too, because at first I was like, oh, that makes sense. It was taking him from this place to this place. So it didn't turn on for 24 minutes here because he didn't get close to another tower. But then I think, okay, from Moscow to Pullman, Washington, when the phone actually reconnected to home and reconnected is only 8 miles. So where was Brian those 28 minutes and those 24 minutes? So I'm going to have to do the same thing with this. I'm going to have to put it in my brain
I don't know. I
with
feel like
time frames
he
and
was
figure
in
it
the
out.
house longer than it actually.
Well,
I don't know. It seems
we
hard
can
to believe
pull
he
up.
could do all that.
We can definitely pull up where it shows the car leaving.
Yeah, and then you see it getting there too. Did you see a video of it getting there? So
No,
how do we know how long he was there?
Well, the deal is that so we've got the Linda Lane footage where he drives by 3 times.
Mm-hmm.
And then we've got the footage of him pulling out, right? And there's very little time in there from the time that you see the last video of him now that we see. I believe cops have him down to a T, y'all. They got it.
Yeah.
But there's very little time from where you see him last on the video that they have given us to see to the time that you see the car leaving. And I think that's why they've given us the timeline of 4 a.m. to 4:17, that the murders happened between 4 a.m. and 4:17. That's just what the police have put out there. They know it.
Yeah, and Lamine means at the beginning. Limi.
Lamine. Okay.
Forgot how to spell it, but it means at the beginning, at the start. That's what that word means.
Hi, Joni. Hello. Thank you guys so much for being here. You do me a favor and hit the like. Y'all, we've been over so many. My brain is clouded with documents, and this is what happens to me. I start reading document after document after document, and then I don't remember
This
what
was my
document I
work day.
read.
The reason I was so tired when I retired, I was just doing this for year after year.
Yeah, it just, I mean, reading that's a lot. That's a lot.
There's
Oh
a
my
lot of
gosh.
paperwork.
I couldn't be a paper shuffler, but I am good at like figuring out times and been like, what says you, Brian Koberger? Where were you for these 28 minutes? Me and my twins want to know.
Getting rid of the knife for one thing.
Yeah, I'm just telling you guys. I firmly believe the man already had that hole dug. Already had the hole dug. And that was an easy getaway because he's, listen, this man was so meticulous. He was a clean freak. His life was meticulous. Now I'm a clean freak and I'm meticulous about my
Most
life.
serial killers are, though.
Yeah. And so you can't tell me, there's no way anybody can convince me that this man did not think that he had all this down to at least minute by minute and place by place. And when he walked, everything went according to plan until he got up to Maddie's room and he saw Kaylee laying there. And when he saw Kaylee laying there, that is when things went awry for him.
Yeah.
And then again, when he came downstairs, because we looked at that, didn't we? We looked at the, I want to pull it up again. We looked at the house
yeah.
where he had to have seen, listen,
He had to see how many cars were there.
Well, if he's okay, if you believe that he went to kill Xana, let's just keep Ethan out of it. Ethan didn't live there. If he was going to kill Ethan, he would have showed up at his apartment. Okay.
Yeah.
We know he didn't come to kill Kaylee because unless Kaylee put it on social media that she was coming to Moscow,
She probably did.
then he wouldn't have known. So I'm going to take her out of the picture for a minute. If he came to kill Xana, he'd have never went upstairs. What was the point? Who cares who's upstairs? He would have walked in Xana's room, finished Xana, and then walked out. This is what's going on in his mind. Now, if he came to kill even Kaylee or Maddie, he would have never killed Xana and Ethan without seeing Xana and Ethan. And the reason is, first, because that makes a lot of sense. And two, because he knew who all lived there. He knew Bethany was in her room. He watched the lights. Oh, he drove by 3 times. He knew Bethany was in her room. He knew Dylan was on the 2nd floor in her room. So if he was just there to do a spree on the house and just, why did he say somebody on the 2nd floor? He was already killing people on the 2nd floor. So if he just went to kill Xana, like I said, he would never have gone upstairs. He would have just dipped back out because he had to actually pass the kitchen, which is the way that the police believe that he came in and out. He actually had to pass the kitchen to go upstairs. So let's just say he came around the room and he killed Xana and Ethan. Didn't happen, but let's just say it. Now he's going to go upstairs and kill the other two just because they're there or whatever. I don't know. He would have actually passed the kitchen. If he only wanted to kill, let's throw Kaylee back into it for a minute, assuming that she put something on socials so that he would be able to see that she was going to be there. He would have never walked around the wall to see Xana and Ethan. He had to.
But she went out to get DoorDash.
about that time.
Yeah, but you have to pass. Oh, let me show. Hold on. Let me stop that screen. Pull this up. Just let's remind ourselves of this. This is not anything to do with reading documents. So let me. Can you guys see that? All right. Let me go back over here, and you guys can see my cursor, right?
No.
Hold
Yes.
on. Okay. All right. Now we're looking at Xana's room. That's where we're looking. This is all the second floor. Let me just turn around. If you go this way, follow my cursor, guys. If you go this way, you are going into the kitchen, out the sliders, out the back door. If you go up here and then go up the next set of stairs, you're now on the third floor where Kaylee and Maddie were. This room right here is where Dylan Mortensen's room is, and she stood and she saw him. And let's follow this room around. This is the community room. This was their living room. They had a nice little couch, a corner couch here, and TV somewhere. I don't know. And then down the stairs, right? Down the stairs to the first floor. Down the stairs, first floor. Here's the front door over here. If you go around the stairs when you get on the first floor and come this way on the first floor, over here is Bethany's room. If you go down the stairs and pass the front door, you will come around this way. Now imagine we're on the first floor again, not Xana's room. You're going to go straight over here into what they were using as the storage room where we saw Ethan's gloves, golf clubs and stuff. That's downstairs, right underneath Xana's room right here. So again, let's go over this. Here comes Brian Koberger. Follow my cursor, you guys. I hope this helps. Brian Koberger, the police say, entered and exited, they believe, the sliding glass door off the kitchen, which leads to the backyard up that hill. Okay? So we know where we're at. He's coming out of the kitchen. If he had been stalking Xana, which I do not believe that he was, why would he go up 2 flights of stairs? He knew where Xana was. He's not dumb. They put enough TikToks up. Everybody knew everybody's rooms. Okay? He would have just come through here, turn this corner, like just come from the kitchen around this way, right? And got straight in with Xana. This door right here was Xana's bathroom. Xana and DM's bathroom, the second floor bathroom. So there's no need to go up these stairs, you guys. If his target is Xana, he's gonna come right here, kill Xana, walk his little happy butt back out through the sliding glass door and be gone. If you believe that Maddie and Kaylee were first, which I do, and that one of them girls was his target, there's no way with him coming down these stairs that he would have seen Xana. He's not going to just tiptoe over here. You guys, he just did 2 very bad, graphic, disgusting murders upstairs. The worst of the worst. Not with a gun. He used his hands. That's personal. That's deep. That's no emotion. Okay. Homeboy was not going to walk down these stairs, you guys, and tiptoe over here and see what else he could get. No, he just created 2 terrible, worst of the worst, the crime scene that the ME said was one of the worst crime scenes she ever saw upstairs. You know, blood is probably still all over him unless he took the time to just strip right then and there. But if he had taken the time to strip right then and there, I don't think DM would have seen a guy clothed in black with a ski mask on. Regardless, if his intent was Maddie or Kaylee, there's no use to come over here. Just go up these stairs, and boom. Right over here, up here. In the third floor is where Maddie and Kaylee were laying. He would have come back down and just left. But what I believe happened when he came back down these stairs, remember, Xana had gotten a DoorDash. I believe he was already upstairs. And all that was happening or fixing to happen whenever Xana got the DoorDash. Xana had to go get the DoorDash, or Ethan, whoever did it. It doesn't say. We don't know which one got the DoorDash. Now, I don't think the DoorDash would have come to the sliding glass door. Why would they? The parking spaces, y'all. Parking spaces are right out here on the first floor. This is where everybody's car is parked. This is where the road is. This is where the parking is. Why would they walk all the way up the kind of slope, hilly thing to get to that door? They would have come right here to this door. So Xana or Ethan walked this way out of the room, right? Because it says that all of them were in their room. Xana would walk this way, or Ethan, come down these stairs. Oops, excuse me. Gone to this door right here, front door. Thank you, sir. Got their food, climbing back up these stairs. When they got to the top of the stairs, I believe Brian was coming down these steps right here. He saw her or him. I believe it was her. He saw her, and he screwed at that point. I mean, what is he going to do? She saw him. And I think she noticed him coming down them stairs. She took off running back into her room. He follows her running down the stairs into her room. She's screaming or whatever. I mean, when I get that scared, my mouth shuts. I can't speak. I can't breathe. Maybe she was doing that. Ethan, I believe, jumped up. I believe he murdered Ethan. Xana was pushed into this corner over here just by fear, shock, scared, watching the horror that was unfolding in front of her. And that's when he walked over to her and said, I'm here. Don't worry, I'm here to help. And I believe she was killed right there. And the blood that you see on the outside of the house is on this wall right here. And I believe this is where Xana was found. Does that make sense? So after he's done, he walks back this way. He's leaving the house. Okay. He's coming out this way. He's leaving the house. Right here, Dylan Mortensen is standing. Okay. With the little, we don't know how open the door was. She was peeking. I believe she's peeking through it. I don't know. The latent footprint that they found was not a bloody footprint. It was a footprint that was actually found the second time that they did the scene. Was right here or somewhere on the floor right here. It wasn't visible to the naked eye. And then, so Brian came around this wall here after murdering Xana and Ethan. She was looking at him through the door. He walked this way. He left a footprint somehow, went right back through the kitchen and out the sliding glass door.
Yep. Sounds right.
There are some more pictures in here. Now, this is done. This was pictures, I think, that were taken off of one. I'm going to go ahead and show them, put them up. These pictures were taken off of like a Zillow or something like this. Now, if you go and try to Zillow the house now, you guys, it doesn't come up. It doesn't come up. So let's look at the pictures. It says 1122 King Road has now been demolished. Tour update was January the 20th, 2025. So this shows the house. This is where I'm talking about. The DoorDash, I do not believe, would have parked somewhere in here and then walked up and around to get to the back sliding door. Why would you? Just walk right up here, knock your ass on that door right there, which means Xana came down these stairs, which go like this. Got the DoorDash, went back up around the stairs, and right here's the hallway where the other stairs would be to go up to the third floor. And that is where I think she encountered Brian Kohberger. All right. This is, so this, okay. Oh my gosh. All right. Here's the front door. We're on the first floor, right? Right outside this door is where the cars are parked. We just walked in the front door. We're looking straight up to the second floor. This right here is going to be their living room. Okay. If you walked in the front door and you went, if you walk straight, you're going to run into this wall here. If you turned around here, you're going to be over here in Bethany's room. This is Bethany's room, a surviving roommate. This door right here is a utility room. So it's probably got the hot water heater, maybe washer and dryer. I don't know what utility means. This right here is the bathroom for the first floor. Now, mind you, this house has 6 bedrooms in it. One of the roommates had previously moved out not too long before the crime. Actually, she was interviewed. She gave an interview about it, about living in the house. Anyways, this would be the first floor's bathroom. Okay. Bethany Funk's room, utility room, first floor bathroom. We're standing right here by the front door. Still, this is what we see when we walk in the front door. We got a choice: go up the stairs, go left, or go right. If we go right, we're in the vacant bedroom of the old housemate who used to live there. During the time of the murders, this was used more as a storage area. I'm sure people stayed the night or whatever. Maybe they blew up mattresses, hung out in there. You know, we know that Ethan's golf clubs are in this room right here because, or they said it was Ethan's golf clubs. Somebody's golf clubs, I think them to be Ethan's, were in this room. There are pictures of it out there, crime scene photos where people were taking pictures outside the house and they zoomed in and you could see it. All right. So now we are looking at, I want to say this is, where am I? Bedroom 1A. Oh, okay. I think I know where I'm at. Hold on. Let me make sure. Yes. Yes. Oh, wait. Okay. Here we are. So the front door is right here. Down here, right? Right in here, right beyond this door right here is where the utility room is. You can't see it. It's in the indentation right there. This room right here is going to be Bethany's room. This doorknob right here leads to the bathroom. These right here, these little black marks that look like they're on smudge on the wall. They're not. They're actually the coat hangers that were hanging right there across from the front door. Remember I showed you that wall? I said, when you walk in the front door, this is what you see. Drop a coat, come on in. And this door right here is the door to the what was being used as the storage room.
Wow, you know a lot about the house.
Girl, I'm all over this like white on rice.
Hmm.
All right, now we're looking from the storage room. Okay. This is saying this bedroom was vacant at the time of the murders. They call it the storage room. I've already told you guys because there's a bunch of shit in here. I think I even saw some Halloween stuff and stuff. But there were, people there too. I think there's, so this is a window here and there's a window here. And I want to say it was in this window here that people were zooming into and you could see Ethan's golf clubs and stuff. So right here is the front door. Right over here would be the front door. Right here, we're going up the stairs onto the second floor, which is the main floor of the house. Has 2 bedrooms, Xana, Dylan, a bathroom, and the kitchen. This right here again, this little doorknob is their bathroom. And right here again, we see the coat rack thing goes up the stairs. All right. Now we just came up the stairs. See down there? Front door. This is so Xana or Ethan, I believe it to be Xana, came out of her room right over here. DoorDash. Boom, 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 boom. Gets her food. Comes back up. Boom, 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 boom. Oh shit. There's Ethan. Now remember when I mean not Ethan, Brian Koberger. And yeah, I'm calling him Brian Koberger. I know he's innocent until found guilty. Fuck off. So remember I said there's two of these good vibe sign, one on the second floor, one on the third floor. All right, so this is their common area. This would be their living room. Xana's room right here, bathroom here. The common area is kind of just a long room. We've seen it. Window here. All right. So now if you're looking outside of the house, if you're looking at the house from the outside at the parking lot, this is the the left room, the left side room on the second floor is what we're looking at. Through here, this is another utility room, I'm pretty sure. Go through here, kitchen, sliders, through this way. Let me see if I can get a different picture. Here we go. So now we're going to look this way again. Xana's room, bathroom. Dylan's room right here. Oops, sorry. Didn't mean to do that. Sorry. Dylan's room right here. You could turn, go to the kitchen, go out the slider, go out the back over here, go up 2 flights of stairs to the 3rd floor. All right, this is the washroom. I want to. I don't know. This is one thing I don't know. Well, I do know. I think this is actually the 2nd floor. Yeah, this is the 2nd floor. So I think where this is, I'm going to show you where it's at. It's right next to Xana's room. So if you just sat on the pot, right, and even if you're men, you need to be sitting on the pot. If you don't know, then you need to know. Sit on the damn pot. 2nd floor bathroom. All right. So if you do here, if you turn to the left, boom, you're in Xana's room. If you turn to the right, you're going back to the common area where the living room was, and also where you would make another quick right and go towards the stairs to the 3rd floor, to Dylan's room, and to the kitchen. All right, we've seen this look before. All right, now we're even closer. Dylan's room. I believe the door is kind of open like this. I don't think it was wide open. If it was wide open, I would say Brian Koberger was out of gas completely. He would have to be. I believe that some kind of visual snow or whatever that he claims to have, tunnel vision, just get the hell out, hyperventilating maybe. I don't know. If the door was wide open, he didn't see her standing here, because no matter what, I think he would have killed her. So she's scared. She's already peeked out twice. I don't think she just wide open swung it. I think she's peeking. Now, you see Brian, where I told you he could go out through the kitchen, go up the stairs, or go to Dylan's room. Dylan said that somewhere in here is where the latent print, or not, the police said it. The latent print is somewhere outside her room here. So we know that he did come towards her. Well, he would have to, coming from Xana's room, to get into this part of the house, which police believe that this is how he left the house. He turned this corner here. This is another utility room, probably brooms, dustpans, vacuums. This is their kitchen, where you see all. Now remember, we see the table is in here. We see stuff in the sink in some of the pictures. This is one window here, and I think there is a window right on this wall as well. Sliding glass door, they call it sliders, was broken. They believe he went out this door and turned this way, which we know he must have turned this way, because yesterday we saw in a picture the police putting crime, what do you call it? Crime placards, whatever you call it, JB, out there. You know, the
Evidence
little
tents.
evidence tents. Number 3, we've got a picture of them putting number 3 evidence tent out right beyond the couch that sits out here.
Tents, like, a tent.
A tent.
We have weird words for stuff, but
Like a pup tent.
we also had an evidence tent we set up so that we could put our evidence tents out.
All right, I found this very interesting. So I was wrong about the now I have to remember, this is an inside wall, so it wouldn't have a window on it. All right, so there's Dylan's room right here. Now we're in the kitchen. This is what Brian is going to see when he comes out of the door. He's going to come in at an angle, because the door's in an angle from here. And then when he's walking this way, and he has a choice to go left and see Xana, or go up these stairs and see Kaylee and or Maddie. He knows Dylan's room's right here, but Dylan is not who he's after. He only has one person he's after, you guys. Guarantee you that. All right, so this is what he's looking at. He decided, in my belief, he was going straight upstairs. I believe his target was Maddie. This is interesting. Do you see these two stools here? They must have come with the house. Nice of the landlords. Because in a lot of the crime scene photos, you see those very same stools right here on this side of the door, because this lock on this door was broken. This picture window actually just shoots out the back of the house. You see the back of the house back there. They believe Brian Koberger came from this way, went back out. I believe that he went this way because right behind there was a couch right out here, a leather couch outside. And behind that leather couch, they were putting crime tents, which are those little yellow numbered crime scene things that they use. In here, there was a table as well that had stuff, all the food, all the shit. So let's just scroll around this. We know that there was stuff in the sink because there is crime scene photos of stuff in the sink and out of the sink. At one point, the sink, you can find crime scene photos where there's nothing in the sink anymore because they cleaned it out. Why, you ask? Well, let me tell you why. Because, see, when you're doing a crime scene cleanup or forensics or whatever, and I don't know everything, but I know some things. At a crime scene house, these little sinks are going to be taken apart. Why? Oh, let me tell you why. Because what happens if the perpetrator washed his hands right here? Don't you think there's going to be some DNA down in the drains? So when they're tearing apart a house for a crime scene, the drains are going to be taken apart because they're looking for anything and everything. Hair, fibers, blood, DNA. Go ahead, sister.
They probably took all that out already and got it in storage, already analyzing the P trap and all that.
Mm-hmm. Because I remember when it first happened and people were showing, pictures and they were like, oh, that's not a real picture because there was food and pots and pans in the sink and now there's not and it's not a real. Yeah, it was the crime scene. They cleared it. Once they took all the pictures of how the crime scene as it was, then they start taking things apart. Now, there's another picture that we did show where right here, wait, if you're looking into this window, it would be, it would be coming from this window. Anyways, right here, you see some red or dark brown, not stains, or it's on one of these cabinets. I have to fix my brain to where I'm at. On one of these bottom cabinets, you could see stuff running down the cabinet. And a lot of people were like, oh my God, is that blood? It's the first thing I thought too. I was like, holy shit, is that blood? I don't know. I do know that other people have produced pictures. Other people, meaning I don't know who, has produced pictures that showed that that dark fluid, whatever it was on the bottom of this, was not there in like the pictures of the crime scene, as it were, with the pots and the pans and the trash everywhere and the red Solo cups on the table and all of the food and everything that was left out. So it is believed now. Now we don't have any documentation. Police aren't telling us that maybe that was luminol that was, squirted. Of course, why wouldn't they squirt the cabinets? They're going to take out a P trap, which they did in both of those sinks to look for evidence. They're going to squirt all these cabinets down after dusting them for fingerprints. So I think that if you run across one of those pictures that show and we showed it yesterday, I don't believe that's blood, but we're going to have to wait and find out. Again, this is looking out where the cars are parked right over there. beyond this part of the house, which would be Xana's room. That right there is Xana's room. It's terrible. All right, let's get on over to 2A. Now we are looking at, this is Dylan's room. We don't know how her furniture was arranged. This room actually looks to be like one of the biggest rooms to me, looking at these pictures. Now, listen, the camera adds 10 pounds. It's got to add some footage. Okay. I know. That's why I'm not cammed up, y'all. You won't believe the footage that camera would add to me. Okay. Anyways, this is Dylan's room. So she would be this, I believe it. I don't think it was wide open. I think she was too scared. I think the door was like what we would use in the United States when we say, the door was cracked, meaning the door was open just to peek out of it a little. Not much to see here. She had one, come back down here, get back to me. She had this broad kind of big window that you can see if you are in the back of the house. Because remember, who's above Dylan's room? Bethany. Not Bethany, I'm sorry. Maddie. Maddie and Kaylee were found in the bed right above Dylan's room. Right underneath her, that's where Bethany's at. Bethany Funk. So if you look at the back of the house and you look at the windows on the back of the house, you're going to see this window on your far right side, middle floor, the second floor. Above it, you will see another window, and it's got pink boots in it and an M, a pink M. That's Maddie's room. That's where they were found. Let's go upstairs. This is 2B. Let me get my okay. Wait a minute. Let me okay, you know who's okay, wait. I'm sorry. Wait, I'm trying to get my bearings of the house. It takes some, hold on. Closet. This is Bethany's room. No, this is Xana's room. This is Xana's room on the second floor. Okay. If you notice, this little area here was only 7'3". This would be almost, if not the exact same. Well, it's not the exact same because upstairs in Maddie's room, we know the closet is along this wall. In this room right here, Xana's closet is right here. Okay. So I don't know where all her furniture was. The only thing I do know about this room, you guys, is that this wall right here, and I can't scroll down any further, but this wall right here is where the blood came out of. I believe Xana was found somewhere either right in this. I believe she was up against this wall, just scared out of her mind. But this is the wall on the outside that the blood was coming out of. If you look out her window, you're going to see part of the deck, the second story deck. All right, let's go. Okay, so now we are going upstairs. We've already went up one flight of stairs. Now we're going the other flight of stairs. Okay. Now remember, right, if he's coming downstairs, now this is, let's be O'Brien for a minute. What we're looking at is we're coming down the last flight of stairs. Right here is Dylan's room. Okay. The door opens this way, right? So if she's standing in the doorway and she doesn't peek her head out of it, she may have missed Brian altogether in one of the 3 times, or one of the 2 times that she claims not to have seen him. She only saw him the 3rd time. So she peeked out that door. She would have missed him. This is only happening for a second. So Brian's at the top of the stairs. I believe when he came down these stairs and he flipped to go down the last part, this wall over here, y'all, this wall right here, These are stairs going down to the first floor. So if you go, there's a little lip right here. This is actually a step up. Okay. So he's coming down the stairs. This is Dylan's room that he would pass. This step up, if he turned right away to the left, he's going to Xana's room. If he turns to the right, kind of catty cornered, he's going towards the stairs in the common area to go to the first floor, which is down the stairs. So if Dylan did come out of her room and go downstairs to Bethany, she came running out of here, jumped up on the step, ran this way, got on these stairs, went downstairs, and came back around and went into Bethany's room, which is on the bottom down here. I hope that makes sense. I can't see chat, you guys. So this is, I'm sorry, this is where I believe that when Brian was set to leave, because he went up, I think that he went upstairs to go get who he came for. He ran into something he didn't expect to see in Kaylee. He was going to come downstairs. I think he was just going to leave, but because he came downstairs and Xana was, or Ethan, I believe it to be Xana, was either coming up with her food or possibly had ate her food. Now, if he came in after, this changes my timeline a little bit. If he came, if the DoorDash leaves and then Brian's like, got him, that's it, time to go. So she would have come up to her room, correct? She would have come from her room. Let's just say Brian's not in the house yet. DoorDash is here. Everybody's in their rooms. Okay, she goes down comes out, her or Ethan. They go down, they get the DoorDash. Thank you very much. Come back up the stairs, come around the staircase, go back to her room, correct? Is this when Brian Koberger comes in? He's going to come in from this way because over here to the left on this little area across from Dylan's room is the kitchen. So he's going to come in through the kitchen slider. He comes in. Now they're in here eating the food. He knows where he's going. He's going upstairs, right? He thinks all the lights are off or whatever. They're chill. They're being quiet. Maybe Xana's in there munching on her food. We won't know until we know the exact times given to us by the DoorDash driver as to what time he dropped it off. Xana may be in there watching TikTok, munching, right? She's in there just in the quiet, munching on her food. Her and Ethan doing some stuff on TikTok, right? So Brian sneaks around, comes up. He knows where his victim is. He wants to go upstairs. So he goes upstairs. Right here. If he turns left, immediate left, he's going straight into Kaylee's room. This is where Murphy the dog was found, you guys. Murphy was in here.
Oh, yeah. Millie Jo says she saw a photo with a DoorDash sitting on the kitchen bench.
Right. But we don't know if that's the actual DoorDash because you can't zoom in on the time and the date. Because if you look at the pictures of, like even the pictures that Maggie showed us today about Maddie sitting at her table and standing next to the vacuum cleaners. If you look in the background on that table, there's a DoorDash. You guys, these kids receive DoorDash all the time. And mind you, the house wasn't cleaned up after a weekend of fun. We could clearly see they were playing beer pong because there's glasses not only in, I'm not going by the glasses that are still stacked up inside the little plastic. I'm going by the glasses that are stacked up on the table. Okay, so I think they were playing beer pong. Could be wrong. Maybe a bunch of people were just drinking, set them down. So the house was not cleaned up. So there could have been many different DoorDashes. I remember from the early days, somebody dispelled that the pictures that we saw from the DoorDash were not from the right restaurant. That you could see the restaurant on there, and I think it was Jack's. Anyways, I don't know. But
I don't know.
yeah, they had bowls everywhere. They had glasses everywhere. The sink was full of pots and pans. So DoorDashers could have been sitting around everywhere. All right. So upstairs. right here. Murphy's in this room right here, right? Well, as far as we know. So he's going to make an immediate right as soon as he gets here. And let's go that way. So now we're standing right next to Kaylee's room. Murphy's in here on the bed, right? We're looking at the picture window that if you're standing outside the house and you're looking up at it, you're now on the 3rd floor. This is the 3rd floor window in the middle. The middle window on the 3rd floor is the hallway window that goes through the stairs. Just has stairs in it, right? So when he's standing right here, if it was daylight, he could actually see, you could actually see Sigma Chi. If you go into Kaylee's room, I want to say, maybe not. Wait a minute. Nope, I'm backwards. Sigma Chi would be this way. No, he's looking at the back of the house. You're looking at the back of the house because Kaylee has the other slider in her room right over here. So this out here is the railing that goes along the back of the house, like a little porch is out here. So actually from this right here, you would not be looking at the driveway. You're looking at the hill in the back that I believe he left the house and went up and parked back there somewhere. Now, if he came up the stairs, he immediately would have turned to the right. He could either go into Maddie's room here or go into their cute little bathroom right here. Now, if you're looking at the house from the front, because this wall right here faces the front of the house and the cars. All right, so obviously, I believe he came up the stairs and he went straight in here. And this room is very much a replica of Xana's downstairs, except for we can see that their closets are on different sides of the room. All right, we're going to go into the bathroom next. So this was Kaylee's and Maddie's bathroom that they shared. I'm sure it looks way much more cleaner than it did when they all lived here. So if you came out of the bathroom, if you used the bathroom, you know, looking right across the hall, you're going to see Kaylee's room again. Again, this is where Murphy was at, supposedly, allegedly. You would have to make an immediate left turn right here to get into Xana's room. We're in Xana's room. Not Xana's room. I'm sorry, Maddie's room. I'm getting tired, y'all. I've been on here for about 7 hours. We're now in Maddie's room. This is where Kaylee and Maddie were found in a bed. According to her mom, and in the pictures that we saw, Maddie's bed was pushed up against this wall and this wall right here. So the bed would have come out like this. Straight out this way. Kaylee's mom said in an interview that was showed last night at Koberger Wednesdays that Kaylee was pinned. She was pinned up against this wall here on the bed. And she was sitting in a kind of an upright position, slumped down. Maddie was on this side of the bed. We know Kaylee's head was up here because she was sitting. I don't know if Maddie's head would have been here, I would have imagined, but I don't know. Or if it was down here. I don't know. Don't know. Regardless, Maddie was laying here. Somewhere in here is where the knife sheath was found, next to Maddie. If you looked out her window, once again, you're seeing the back of the house. Actually, it's kind of like the side view, the neighboring's house, and then up that hill, you could see it going that way, actually. Right here was her vanity, and where she put on her makeup up here. And if you're looking at the back of the house and looking where the sliders are, you will see Maddie's pink, cute little cowgirl boots right in here. And you'll see a pink M that is in the window right here, her closet. And today, I don't expect anybody to go back and listen to this live because it's been a long live. We pulled up a picture that Chris Madonna showed on his live first time Maggie and I had seen it. Maybe you guys had seen it. Where Maddie's standing at this closet, or maybe we did see it and we just didn't notice because we're looking at that beautiful girl standing. She's got her hands up and she's looking all cute. But around her, you guys, there's a little vacuum right here in that picture. I'll bring it back up after. I think we've got one more picture to go through. There's a vacuum right here next to her, and there's some kind of cylinder object, standing object right here in that picture. But this is the room that the girls were in, where they were found murdered. This is Kaylee's room. So now, see, if you look across Kaylee's room, you're in the bathroom. If you take a hard right, you're going right back down them stairs. I don't know if this is how Kaylee's room was set up. It is believed. Now, mind you, this room was empty. Kaylee moved out. Is she leaving the bed for the next roommate? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if it belonged to the house, if the bed frame belongs to the house and they just buy new mattresses, kind of like what they do in the dorms of colleges. You just bring in a mattress, and sometimes, hell, you don't even bring in a mattress. You just bring in a mattress cover. So it is believed that, I know if there was a bed in here, Murphy was on this bed when he was found. Her closet, but there was nothing here, you guys. Nothing. She had already moved out. I don't understand these indentions. I never have. Why there's indentions here, I don't know. I think it's just the way that the house was built. Because it's not a closet. It doesn't make any sense to me. And it doesn't look like there's enough room to put a dresser in the sides. So this cutout, I mean, the wall makes sense to me, obviously, but to have this, I don't know. You'd have to ask the builders. There are some crime scene pictures where you see a detective standing outside the slider of Kaylee's bedroom, and he's kind of looking up here, you guys. But we know that Brian didn't come out of here. He's not Superman. He just killed a couple people. If you leave Kaylee's room again, turn to the right pretty sharply, you're going back down the stairs. And that's it. There's the look at the house. So let's look at this one more time. The front of the house right here. This, if you look at some of the crime scenes, you can actually look in here and see Ethan's golf clubs were in there. The front door, the stairs going up. This is Bethany Funky's room. This is the common area, the living room. This right here is Xana's room. On the back side of the house of Xana's room would be the kitchen. On the back side of the common area would be Dylan's room. Right in front of you are the staircase going up to the third floor. This is that window that you would be able to see out of. This right here would have been Kaylee's room. There's a slider going out this way, and this is Maddie's room. Does that make sense?
Yep.
I'm sorry. This is Kaylee. Wait a minute. Wait. This is Kaylee's room. This is the bathroom. Maddie didn't have two windows. Wait, you go up the stairs to Kaylee's room is in the back. So this is Maddie's room right here. No, this is Maddie's room. No, wait, no, I'm getting mixed up. I'm trying to get it in my head. I'm so sorry. This right here, this would be Maddie's room, or no, it would be the bathroom. This is the bathroom, you guys. Did the bathroom have a? Yeah, it did. That's the bathroom. That's what I thought. Okay, I got myself anchored back to the house. Okay. So again, the common area of the house where the living room was, upstairs from that, this is the bathroom. On the other side of the bathroom where you're going to see, like I was showing you, the little porch walkway. On the other side of that is of this wall of the house is where that porch walkway is. Maddie's bedroom window is over there. There is no bedroom window here because this leads to the staircase, and you either have to go left or right. And then if you went this way, and then Kaylee's Kaylee's bedroom was here. Yes. And then the walkway to get out of the bedroom or the slider in Kaylee's room is there. Does that make sense? I've talked too much. I've seen too much. I've done too much.
No, it was a good tour. It's just kind of hard to keep up with. You
I've
know the
I've
house.
got so many images. Mary Jane Doe says secret doorways. There were. If you look at photos of, thank you guys for being here. We hit the like for me. If you guys look at photos of when they were tearing down the house, so it kind of went bit by bit, right? Like they got the front part of it tore down, and then they took down the second part because this house was built. I'm sorry, added on that we know of 2 times, and so they took the first part of it down right there where the front door and stuff is, and then you see them pull away the second floor. You guys, right where this window is right here, which I think is a wall now, if you ask me, if I remember right. This is a wall, but right underneath it, there is a doorway or a little secret entrance. I'll have to bring that up. There actually is. It's not a full-size door, but you could see where people could get in and out. Where it was going, I don't know. But I'll have to bring that up another time. But if you guys can remind me of that, I think this window right here. Yeah, I think this is actually a closed window. But as they say, I digress because I am so tired that documents and pictures and all this has just gotten to my head, and I'm done. I'm
Yeah.
done. JB, thank you so much. I appreciate you and your
Had fun.
knowledge, and and I mean, Maggie's going to be upset because she's always like, JB, get up here and talk to us about this. And so I'm glad. And when Maggie comes, back, and we're doing more, we would love to have you
Maggie's
here.
not coming back. I'm your new co-host.
Oh, somebody let her know that, please. But
I
anyways,
might let her be a panel guest.
oh, she's gonna be a panel guest. Well, she still has to make our tabs and shit like that. She has to
Yeah,
start
she
the
still got
lives.
work for us for free. I mean,
Well,
come on.
Lunch lady said to kick you off.
No, she's talking about Maggie. I'm sure.
Oh,
It
Maggie.
couldn't possibly be me.
No, it's probably you because you're supposed to be her co-host.
Oh yeah, gosh, I'm getting.
She's like,
spread
what
thin.
the hell? Like, JB is trying to spread herself out amongst the community.
Lunch lady's like half asleep, I believe. She's putting up gang signs now.
Gang signs. Well, she heard your mouth and she's like, who the hell does she think she is?
She knows who I am.
All right, y'all. You know what? I'm going to end this one. I'm tired.
Let's
I'm
end
wore
it.
out.
Let's finish it.
So
It was fun though, Leanie.
I-
Thanks for letting me up.
we enjoyed it. And listen,
You're a dork, Lunch lady.
anytime we're doing Coburger Wednesdays, come on up. And that's
Come
for all of
on
y'all.
up. Let's make a deal.
Let's make a deal. All right. I'm
All right,
gonna
yeah,
get
let's
out of
all
here.
go to bed now.
Let's go to well, I don't know if I'll be able to sleep, but
Oh, I will.
you have a good night. Thank you for coming up. I love you
Thank
so
you.
much. My
Love
badass.
you. Don't stay up all night. Get some
I
rest.
won't. I'm gonna try not. I'm gonna try not to.
Bye, chatters. Bye.
Thank you so much.
Love everybody.
All right, guys, listen up. So thank you so much if you made it through the whole 6.5 hours. I appreciate it so much. If you were only here for a little while, I appreciate that so much. So thank you. Mad Mods, thank you so much for keeping us clean and all happy. Just everybody happy in chat. Thank you to the chatters who come in. Without you, we don't have a channel. Maggie, you're the best of the best. I don't care what Jay Badass says about you. Don't care. I love you, and I would never replace you. And Lunch Lady, thank you for the music. Thank you for everybody who takes a part in this channel one way or another. Thank you especially to JB and to Lulu for their commentary and their education that they've given us through this live. Listen, we're lucky to have people like that. We don't have to go look it up. We got people that just tell us. We're lucky. Anyways, so thank you mostly, Lulu and JB, for your expertise. And thank you to Melly Joe for sending me everything I needed sent. And to Lizzo. Listen, Lizzo's a badass, you guys too. She is. Her daughter and her love true crime. One day maybe we'll get her to talk about how she got into it. It's very, very interesting. So having Lizzo up here and just helping out with that, it meant a big deal to me because y'all, this is her jam. If you know, you know. All right, I'm going to play a nice parting song because that is the only parting gift I've got for you guys. I'm going to play a parting song. While I do that, if I could get the mods to do me one more favor, drop links. Aussie True Crimes here. All your own links. Make sure to drop Lizzo for me. Anybody you could think of that supports the channel. If you were in the bushes and you would like your link to be dropped, let the mods know. They will do it for you. Happy to do it unless you hate me. If you hate me, I'm dropping your link. Unless you promise to come. You can hate me. Just you just have to stay in the bushes and support and just watch and just give me a like or a thumbs down, whatever. But anyways, big prayers to the Aussies are having a catastrophic event come in the next couple of hours. We love you guys. All right, thanks for being here. Let's do some dropping. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Drop those links and you guys sub up to my friends. Sub up to my friends. I'd appreciate it so much. Love you guys. Thank you for being here. Y'all be good or be good at it. If you can't be good at it, send me some video. Because Maggie and I, we need some content. Love you guys. Talk to you soon. Bye.